Radiant team ban.
Bin TP out if you want to go for a gank with a Rupture. So a safer option for RR.
Healing Wall is great against the Reno magic damage as well. Like on paper, Juggernaut always seemed to be this perfect hero, but when it comes to practical, we really haven't seen too much of a success from this hero at all. And I think this is why we don't see this hero getting picked a lot, because Omni Slash most of the time you just don't do the damage that you want to do, and after Omni Slash, what do you have left?
Yeah, even also because of the fact of the meta post one now, right? You have like Troll, PL, Ursa who are really good
carries.
Really good as Juggernaut. You Omni Slash, Doppelganger, Battle Trance, Enrage. It just makes Juggernaut seem so weak.
Yeah. Looking at the data yesterday as well, Juggernaut is one of Drew's most favorite heroes that he's currently played. So maybe could that be a tribute as to why they picked up the Juggernaut, something that he's comfortable with but can also somewhat deal with the Bloodseeker?
Yeah, could be. We talked about this, the inexperience of Drew and how do you want to compensate to that. So picking one of his comfort hero is definitely one way, and also you want Drew to have perfect understanding in how to play his own hero in terms of tempo, in terms of the movement in the map, and Juggernaut is one of the heroes that push the tempo really fast because of his healing ward. Most of the time people think about Juggernaut as this Omni Slash, just kill one guy and get out person, but most of the time Juggernaut can be utilized as the pusher as well.
Yeah, it's really good in tower taking because of the healing ward, and the fact that you're running Beastmaster and Eng makes it even more reasonable to have that healing ward around. You keep your summons alive, and it just allows you to push structures. But now RR, they are looking for someone who can probably play the mid lane and control the tempo, right? Someone to frontline.
Storm good here against Reno, pretty good.
Yeah.
Against Bloodseeker, pretty good as well. I don't care about Rupture.
The Kunkka also comes to mind as well. It's one of their comfort picks.
Storm Spirit.
The Storm comes through.
On point.
On point. Perfect.
But they really don't have control for a Storm Spirit.
The best is probably the Rupture, but Storm... It's not like the Rupture is ineffective, but
Alright, we are seeing
the
this.
Yo-Patch Spirit.
Yo-Patch Spirit, yes.
It's like the direct answer to Storm. You just grip, magnetize, Storm can't do anything. And even though Storm has the Ball Lightning, you still have to be careful of the Rupture and the Blood Rite, right? You don't want to accidentally zip into the Blood Rite, and if you don't have mana, you are just another target. But this Earth Spirit makes it 10 times harder.
So for the lane matchup for Storm, is it really bad from the get-go from level 1? Earth Spirit is just a horrible matchup, or does it only get worse as they get levels?
I think you only have to worry about when you go in a team fight. You don't want to get silenced.
So for laning stage, it should be okay.
Should be okay. I think both of these heroes only want levels. They don't want to be too aggressive in burning their regens, because both of these heroes, they want to get to an early border, right?
Yeah.
So they want to wait for level 6 power rune timing and then start being aggressive.
Could we maybe see some rotations from Neon? Maybe try and pressure the Storm Spirit before he hits that level 6? I think we all know that Storm pre-6, he's a bit vulnerable to those games.
Yeah, you have the Vengeful Spirit, you have the Ember. Assuming this Ember is a support, but judging by the draft, it's most likely a support. And once Earth Spirit hits that level 10, he gets a massive power spike with his talent, plus 50 damage. That's just raw damage that allows Earth Spirit to just constantly stay in the fight. And Magnetize is always a nightmare for teams like for teams who like to team fight to deal with, because it just affects everyone, right? And Storm Spirit is particularly vulnerable because Earth Spirit can roll on you and silence you.
Yeah, speaking about this, I think pre-6 is really important for these two teams. And looking at their supports, Skyrock is not really a support that you want to be moving around. You want to stay with the Beastmaster to pressure the Bloodseeker. And on the top side, you have the Eng as your post fight as well. This hero doesn't really want to move too much. You want to be securing lane, going to jungle, farm a little bit. So I would say early pre-6, Neon would be the one being really aggressive.
Yeah, even the supports are really bad against Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Well, looks like the game is ready, so we're going to jump into this match between Reality Rift and Neon. Let's see who takes it, if Reality Rift can finally...
See you later,
Get their first win in the tournament. I'm trying to time that perfectly. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, goodness. So we're just going to have a quick pause, I believe. Hang on, we'll see what's going on here. We might be seeing some... Oh, wow.
We are starting to look at the teamwork already. Perfect.
Oh man, Yopaj. This will be really interesting to see how he decides to deal with that Storm Spirit in that mid matchup. And I want to know who's going to be the aggressors in the lane. Maybe we end up seeing Reality Rift applying pressure on the Earth Spirit in the mid lane to try and push forward the Storm.
I think that's really hard to do that because your heroes are designed to be winning your dual lanes. Look at the Ange and Juggernaut, super strong on lane, Beastmaster and Skyroth as well. I think all they want to do is to really ensure the lane, push out the tier 1 towers as early as possible so they open up space for Beastmaster to flash farm, for Juggernaut to flash farm as well. So mid Storm, I assume him to be vulnerable and or just by himself most of the time.
Isn't that a bit of an issue for Reality Rift? Because the team seems to be very dependent on how Alacrity is when he moves into that mid-game. Typically when he's behind, the team generally struggles because he isn't able to have as much impact in the team fights as he normally would. So maybe the team, do you think they could maybe adjust, or are they a little bit static in terms of how they play?
Yeah, I think they're going to adjust, but instead of going mid to help Alacrity, they could also be super aggressive on the side lane. So they make sure that the dual support of Neon has to stay on the lane to protect us, to protect that chorus. I think that's one way of protecting your Storm without going to his lane.
What a dangerous trio of heroes as well. Enchantress, Skyroth, so much aggression. They're all very squishy though, that's something else to make a note of. Enchantress, very low strength games, and Skyroth made really easy heroes to pick off.
Speaking about this, yesterday I think one of the biggest weakness of our Game 2 draft is that they didn't have a single initiation hero. They have this Hustler, Skyroth plus Brand Protector on Nuts. Same like this. Skyroth plus Enchant are those heroes that you want to stay behind. You don't want to be initiating with this hero, so all the initiation falls under Alacrity's shoulder. And here's the Storm, right? You don't want to be going in, electric will take someone and then just die. So he has to be really, really careful when he does that.
What are the chances of Drew actually being an initiator? Some teams, they'll sort of send that Juggernaut forward to start the fights. But it doesn't seem like a Drew style to enter the fights. Drew feels more like one of those players that comes in and cleans up.
Yes.
He's not the first one to go in.
Exactly. So they have to play this really clearly. I assume at one point KOXY might have to get himself a Blink Dagger for the initiation. Looking at the top lane players making a lot of aggression on Nuts, even with the All of Venom to push him up.
Yep. Oh man, that Ember Spirit's just cutting through the Enchantress. Ench is so squishy, she actually can't trade with most heroes.
Yeah. Mid lane, Yopaj, they should do pretty well. All they want to do is get levels, don't want to be too aggressive until they get their levels. This is all about personal skills now. Are you going to get more CS? Are you going to get more denies? And about how to control runes. The 4 minutes is definitely the time that we want to look at. And hop, Drew.
That's a lot of harassment to be taking in that top lane. And Veno's so good at harassing too. He just does so much damage over time. And if you're not careful, if Enchantress gets caught by the Gale from the Veno, that Enchantress is dead. She's got no way to protect herself. Drew should be okay, but unfortunately for him, he's still going to be impacted by the Veno Gale slow even if he spins.
Oh, mid lane. Very close. Yopaj almost died there. Has to burn us off, but should be okay. Alacrity is slightly ahead in terms of CS. He's going to finish him, but Nuts will die too. But Sniper, he's gonna fall too. Big win for Drew here.
Oh, that was big hard commitment there from Neon. Was that really necessary for an Enchantress kill? To lose your Veno as well?
Not at all. I think they wanted to get the first blood. If they trade a kill for first blood, it's still worth it. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. And it's really good that Enchantress died there because he could bring some regenerations, consumables to the Juggernaut. So that's definitely a big win for RR. Bottom lane, KOXY doing pretty good, 10 last hit already. Pairing with the Beastmaster, I think this lane should go favorable for RR. At least they really want to do that.
Yeah, but they won't be able to fully harass out Schem, right? The Bloodseeker he's got his own set of regen going into lane, you know, he's able to just heal up by himself. It won't be easy to push out the Bloodseeker. Are they happy with this though, if the Bloodseeker is still farming? Or would they prefer to actually try and at least slow down Schem's farm? Because I don't really think that's happening.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually, because most of the time if you leave the Bloodseeker farming, you know that this guy is going to be really aggressive to come at you with all these cheap items and base items. Hold on though, Yopaj, once again, Alacrity is being really aggressive here. He's trying to force Neon's support to come to mid so that it releases a little pressure from the side lanes.
Yeah. And it looks like the Storm lane is quite successful as well, because if you look at the CS between the Earth Spirit and the Storm, it's a pretty big gap so far. It's only 5, but this early on, 5 is a pretty big deal. That could mean whether or not you get your next item on time or not. So we might see Alacrity spiral out of control. Maybe we see some rotation from the supports now, seeing as he's falling behind in that CS department.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling some pressure here because Storm can always just push out the lane, go back to the jungle, and his farming efficiency is much higher than Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit can't jungle, can he?
Not really, unless you have to keep spamming your spells, which you don't really want to do that because you have some mana issues with you.
Right, so it looks like we did have a couple issues there with the players, but the game shall resume. But we'll see how that mid lane goes. We've got to see some kind of support coming in from Neon. Let's say they sack the Earth Spirit lane. They know that, sure, Storm is farming, but for Earth Spirit, he should be able to at least accomplish what he does if he gets those levels. Looks like we're going to be losing the Vend in that bottom lane. Januel dropping to KYXY on that Beastmaster. Lethal lane. They're sacrificing mid for potentially the side lanes, but bottom lane's not looking that hot either.
Yeah, Wench is not that hero that you want to have to secure a lane. This hero is more about enabling your cores in the mid game. So most of the time we see Wench, they know that they are not going to accomplish more in the laning phase, so they'll just fall back to the jungle, stacking for their cores. But looking at Neon, they don't really have the cores to efficiently clear the stacks as well.
It's an interesting game, an interesting draft as well. We'll see how creative they need to be. They're going to try and go into Alacrity here with the Earth Spirit, but they just didn't really have the setup. Yeah, Playhard came in, but it looks like Storm Spirit... Actually, is there a thing such as the eldest brother out of these spirits? I don't think so, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Who was the first one to come into Dota? They didn't all come in together, did they, in Dota 1?
I think Void Spirit is the latest one.
So Storm Spirit would be the eldest brother?
Yeah, I think so. So bottom lane Janelle once again getting gone on. He really just couldn't afford to step forward.
I mean, they brought in the Ember Spirit, but Searing Chains didn't really do anything there at all.
Look at Drew already showing some respect to his elder brother KLXY. Balding run timing soon. Alacrity just going to jungle, get to his 6, yeah.
He's spiraling out of control as well. Looks like they're going to try and see if they can get the rune.
Be really careful here.
Yep. Wanna see if he can grab that rune, but it looks like he's going to maybe forfeit this. Could be propped there.
Yeah, I think they had a ward at the mid lane to scout out the movement from Ember Spirit.
Yeah, these boars must be so annoying for Skem. He's just trying to mind his own business.
They don't have good ways to clear the boars as well. You have to commit a stun from the Wench and then flow with Blood Rite. And while you're doing that, you might get a lot of harassment from the Skyrock. Drew though, he's looking to be really aggressive. They want to find Cypher here. They don't want this annoying random message to just stay on the lane.
Oh, looks like we've lost the Beastmaster in that bottom lane. Skem actually getting that kill down there. It wasn't even a Rapture as well.
Just TP out. Well, there's no stun. There's no creeps from Nuts as well, so TP out will just do you a favor. Jano is also making a way to the power rune. One good thing that Neon Esports have been doing is that they are really aggressively controlling the power rune because they don't want the Storm Spirit to get out.
Alacrity's so close to that 6. Don't think he's going to get it, unfortunately. He will just hit level 6 before he dies. That is so unfortunate for him, but he got that level 6 at least. It's a small victory there for Neon, but things are just going to get harder now as Storm will have the mobility.
Yeah, really good play by the dual support from Neon. They're always aggressively controlling power rune. And while doing that, they actually got a kill at bottom as well, just a minute ago. So things are looking pretty good for Neon. They have their tempo now. It's just that because our heroes are just naturally, they want to stay lane and farm, so they have a little bit of advantage here.
Yep, we got the Rapture as well on KYXY. It's a brand new Rapture as well. It's just picked up by Skem. So another kill onto KYXY and that Beastmaster. That's 2 quick kills on the offlane. He's likely going to have to walk all the way back into lane. That's a lot of time for Skem to just get some free farm in that safe lane. looks like now Reality Rift are actually getting hit quite hard by Neon. They've got some of their skills, the rotations are coming in, working in their favor as well. Gonna be a little bit worried here because you know the snowball on Neon is going to be huge, right? You've got this very mid-game oriented lineup that wants to constantly go for kills. If you look at the cooldowns, they've got very short cooldowns on most of their heroes, so they're ready to constantly fight.
Yeah. At mid lane, Hustler is here taking some XP from the mid lane because you know that Storm is always going to be AFK in the jungle. So it just leaves either the Juggernaut or the Beastmaster alone, and knowing that Juggernaut can always just keep speed 3 out, so Nuns has committed himself to bottom lane, making sure that Beastmaster doesn't die anymore. Because every time he dies, he's just giving up the advantage that he has gained in the laning phase. Ooh, what a deny!
That's nice deny. It looks like Skem going down this time to KYXY in that bottom lane. The spin out there from Drew just so he doesn't go down. Drew's also gone for the spin build on the Juggernaut. Back in the day, Juggernaut typically went for the crit build, but now they've transitioned back to spin. Do you think we could actually see Drew fighting early with the team? Because spin early on does a reasonable amount of damage.
Yeah, definitely. They want to utilize on their early magical damage, and right now Drew is making a really good rotation. He took down the top tower, immediately speeds bottom, and join his team to take down his bottom tower. So in 1 minute of time, they took 2 towers.
There's the rupture onto Drew, straight into a spin. And it can only slowly chip him down there with the Vengeful Spirit. Primal Roar, they're going to actually hit onto that Earth Spirit. They can do absolutely nothing. Yopaj just melts. And everyone's going to be on the run there. Bloodright being thrown down again onto the Beastmaster, but doesn't matter. He just wants those right clicks on Skem. He's messed up. He gets caught out as well. Neon losing 3 for nothing. And they're possibly going to take some big damage on this tower as well.
This is a classic R that we want to see them on. They do this really early on, Drew rotation, pair with the strongest hero on the map, and take down towers. And with Neon, if you're careless, you might just keep away just like that.
Oh, Drew getting sniped, getting way too overconfident in the jungle after that fight. Yopaj doing a lot of damage with the Magnetize as well. He actually might be able to finish off KYXY. They don't have the follow-up. The Beastmaster will be able to get out of there. Ench will go down. And Hustler going to try and go for the TP out. When in doubt, TP out.
Yes. That's totally on me. Why did I even praise them? This is a caster curse in a nutshell. Oh, that's one thing that we missed to say and to point out is that there's beautiful synergy between Wench and the Bloodseeker, which is the swap. You can rupture someone, double swap on that guy would just instantly pop.
I think they also learned a pretty tough lesson in that last fight. You don't just rupture a Juggernaut, right? That hero is so hard to take down. Especially when he spins as well. They've got nothing that really goes through BKB. I think the only BKB piercing spell they have is the swap, yeah. Right? And even then, it took way too long for them to try and kill Drew. And the backup, it was there. Looks like they managed to find Nuts here, unfortunately. This Enchantress just going to be bleeding a bit too much. Back all the way to the fountain, unfortunately.
I'm pretty sure he's okay with dying here. You just tell his team, yo guys, Rupture is down. Push hard. Now is the time you want to push hard. And Storm hasn't been really too aggressive. Pretty quiet game for Alacrity so far, but I think he's doing the right thing. He wants to make sure that he gets all the farm and comes up whenever he feels comfortable, just to clean up.
So I think maybe we're looking at a bit of a role swap here in Reality Rift, where instead of prioritizing that farm onto Drew early, they're going to actually give that time to Alacrity. Look at how many heroes they actually had to reinforce to kill off the Beastmaster, worried that they could have been backup. But everyone on the side of Reality Rift, they're all just farming, rotating around the map, getting EXP in lanes. They're just slowly creeping further and further ahead.
Yeah,
whereas if you're Neon, right, you get these kills, but they have a snowball lineup. Isn't it supposed to be kill, then go for objective?
Yes, definitely. Storm has really not select here.
Oh, they managed to hit him with this Gale. He's got a lot of mana. So we'll go zip onto the high ground. Still being chased by Play Hard. I think we're going to have to rename him as Chase Hard. Really going deep here for Alacrity. He's run out of mana. Swapped out. The stuns there from the bench. They should have enough to take him out. They had to get the last pull in. Oh, Hustler coming in with the big but it's not enough to kill off Janual yet. Actually turning around, trying to lower their armor. The fights, they're looking scrappy, but it's looking good for Neon, and they're still going, looking for nuts on this Enchantress. You look at the slow off though, and it's not necessarily the easiest hero to kill now that she's got a couple of levels on top of her. And this is what we were talking about just now. They need to go for these snowballs, grab those kills, and look for objectives. And this is what they needed so much.
A converge onto the mid lane, and unfortunately there's no TP from R, because once KYXY respawn, he instantly TP down bottom looking to control the outpost and then get a 15-minute bounty run. So this is definitely Neon catching R off guard. They have to be really careful with their TP usage now. This is why we see a lot of the pro games, the players, they don't immediately TP out when they respawn. They want to keep that for the counter initiation.
I have to say, props to Janual. He's been so on top of trying to get rid of all this confusion from the Beastmaster. There's so many sentries in the jungle, it's not funny. So it looks like we've got the boars chasing after Janual along with the troll. They're actually going to have to come in here with that Ember Spirit just to make sure that they don't have any silly casualties, but maybe it was a bait all along because we've got the Storm and the Beastmaster coming through. They kill off Scam right off the bat, followed up by Janual. Oh, they got a little baited there.
Yeah, this is a classic C fight. You caught me once, and then I'll respond instantly. I'll come to you right away for the revenge. And your Pudge here has a Wheel of Discord already making its way to a U Scepter, so to get rid of any silence from our side. And R is looking to push down this bottom tower.
They've been so ruthless with the tower pushes.
Yeah, with this ticking away, this is going to open up a lot of possibility for them.
Oh no, they managed to catch out that poor Venoman. So he gets the ult off, but Ember trying to come in and finish it off. Magnify should be enough to kill off Alacrity. He's trying to back up and heal. It looks like the Storm Spirit should be fine. But unfortunately for Neon, they've lost 3. And they only have 2 heroes to defend this tower, but maybe everyone a little bit too wounded on Reality Rift, maybe scared of a possible buyback. So they're going to retreat instead, playing a little bit safer. They were very lucky to not lose that Storm Spirit. He was so close to dying.
Yeah, Neon needs to be really careful when they want to protect their own jungle, because most of the time you know that you are going in without a vision. So you want to slow down a little bit now, let the Blister recover for a bit. He hasn't been farming too much. He has always been reacting to the move of R, and he doesn't have any farming item as well. He went for the drum so that they can match the pace of R. For Storm Spirit, they are just all of our heals are just itemized to skill and skill and skill.
Yep, and look at Drew's itemization too. Yeah. He's followed he's got the Deso. So all of a sudden, not really you have to worry about the Beastmaster for the push, but the Deso makes it even quicker. KYXY, they're going to go for that kill onto the Earth Spirit, and we've seen how important it is for Yopaj to survive these fights. His disables are crucial for the team, but when he goes down, everyone just crumbles. That's another team fight going in the way of Reality Rift. They're so dead set on getting these bottom towers.
Yeah, it looks like a very good initiation from Neon at the first place, but both Nuts and Hustler are there to protect him. And once again, Neon, Yopaj has to fall because he's the only initiation so far. I really think Ember needs to be the one going in and let the Spirit go next.
Oh, the Serene Queen's catching out Alacrity. They have the damage though, I think they do. Trying to zip one out. There's a haste rune. Alacrity needs to get out of their TP. Ooh, he will go down. That's a big kill for Skim.
427 go for the way going to the way of Scam, and bottom lane. Do they really still want to push here? Might not be a good idea.
Yep, they're gonna go for that kickback. They've managed to catch out that pesky Enchantress. easy kill there onto Nuts, and it's a full retreat for Reality Rift.
It almost feels like he's baiting the movement coming up from Neon because your Storm has just fall at the mid lane. And then you're still doing this. It almost feel like it was intentional for them to do that. Maybe they just want to buy more time for Juggernaut and Beastmaster.
Hustler maybe trying to set up onto Rappy. Looks like he tried. Oh, so cheeky.
It's a good try.
If you're a solo support and you can grab a kill on the off lane, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, you're also forcing this Wench to be really paranoid. He has to always stick with his core, making sure that he's performing swaps, saves.
Look at all the summons following KYXY as well. This is not just a couple summons. This is an army.
Yeah, an army by himself.
And it's just gonna get worse.
Drew?
Can they go for Drew? Hustler's near, but they should know that the Skywrath is nearby.
It's really scary whenever I see them pushing because whenever Drew or anyone is doing this, and you look at the mini-map, there's not a lot of heroes behind him. Storm is farming at the mid lane, Ange is at the top lane. And he has to know there's always a Rupture plus Swap combo.
Yep. But the KYXY is nearby as well. So it might not be too bad. Maybe they're feeling confident. The smoke up from Neon. But there's no one here.
Yeah. Now that Scam has already gotten his basic items up, the drum plus Yasha.
Did they see the summons? They should be seeing the Necro units, all the wars as well. Looks like Enchantress broke the smoke. So the gig is up. Oh, they're coming in with the Alacrity. Got the pullback. They have to have the damage to kill off Yopaj before he could do anything. Yopaj trying to make a retreat himself. Nuts quite low, but they've managed to snipe off the Venomancer. So no Venomancer for you. But there's a lot of AoE damage with that Magnetite. Everyone's slowly going down. Neon, they need to make this fight happen for them. Scam so low, having to back on out. He doesn't want to lose his life here. It's looking pretty good so far. Looks like we might be able to finish this for Alacrity. He's got a little bit more mana left. He really wants Scam. He gets him. Big kills for the Storm Spirit. He might just have to give his life away, but he did what he wanted. Just killing off that Bloodseeker. And now poor Daniel all alone wanting to stun on Hustler and won't get it.
What was Scam doing there? He was so greedy. He tried to linger around and hoping that he can get a kill on the Storm Spirit. But Alacrity spots out him first.
Yep, Nuts going to be able to walk on out of here. Although Hustler might not be so fortunate on this Skywrath Mage. He's going to try and slowly play hard back, but it looks like that's... Oh!
Oh, we missed
no!
Oh,
that's sad.
They're so close.
He must be sad. That must hurt.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That being said though, they have amazing reach to be honest. If they are going to this team fight and they have to chase to finish off R, they definitely can do so. That you have to...
Oh, they've got so much mobility,
Yes.
it's ridiculous. Oh man. It always seems like for every fight they just need that little bit more. But they just don't quite have it.
Yeah. Nonetheless, I think that was acceptable for Neon. They were trying to force a fight coming out from R for a long time.
They've also managed to preserve that bottom tower that Reality Rift have been trying so hard to push for the past almost 10 minutes now.
Look at Geno. Every time he responds, he's just coming back to this jungle and try to zone out all the...
Overhaul. Yep. Alacrity though going to try and go for this kill onto Daniel. His alone Beastmaster's nearby as well. KYXY just in case there are going to be any issues going onto the low ground. Looks like Bloodseeker found Alacrity, but he won't be able to get the Rupture off. Look at the zippage here. They really want KYXY. They say, we can't have Alacrity fight. We're going to get someone else. It's going to be this Beastmaster. Oh, Hustler. Hustler's decided to stick around. Does he have a TP? Ah, looking down. Oh, he tries to go for the kill onto the Venomancer as well. Looks like 2 will drop on the side of Reality Rift.
R is getting a little bit sloppy here. I think they are starting to get impatient that they didn't get the bottom tier 2 tower as early as they should be. I think they really have to just commit this 5 men onto the bottom lane if you really want to get down the tower. Most of the time, KY is always going into the jungle without any reinforcement for his team, from his team.
Is there a chance that maybe, because if we're looking at the entire map when that engagement happened, Reality Rift, they had 2, they did have 3, although Alacrity did retreat, but they always have heroes in that bottom lane, and because Neon is so paranoid, they're constantly camping bottom, meaning that no one's farming top, no one's farming mid. Are they maybe doing this to choke out Neon, to make them constantly paranoid?
Yeah, maybe. That's a good thought, but then I think if you are doing this, you also might give out a lot of free kills to Neon. So I'm not sure if how worth it would be.
They might lose the Beastmaster again.
Once again.
Yeah. Drew's nearby though, but if he really want to show himself, they've got people coming in. There's Hustler with the slow, but the finish off will be there for KYXY. Drew! Oh no, and they're gonna lose nuts as well. Reality Rift! Oh, this is not what they want, and it's next to their tower as well. They're looking for Hustler, they're still chasing. Again, this was the chase potential that you were talking about. They found this Skyrun mage, they're diving to Drews for these kills. Venomancer coming in with the ult as well. Silence on the storm, they're going to get Alacrity as well.
See you later, nerd. See you later, nerd.
What are you guys doing?
Oh, the flop. Oh, the big flop.
Oh man.
They fell into the trap of just slowly trickling in one by one, and they pretty much just got rid of that lead that they started with.
Yeah, 6k goal lead cut all the way back to 2, and at this point the goal lead doesn't really feel like a big matter right now. I think this really shows our disconnection that we have seen from yesterday to today. Most of the time KY wants to be the one being aggressive, but his team wasn't really on the same page with him. That's why he has been feeding so many free kills to Neon for the past 5 minutes, trying to take down the bottom tower.
Oh man, look at the aggressive position for Neon now. After winning that fight on Reality Rift's turf, now they're starting to plant themselves onto Reality Rift's side of the map. And all of a sudden, all that map control that they accumulated, it's all in Neon's favor. Now you've got to be a bit careful now because you're getting items on some of these big cores on Neon. Skem, who was merely just a rupture bot before, now he's going to really start hunting you down in those team fights.
Yeah, and because of all of these comeback kills, right? Ember's Bloodseeker is already at level 9, but KYXY.
That's Primal War on cooldown as well for the next 80. And look at them all, they're actually going to start hunting down that Beastmaster if he doesn't get out of vision. Yeah, TP's out as well, he's afraid. Man, that dominance from Reality Rift early game. It seems like this tends to be the issue with Reality Rift. They manage to accumulate such a nice lead, and then they just slowly give it away. Yeah. Whether it be intentional or an accident, we don't know. We don't know how the team is trying to execute their strat, but it's just, they always seem to be able to give away that big lead.
Yeah, I think this all comes down to the team not playing on the same page. As I said, KY tried to take down the bottom 2 tower, but his team probably didn't want to commit to that.
Oh, the smokes. Both teams are smoked up as well. Play hard, it's going to be broken there by KY. So I have no idea what they are. There's no vision. And right away, they're going to lose that Beastmaster. Yeah, he had no more and more. And they're going to be losing that Enchantress too. Nuts going to melt in this team fight next with Alacrity. He has to zip on out of there. He was running low on mana. Hustler going into the middle of the fight, but he also sacrifices himself. And all of that for what? To delay the Roche? But they just finished the Deso on Skem.
Yeah, I think Neon did a really good job though. They fixed a Roshan, killed the Hawk,
and now they could really do Roshan.
They immediately smoked after that, and just make advantage of this hour confusion for, you know, sometimes teams have to talk to themselves. Okay guys, do you want to contest this draw? Do you not want to just want to give them away? And while you're communicating, Neon is hitting on your door already.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, this is going to be quite painful. Maybe suffering some same emotions as yesterday.
It's the tough one to recover, especially now that they have give away their 6k goal lead. Spawn Spirit, I think he really needs a BKB coming out from all the silence and small cities disabled from Neon, but he has committed to a Storm, to a U Scepter, so you don't really want to go use the class BKB. Because they really minimize your aggressiveness, so he's forced to go for Bloodstone after this use pickup.
Yeah, maybe Yopaj being a bit too much of a threat with the silence as well. We saw what happened the moment Alacrity got hit by the silence. He was dead within minutes, not even minutes, sorry, seconds. Oh my goodness. Mindbreaker being picked up here by that Juggernaut, at least dropped. And Veno's going to be aiming for the Aghanim, so that's going to be a lot of damage over time. And the issue when you're dealing with an Aghanim Veno is that this early on as well, that's so much damage to deal with. It's not lethal, but it basically means if you get hit by it, you're a ticking time bomb in those team fights. If you team fight for too long, you're just going to accumulate so much damage that you're probably just going to drop before it ends.
And it also synergizes really good with the Berserker, right?
Oh, they found through insta-TP.
That swap? Nah,
I don't think they can
went
reach
too
him.
far.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking about the agonyms on Vano, it also makes everybody low enough so that your Dupless is running so fast, hitting so quick. And we talk about how good healing ward from Juggernaut is
Actually,
against
it's
Vano.
not just that, right? Like, you're dealing with Venom ult, but you're also having to deal with the Magnetize.
Yeah.
And so much damage, like so much AoE damage for those team fights. It's basically just, you're giving Scam steroids, pretty much.
And he's going for this Daso mute that just hits so hard, allows him to be so aggressive and take down heroes so fast. I think I'm loving this build coming up from Scam. He didn't want to go for BKB because he knows that he's strong enough. There's enough damage from his teammate to power him up.
I don't think there's any way they can blow up the Bloodseeker as well. 2.3k HP, 30 minutes in. And if you look at the burst, you'd have to have Hustler just throw everything onto Scam to even get close to a kill.
And you can always rely on General's Vengeful Spirit to perform a swap to save you from that. And this is really the weakness of R right now from the draft. All they can do is rely on Beastmaster to go in, draw one guy, and then pop the Mystic Flare from Skyroth, and then you still might not get one kill.
Yeah, it's just maybe they relied too much on that burst for the beginning of the game, because it did happen in the beginning. It was very quick. They would just grab these very quick, clean kills. But now those kills, it's not going to be so clean anymore because there's more time for everyone to react.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be those defensive spells, in particular that swap. So important for making sure that allies don't just get bursted down. Is there anything else that Reality Rift can do? Because up until this point, they have been very aggressive. They've been hunting around for kills. They tried to assert their dominance on the map. Whatever they accomplished before, they don't have it now. Can they maybe resort to split push or some kind of smoke gank pickoffs? Like there has to be something left that they can do.
Yeah, we talk about how good the burst damage coming from R is. Its word is bad in terms of team fight, but if you want to use that for pickoff, it's perfect. You just try to isolate where you need to identify where the wench is, and then try to avoid the wench and go for another course that is not protected by him.
Because we've also run into this issue as well that Neon, they know if they're together that heroes shouldn't die right off the bat, right? They'll have each other to at least back themselves up. And let's say Reality Rift, they can't execute the pickoffs. They've positioned themselves here to actually slow down the pushes and even potentially try and go for split push. How successfully can they execute the split push? I know Storm is one of the best heroes for split push. It's very elusive, very difficult to kill. But outside of that Storm Spirit,
I mean, Beastmaster could do that,
yeah.
Enchantress could do that as well, but they need to use all their summons to do that. And they have to be really careful because the catching potential, like we just said, from Neon is super great. You have the Ember Spirit.
I think Yopaj, right? The biggest threat
yes.
for catching heroes. Yopaj is really turning into a monster here as well. He's got his own BKB, so there's no way you can burst down the Earth Spirit anymore.
Yeah, so he's making sure that he'll always be able to stay in the fight and making sure the Magnetize do as much damage as possible. And we talk about how good Vengeful Swap is, and if you look at the difference between the supports from both teams, Ember Spirit and Venge are just going to be stronger and stronger throughout the game. And Ench and Skyroth, their effectiveness is going to be minimized throughout the game because the cores from Neon are just going to pick up BKBs, use Scepter, the pipe as well to mitigate most of the damage.
What's the role of the Enchantress now? Because Enchantress, she's famed for that early game pressure that she can apply. She's great for pushing, but now we're coming into the mid game. She's fallen behind, unfortunately. Nuts being killed one too many times. I think he would have preferred not to die at all, but what can you really be doing with this Enchantress now?
I think when you are not ahead and when you are not dominating, you really... Another thing that you could do is to use your summon and try to scout out the enemy's position, try to open some vision for a team to give more information. And right now, I'm just thinking, if you are not going to do damage in the team fight, then just try to absorb as much damage as you can for your cores in the team fight, so your cores have a better environment to do their damage.
We've got high ground here from Scam, just going to be freely hitting that tower. And with the Deso as well, he's just cutting through this tower like butter. Where is everyone for Reality Rift? They're slowly trickling in, but they've lost the tower. They'll quickly zip in with Alacrity, maybe trying to force out a swap of some kind. They didn't really flinch. Neon, they're not afraid at all, and they just get a free Rax.
Yeah, they have no good wave clears. Their drop was designed to be playing ahead. And playing behind is really hard for them because right now Juggernaut wants to go in for the Omni Slash, but if you couldn't kill anybody with that, you know that you are just going to be useless. You are not going to be able to do a lot of DPS right click. And his build is really designed for...
Oh, got the Rupture on Drew. Scam.
Swap is coming.
They're going to try and heal him up with Nuts though. There's the spin. So Drew slowly trickling HP. He's actually trying to hide in the tree line. They managed to find him though, straight into the Manta. They blow up that Scam. Oh, the Bloodseeker. He's got the Aegis though. He's got another life to work with. Alacrity trying to come in from the back line. He wants to kill off that Earth Spirit. He will get play hard. And now is it going to be Neon on the retreat? Hustler actually being chased out by Yopaz. Going to be hit with the Yule. Rolling back into the fight. They really want to catch out Alacrity Storm Spirit. They managed to silence Yopaz on that Earth Spirit. He gets pulled in as well. No chance to cast any storm. They will lose Yopaz. Also that Venomancer Scam going to try and finish off the Beastmaster. He will cut him off. Nuts very low. Likely going to be finished off by Janual on that Vengeful Spirit, who now tries to hide under the guise of the invisibility, but that won't be enough to protect him either. Very costly there for Neon, but I think at the end of the day, you lose that fight. Does it really matter? You've taken the Raxes. What can you really do if you're a Reality Rift?
Well, I mean, at least they're buying a little bit of breathing time for themselves. They cut the goal lead to 4K. Oh, that was nonetheless a successful defense from them. I'm quite surprised that they managed to blew up Bloodseeker at the first place. I think the Boar from KOXY was doing a really good job in slowing down Wench, so he couldn't get close enough to Bloodseeker to swap him. And right now Bloodseeker has completed Butterfly, so we won't be seeing a Divine or a Monkey King Bar very soon from any hero from SFR, so this Butterfly is going to do a lot of value to Bloodseeker.
And we've also got another item picked up here for the Scarif Mage. He's got the Blink Dagger, so positioning wise it might be easier for Hustler to actually get some of these ATOS snipes.
Yes, his main purpose right now is to get to the Wench, so that he bursts down the Wench, making sure that there's no swap save from his team, so his team can go for the other targets. You know that the Bloodseeker has not committed to BKB, so there's always a slight chance for you to burst him down if you get rid of the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, I think we saw that earlier as well, just losing Scam in a matter of seconds, but they did have the Aegis, so maybe not a sense of urgency in Scam, knowing that, okay, Scam's not dead, he's still going to come back, we'll try and come and help him afterwards. It didn't quite work out, unfortunately, but they did what they had to do. It looks like they've actually managed to find Alacrity. Oh, that's right, excuse me, that's Nuts. Good old Nuts, going back to the fountain.
Yeah,
some thinking time.
That's fine. He's blocking a smoke. Oh, but that's not fine now. Okay,
Drew, they can't afford to lose Drew. He's got no TP as well. It's on cooldown, so he really needs to get out of there. Swapped all the way back. Oh, he's flash! Oh, he didn't manage to get it off. He actually got stunned. Literally at the moment he wanted to cast it, you could hear him say, "Oh, me!"
Oh, never mind. Huh.
Oh, Drew.
I mean, right now you just are trying to split push all the lanes as much as they can to buy breathing time. I don't know what kind of proactive move they can make now to bring them back into this game, because it looks like Neon is not giving them. They are not making mistakes for R to capitalize on.
They're looking for Hustler. Oh no! Oh, so close. Almost got him there.
Radiant's bottom. Radiant's
all right, that's a big win.
That's a lot of time wasted too. A lot of heroes actually wanted to commit to that kill on Hustler. That's a little bit of breathing room for KYXY in that top lane, and more farming time for Alacrity too.
Yeah, right now they're just throwing body just to buy time and get the lane split out.
This is probably the disadvantage you're going to run into if you're Neon as well. You are so strong when you team fight, but when it comes to split push, it's either you bring everybody or nobody, it looks like.
Yeah, and also when you're dealing with this split push lane, right, you don't really want to be alone there, because you always have the chance of getting sniped by the Raw plus Skyrath ultimate or by the Storm. So every time you see Neon Squad going to deal with to fix lane, they're always going with a 2 to 3 man unit. And this really, like you said, they're wasting a lot of time dealing with this.
Now, speaking of the no BKB on Scam, he has just picked it up, so now there shouldn't be a way for Skyrath to blow him up, although there is always that slim chance of killing someone off before they even notice, right?
Yeah.
But This is probably the time to shine if you're Neon. Push in with all your major items to go up to high ground. Of course, Roshan's going to be a pretty big factor, but can they afford to wait for Rosh? It looks like they want to fight instead. Beautiful change by the Ember. Getting caught out by the Yule. He's silenced up, getting pulled back by Alacrity, and they will lose the Ember right off the bat. Beastmaster in the meantime gets sniped off. Alacrity trying to come into the backline. He's got that BKB, but he's taking a lot of damage. So is Skem though, trying to run away with his BKB. Can they chase down this Bloodseeker? This Storm really wants this kill, and they will get that pesky Bloodseeker. That was his first usage as well, and they lost a big fight.
Wow, how did Alacrity deal so much damage? He get like a triple kill in 2 seconds time. I think that was a very successful Omni Slash as well. We went full duration, dealing as much damage as he can, and just in time for Roshan. This is a bold move from Neon. They were charging onto the high ground without vision.
Maybe they thought that they'll be able to win with Skem's BKB because obviously they were looking for the Rosh timing to push high ground, right? So maybe they were hoping if we win the team fight here, then we can go straight to the Rosh pit. But it seemed that maybe they just weren't prepared for Reality Rift in their own jungle. Oh man.
And most importantly, Alacrity is level 25 now. So he's got the talent. He'll be able to still push lanes so much better than before.
And then even if Neon decides to go high ground, it's so hard to push into that Storm Spirit because he gets free damage on the creep waves. It's so difficult to prevent him from doing this.
Nice BKB pickup as well from Storm Spirit. That was the reason why they were able to win the fight. Finally, they're going to take down the mid tower at 37 minutes. I think this has been the biggest factor why were they not advancing their game pace. It's because the tower is always standing there.
They were so busy and they were very content on trying to push the bottom T2 for the longest time. So they're going to try and cut through all these towers now. Just trying to take all this gold for themselves. They managed to finish a Hurricane Pike onto Nuts. So the Enchantress at least has a force, at least has the wall. They're going to try go for that storm. They get the Primal Roar onto that Earth Spirit. They had the stun swap. This there, BKB gets caught. So Yopag no longer an insta-target to take down. Ember Spirit actually getting used into the air. The silence onto Nuts. Doesn't really matter though. Looks like Skem really wants to kill the Enchantress. It's actually wasting some of Skem's time, but it doesn't really matter because they got the kill that they're looking for. Everyone on Reality Rift is dead. Aegis getting popped onto the storm. Can they silence him in time? Zips out, gets a free kill. Still trying to run away. He is leaving a trail of his... Can they chase him? Hasted. Oh, it's so lucky there.
Finally, we are starting to see a pattern now.
This game is just seesawing.
Yeah, like anyone that wants to charge up to the high ground without vision are just going to lose the team fight. I think teams need to start noticing this now. You don't want to be charging high ground without vision. And instantly, oh my god, this is Neon knocking on our door again.
Yep. Now remember though, this is going to be Alacrity doing Storm Spirit things. Just going to send his remnants out to try and get some free damage on those creeps. They get the glyph off as well. They really want to delay this. But remember, you got a Deso on that Bloodseeker. He's still trying to slow down that creep wave.
The Sub-Duress is really good as well for the extra damage. -5 armor reduction on towers. I think one big thing is also they tried to initiate on the Earth Spirit, which has an Assault plus BKB and also Venge for the swap. And then they wasted most of their time for that.
Yeah, he's so tanky.
Yeah, they invested a raw even. So after that, if you spend so much spells on the Earth Spirit and you couldn't take him down, and the fight just turned tight.
So both teams kind of on the edge here, both seesawing. The only difference is that Reality Rift don't have a Rax advantage. They haven't taken any Raxes. It's 2 sets of Raxes currently for Neon, so the creep advantage, especially at 40 minutes in, it's a pretty big deal because you can't simply make those aggressive plays. You have to have someone constantly coming back to clear the creep wave. But luckily for Reality Rift, they have someone like Alacrity on the Storm Spirit, right? So that's very mobile, can zip around all over the map to clear the creeps, but it's quite pricey for him because remember the mana cost. He can't come into the fight with half mana. We've seen what happens if he doesn't have mana. He just gets destroyed.
I think they have to go on the same target together, which is the easier target. They want to eliminate the easy target first and then go for the tough target, especially the Venge and the Vano or the Ember Spirit even. Cypher is building a lot of utility items, use Force Staff, Dagger, just to make himself, just to make sure that he gets a beautiful ultimate off. Beastmaster should have his BKB completed already.
We'll just see in the career. I think it's getting delivered now, yeah.
Yeah, Scarab is moving. He's getting a Hex swing, so that's going to be really big in bursting down someone. But once again, you want to be bursting down the right hero during the team fight.
Yeah. So we're starting to get a lot of these BKBs. Unfortunately, though, some of the BKBs now are going to be very short in duration. And it's really going to hurt as well. Are you surprised that maybe Drew hasn't picked up his own BKB? I know ideally you don't want to get a BKB on the Juggernaut, but do you feel maybe there is a sense in getting that BKB for that Jug?
Maybe not now. I think he has a lot other more items that he needs to get. After the Abyssal Blade, he might want to get a Monkey King bar to deal with the butterfly from the Bloodseeker. But BKB, like you say, it feels like a necessity right now, because if you're not going to kill people, or if you're not going to kill anyone with your Omni Slash, you need some other ways to deal damage as well, and BKB sounds like a necessity for him.
Yeah.
Maybe not so soon, but definitely maybe later.
We'll have to keep an eye out for that, and looks like we're going to have a big group up here for Neon, wanting to push that bottom lane, but look at where everyone is for Reality Rift. They're actually going to try and roam through the enemy jungle. No one's home, unfortunately, and they should know that Skem's here. And with all the vision that they have currently, very sure they have an idea as to where Neon is.
They really want to come back now. They don't want to just give another free Rex to Neon once again.
It might be Mega Kick if they don't come home now.
TP, guys.
Are they TPing?
No. At least the Storm has to come back first.
No, because anyone home? Reality Rift, where are you at? You're losing your towers. They got the Storm nearby. Everyone's coming in slowly, but I'm not sure if it's soon enough because they've lost the tower. They're going to be fighting on the high ground. Nova gets thrown out by Rappy. Alacrity, though, he is down to half HP. His BKB duration slowly starting to run on out. They almost managed to get play hard there, but the Ember getting swapped out by Janual. They were chasing Hustler, not quite able to finish, but here comes that Storm. Full mana, full HP. He went back to Fountain. They should be able to get Scam Hustler. They got the roar in. They kill off that Bloodseeker, and now the chase is on. But they don't have anything to cancel the TP.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, managed to find the Earth Spirit. That's the big one. If they can get in front of him, they can prevent that rollout. If he can get it, looks like he won't. He will get two. And they have no buyback from either hero as well.
Yeah, interestingly, Bloodseeker ran all the way to the left, and his team was all the way at the right, so nobody was there to help him out.
Look at play hard though.
He's trying to just cut some wave here. I think both Enchantress and Beastmaster has already charged down bottom, mid lane. They are looking to force a buyback coming out from Neon, but
is the Ember visible? Is the Ember visible? They have a ward in that jungle. Should be visible. I think they would have seen the play hard coming in through that jungle. Tower goes down. No Bloodseeker, no Earth Spirit. This is a pretty big deal. Is this just the death push?
This is at least one Rex for R.
They've got a Nova available still on Rappy, so that could be what they need to sort of buy time here. They have the glyph. If they can get those play boards out as well, damage from that could be really important. There's Nova.
Nice,
they get the swap out there. Yeah, they managed to get the kill into play hard. They're getting another one. It's onto Janual. They do have the buyback on the bench, but they've already got Rappy left, and he's already used his Nova.
Do they have the guts to throw this?
Are they going to throw, or are they just going to Rax?
They should know that there's no buyback from Earth Spirit and the Bloodseeker already.
Okay,
they have the already buyback, so
they're going for the next Rax. So they maybe want to try and equalize here and play it safe. Skem's back in 5 seconds though. They've got to hurry up. The Deso working into play here for Drew. 2 sets of Raxes. Do they stick around or do they leave?
The permanent just leave.
They're going to have to hurry up because we've seen the chasing power of that Bloodseeker.
Yeah. Okay, right now, more or less, I think RR is pretty comfortable with what their situation is now. They have better initiation with the Storm and with the Beastmaster as well. Storm can also always just jump, zip in, zip out, and try to just harass off. Oh wait, he popped a BKB.
I'm assuming that was his 10-second BKB too.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta test and see if that's real.
Just gotta check, does this thing work?
Yeah, the good thing is Neon doesn't know about that. So
they don't have the
as
vision,
long as you don't take a fight for the next 50 seconds, you should be alright.
small mistakes, but as long as they play it safe here, it should be alright. This game isn't over yet though. It all comes down to one team fight, and most importantly, buyback status, right? We're getting late into the game, death timers are getting really long as well, and they're gonna try and check for Roche, but Roche isn't up quite yet. Got the Hawk on the high ground too, so both teams keeping their eyes on that Roche pit.
Double damage!
This is the revenge smoke that we are talking about. Wipe me instantly and rush my smoke back and take the fight back to you. But Alacrity has a DD rune. Whew.
Yeah, Alacrity's on fire as well.
Alright, both teams playing Mahjong right now in their high ground. No one is making a move until they see another one.
They're gonna start with Alacrity just showing Gopaz. They managed to find Rafi though, but Scans here tries to go into the storm. They were able to fully lock him down. They should lose Rafi in a minute. The Vent is down there. They've got no spot from Jaguar. It was also off cooldown. They lost the Emperor as well. Heroes are still alive for the Dire, and they're slowly chipping away at the Radiant. Scan is going to be alone soon. The Earth Spirit, the only one surviving. Rafi fights back, but what does it really matter? It's a Venom with no Nova.
This DD rune is making Alacrity life so easy right now. They play this team fight perfectly as well. They caught the Ember Spirit, so that forced the Vital Spirit to commit the swap on him. So there's no more save for the other cores because they don't have buyback.
And I think this is just over?
Probably.
They got two buybacks.
There's a buyback from Bloodseeker though, but this is a 2 versus 5.
It's going to be tough, and especially considering that the other hero alive is the Venom.
R has a man up here.
They really need that Nova to cool down right now. If they get the Poison Nova off, then at least they can start to get the... They need to buff up the Bloodseeker. They need to do something to delay this. Alright, Nova is off cooldown, but how ballsy does Rafi want to be here?
I mean, how ballsy can you be though? Yeah,
he has to go in. He gets it onto 3. He won't get it onto the back lines. They're just focusing down these T4 towers. They just don't care. The game's gone so late that does the Poison Nova really matter anymore? They go in. They silence the Bloodseeker. They pull him up. Scum is gone.
GG.
That's it. The game is over.
Alacrity got. What else can they say?
They had to happen, right? Like, Neon, they used absolutely everything in that last team fight, and it was all down to Skem and Rafi. It almost feels as if Rafi, if he was a different hero, maybe we could have seen it.
Get you out of my mind. It's like I feel it for the first time. Been thinking about you all night. I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? For the wrong guys, they keep telling me it's alright. How could I be so blind? I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? Take you there. Can I take you there? Can I take you there?
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out.
and I are working here today is evidence of that.
5 seconds remaining.
Back then, they were finding a lot of success because Raging Potato was always being this one that's pushing that limit to the edge, so that it gives Scam some more room to perform, I think. Because Raging Potato was always getting all this firepower from the opponent, and then it freed up Scam a little bit. But this time, you see Rappy on the Venomancer, he was most of the time just waiting to go in with the big ultimate, and Scam most of the time is getting focused down by the enemy.
Yeah, I think you can kind of compare Raging Potato to someone like Zai from Team Secret. They kind of play the same role, flashy, crazy, but they can hold their own ground even if they kind of get collapsed on. And I think with the absence of Raging Potato, Neon Esports, like Arthur mentioned, kind of fell back to a more stable playstyle instead of going full on flashy and crazy.
Yeah. It looks like the draft is ready, folks. So let's jump right in and see what we're going to be picking for game 2. Now, of course, Neon, they're going to be looking to try and take this next game after taking a loss in game 1. But for Reality Rift, best case scenario here, they get a 2-0 and then they finally get 3 points, which will make them feel rather comfortable sitting on the leaderboard. I think we were talking about this coming into the stream as well. This was off stream, just in case anyone was wondering. And it seems that if you can secure a couple of 2-0s, you've more or less secured yourself for the season, and you don't need to worry so much about the bottom 2, which is the scariest thing, right? Bottom 2 teams of the leaderboard unfortunately get knocked out.
Yeah, the bottom line is you just don't want to be 9th or 10th place, right? And then after that, the difference is just whether you are in the upper bracket or in the lower bracket. That's pretty much it.
And especially the first few series, right? If you are able to get some 2-0s, it puts you in a pretty good position. And for the later games, you can start to try out new stuff. You can start to develop a different kind of strategy. So you're not so constrained to playing your best strategy and showing. I think he did well, and they will go back for it again. I kind of feel a visage coming out from Neon, to be honest.
Interesting.
Venge Mirana.
So yeah, they go back for the Venge. Daniel did play a very good Venge. His positioning early game was on point. He was very hard to take out. Late game, you can't really blame him. You're up against a Storm Spirit, one of the best backliners.
Yeah, Geno has been very famous for this defensive hero, Oracle, Venge, that always come in with the clutch save, and he was almost Husky MVP as well if Neon was to win the game.
Yeah, he was going to be my MVP if Neon took that game 1. I think even though he's a defensive support, but he did a lot of work. I think the more aggressive support that he does play if needed was probably the Earthshaker. That's pretty much it. Other than that, those are all play hard job. But this Mirana could very well be a core because of this Venge.
Yeah, do they want something that can limit the effectiveness of Mirana, like an Abaddon, like an LC? I know these heroes are not in the meta, but these are the favorite KYXY heroes.
Ember as well could be a good choice. Oh, there we go.
Legion Commander.
Legion Commander.
I mean, it is one of... to the Beastmaster, he could play very aggressive. He was the main initiator. Legion does the same thing. You can play very aggressive with the Legion if you can stack up the extra attack from all the duels. Maybe KYXY ends up being a semi-core as well.
Yeah, the super strong lane, and it opens up another possibility for Skyrock as well, right?
Yeah,
Half-Life hero once again, and they have been really finding a lot of success with this LC and Skyrock way in the earlier months.
Yeah, I think for Legion Commander, he is going to eventually transition into a core, regardless of how you build him. You can build full aura, you can go a bit of damage, but the nature of Legion Commander just allows him to do damage regardless. So probably the only thing they have to worry about is, again, the Venge swap. But other than that, if this LC can get on the Venge herself, there's nothing that Neon Esports can do.
Yeah, I think they are really eyeing on the Skyroth pick here because they ban out the Tuskar to prevent the save, and it's also one of Playhard very favorite hero. But I want to see another layer of initiation from RR because you don't want to be putting all the eggs in the LC basket because there's always going to be the Wench for the save. So you want something that can jump to the back line to deal with the Wench, something like a Watt Spirit, Storm Spirit once again, or even the Ember is still in the pool.
They can even go Clock if they want.
Yeah, he's still in the pool.
Yeah, the Clock good against Venge. You can find the Mirana with the Rocket Flare as well. And if you really want, you can go for the Rocket Flare through side talent. Even though it's not picked up commonly, but that gives a bit of detection when you use it.
Is there a chance we actually see a Hustler Earth Spirit? Also really good backline support.
Yeah.
Really get into the backlines, cause a lot of issues.
Silencers are so good against Wench, Mirana, and the Pangolier.
And the Pango, they all hate, you know, the Earth Spirit. But this also opens up a possible Grimstroke pick.
Yeah. Grimstroke 4, I don't know if Hustler played too much of that.
No, he doesn't, unfortunately.
Yeah. I really like the Spirit suggestion from Danley here. Skyroth Mage looks like just a lot of single damage, single burst, but Spirit gives you that kind of AoE.
So he still wants the Skyroth combination with the Legion, it looks like.
Still gonna play fast.
Okay, play fast, play furious.
When you are back onto the walls, you have to desperately get the 3 points. Just go back to your best pick, best heroes.
This is where I think the Juggernaut of even Faceless Void now looks pretty good for RR.
Faceless looks great. Yeah, you got a lot of setup. You have the Enchantress that can benefit from the Chronos. Skyroth Mage, of course, one of the best heroes to utilize a Chronosphere.
These are all backliners, right? You can just go to the backline. You get a blink on LC. Faceless Void has the Time Walk. You can always just jump the backline.
Yeah, and they are lacking a lot of AoE now from RR draft. Another hero I was thinking to myself was Ricky. Ricky's pretty good against the Pango on lane. Also, it deals with the backline really well as well, especially the Venge.
Awesome against Venge. Even against Mirana, you can leap away when there's a smoke screen on you.
I think we are going to see a core Mirana here because Pangolier, most of the time when they pick this hero, it will be played by Playhard on the post 4. So leave Mirana on the 1 or the 2. And we have seen Scam play this hero.
Yeah, and I think RR can go for the Storm or even the Void Spirit at this point. There's so many choices. Oh, there we go, the Pugna.
I know you guys are talking about Pugna today.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised that we've seen a couple of PA games. We've seen Ursa, but Pugna was never kind of the option for teams going up against those heroes.
Kanka is so good right here, honestly.
Yeah, Kanka is so good.
Neon picking up this Pugna. So what's the Pugna's role here for Neon Esports? Is this to sort of brick wall some of the aggression from Reality Rift? We know Pugna's very good at pushing as well. What do you want to do with this Pugna pick?
I think first of all, this is a direct counter to Skyroth and the Enchantress.
Yeah.
So you are not able to just spam your spells in a team fight. But this and it gives them the tower push that they are looking for as well.
Yeah, and also if he can get his hands, if he can get a massive lead, he just destroys the Ancient Skywrath. They are so squishy. You can go for like a Veil of Discord into like a Dagon. You can just blow the supports up. And his Decrepify also helps if this LC wants to do someone. This really discourages your almost all the post ones that they have to rely on right click. So the Ember is probably one of the better post ones that you don't have to constantly right click. You rely on the Slide of Fist, the Mjolnir, the Fire Remnant, so that the Decrepify doesn't feel too bad. And you have the Flame Guard as well to deal with his Nether Blast.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're going into our last phase here. So Anti-Mage being banned out by Neon Esports. Afraid of a possible Drew Anti-Mage. I don't think we've really seen him play that as of late.
Yeah.
Is it a Drew hero? Anti-Mage?
Not really. Yeah, but they really want to protect this Pugna pick. Means that this Pugna more than likely is going to be one of the cores.
Yeah, because if this Anti-Mage goes through, they have no way to do the AM. It's a free AM game.
Yeah, they don't have much stuns as well.
5 seconds.
So we're just waiting for Reality Rift for their final ban. Any heroes that sort of fit nicely into these two drafts?
I think for Neon Esports now, you are really looking at...
I think Ricky is really good here for R.
Ricky is good for R. For Neon, they need someone to kind of frontline. Assuming that this is a play hard Pango, you will need like maybe a I don't know, Underlord doesn't do well. Maybe a Centaur again.
So you guys are suspecting it's going to be a Rappy hero picked for the last?
Yeah, very well could be.
Because unfortunately, one of Rappy's best heroes is Pugna. So it might not be a Rappy hero.
Ooh, respect from R.
Okay, so Drew going to be playing the Spectre again. But I think the difference between last game and this game with the Spectre is that now at least it can fall back to Alacrity, right? It's not just the Spectre show, it can also be the Ember show. Dazzle. All right, last pick Dazzle. Who's playing this?
I'm super worried.
Yeah,
with this Dazzle pick.
So squishy.
This is like Neon Esports just trying to keep their cause alive. You know the saying of, instead of playing to lose, you have to play to win. And it seems like playing not to lose. Yeah. I think Neon Esports, they are just trying to play as safe as possible with this Dazzle pick. You can survive the atomic bomb from the Skyrim Mystic Flare, but it doesn't matter if you cannot kill the cores of Reality Rift.
It just looks like they got 2 defensive, even 3, I suppose. Pugna, Decrep can also come in handy. It won't protect you from the Scarif Mage, of course, but...
The RR lineup just allows them to run at Neon Esports, and there's very little way for them to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean...
Spec, Ember, LC, Skyra with the ATOS. Oh my goodness.
Neon Esports draft is really one-dimensional as well. If they don't end this game at 30 minutes mark, they have no ways to deal with the Spectre, no ways to deal with the Ember Spirit as well.
Yeah, this is a 30-minute game. Like, if Neon Esports doesn't end the game by 30 minutes, they are in a lot of trouble.
Alright, so it looks like Neon looking a bit shaky, but who knows, maybe they have a strat with this. Maybe they run something crazy as they've been talking about recently, right? Neon actually succeeding with a lot of those crazy plays. Predictions before we jump into the game.
2-0.
This looks like an RR game.
It looks like an RR 2-0?
Yeah.
Like they unless RR screws up like yesterday, then it's pretty much their game. They have a huge draft advantage over Neon.
I do think so as well. Drew's back once again.
Yep.
Is he going to be a hero? We'll see, and we'll check out very soon. But at least I think he has the confidence to carry this, because they're picking the Spectre last. It means that I think he's asking for that hero.
Yeah, and Neon, they need to win the lane, right? They have to constantly just not miss a single beat. The more time you give over to RR, the happier RR will feel, because you're playing with the Spec.
Alright, so it looks like the predictions are going to be 2-0 for the panel. Will they be correct? We'll find out. But for now, let's jump into the game and see who will take the second game.
Winning!
Alright, Arthur, it's a bit of a shaky draft for Neon, but hopefully they have a plan with this.
Yeah, it's a post-5 Pugna actually, so it's gonna play the role of power bank.
Oh, so Yopaj is playing the bench.
They are trying to push this tempo as fast as possible, and like we said, 30 minutes is their time. They're playing with a huge time clock here.
So, looking at everyone's lanes so far, what are the roles and how are the lane matchups? Like, what lanes are they going to win here? Or what lanes should they win, actually?
I don't know if they could even win lanes, to be honest. You are having this Wench against Ember Spirit. I think Ember is just going to get off this lane pretty good. And bottom lane as well is traditionally strong. LC and Skyraf against Mirana and Pugna. That these heroes are, Neon's heroes are really elusive and squishy against RR's hero, even from the laning phase. And top lane, I think top lane is the only lane that they really want to succeed on, is to pressure out Spectre and force him into jungle as early as possible and take down this early tower so that they can take over the jungle of RR and try to snowball from there.
This must be so annoying as well. These 3 heroes in the top lane, they're just so strong at level 1. Legion, what do you do?
Look at Sam. He's already so vulnerable against all the right clicks from Skyraf and LC.
He has to go all the way back to Fountain. Doesn't really want to be using any of his laning regen for now. But level 1 for Reality Rift looks terrifying. They're actually going to try and go for Janual here. But they don't have the vision. They don't know where he went.
Nas gonna just TP it back to top. Yopaj. I want to see how much effectiveness can this Wench give to the team, because we have seen a lot of Wench going for the 0-4-4 build, just to ram out tempo, push on towers, force team fights. But the DPS damage from Neon though, they have a lot of armor reduction for sure, but their only DPS output is Mirana.
Yeah, that seems rather strange, right? You go for all this minus armor, but who's going to fully capitalize on it outside of the Mirana?
Exactly.
So does that mean the Venge's going to have to also be a right clicker as well?
Yeah,
It
definitely.
seems like it, doesn't it?
You have to build yourself into that because you don't really want to force your Miranda to join every single team fight just to get kills. We'll see. Bottom lanes looks pretty good for KYXY. The lane is favorable for him.
It's actually a very squishy lane as well for Neon. If they get caught out by the Venge Skyreth Mage, I think we all know what's going to happen. But mid lane not looking so bad actually. If you take a look at the CS, we have just started, but it's looking pretty good so far. Actually, Neon leading all of the lanes at this point of time. But we'll have to see if they can keep that up. Top lane looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto Drew. Bit shocking. That shouldn't really have happened.
Well, Nuts might be falling here as well. Rappi is level 2.
Nuts get out. No. Oh, clean sweep in the top lane. That's a bit shocking.
Yeah, that's the only lane that could really excel in, and they did it. They're just abusing this level 2, early level 2 from Dazzle, and Poison Touch plus Pangolier chase down just crazy.
So hopefully that little lead they're getting in that top lane, they can actually use that to snowball into the mid game, because they know for a fact that Drew's not going to be a big factor for a long time. He needs a couple items before he feels comfortable joining these fights. He'll be very vulnerable to some of this burst, especially the minus armor. So it's interesting to know how Neon will play this out when they feel is the right time to push, and maybe we start seeing some different item choices that maybe speed up this process.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Looks like they're going to do some more pressure here. Drew really taking the brunt of that damage.
So much chip damage coming out from the duels from Neon here. I think Nuts have to get a heal at some point just to heal up the Drew. Otherwise, the Spectre has to force himself to put all these early goals into regeneration, and that would definitely destroy his economy. I think a lot, like looking at the pace right now, a lot falls down to Alacrity.
Oh, they might lose Nuts. Looks like Nuts is okay. Maybe he can turn around, but he's way too low as well. This top lane is really struggling for Reality Rift.
Yeah, this is so annoying to play against when you're hitting play hard. Cypher is just hitting you and keep stacking the Poison Touch. But if you go on the Dazzle, you're just hitting you, and hopefully there's a lucky shot.
Yeah, it was very nice too coming in from the Pango, because he cancelled out the clarity from the Enchantress so that they didn't get the full duration. So Nuts not going to be too happy about that. He really needs to get his mana up so he can get those heals in. But not just himself, but also Drew. They just need to survive that lane. Speaking of surviving, I think this Venge is a little bit low, but she's thriving.
Yeah, she's thriving in terms of CS. I'm quite surprised actually he get stuff quickly.
Oh, bottom lane.
Once again, it's going to fall at top lane, but bottom lane is where the action is. KYXY is really playing aggressive under the tower.
They almost got the Mirana, but unfortunately not quite enough. Yeah, they might have to do something about this Drew lane. You can't really let that Spectre completely crumble in the top. Maybe the plan here is to solidify the bottom lane for KYXY, then send Hustler up top, maybe get a gank in, maybe get that protection in afterwards, after you've solidified KYXY mid lane. They've got the stun onto Alacrity. This is a hasted Pango. They finish him off, They've got the lucky shot. They've reduced his armor, but he's under the tower. What? He gets it! Oh, savage!
What on earth is the damage?
Alacrity did get the kill onto the Pango first though, so he gets the EXP before going down.
The 3 points.
Play
Wait for
hard.
Terror plus the lucky shot.
So
Oh
now,
my god.
now we know why he's named Play Hard. He goes all out for these kills.
Yes. This is playing to win, baby.
Yeah, play to win. Oh my goodness, that was crazy.
I have to give credit to Neon. Their dual support early game rotation is always really perfect.
Yeah, it looks like Legion trying to man fight these two. He's dropping very low. He has Hustler behind him. Oh, lots of nuking power. Daniel drops Legion. Arrow does land. Can they finish him off? They do! They finish off the Legion. And like nice blocks there from Januel to prevent Skem from going down. The teamwork coming in from Neon, it's on point.
Yeah, I can't believe that he just got baited by the Nano Wards.
Gotta be careful when you play against that Mirana, especially once she starts to fold you. You don't know where their carries are gonna come from.
Yeah, oh, one's been mid lane.
Oh, it's dropping very low, wants to come in. He almost gets hero badge. He's so close. He will get it before going down. god. Oh man, they got really deep for these kills.
Well, both of these trades, Ember Spirit is always the one getting the kill first, so I think he's okay about it. If you look at the net worth, he's top out on the chart, and surprisingly, Spectre is there as well.
Yeah, considering the lane went pretty badly at the start, looks like Drew at least is managing to catch up the lane. It looks like it's now become a solo dazzle lane. So it's just Rappy up here, and I think Spectre not going to be too afraid of just the dazzle.
Yeah, I think most of the time when you see a post 4 rotating, you really want to punish this pro 3, but they don't really have the disable to do that though. Dazzle can always just TP out until the Enchantress gets a Centaur. But you haven't seen too much of aggressiveness coming out from the top lane from R so far. I think most of the action has been happening at the mid lane and the bottom lane.
Looks like we've got a TP out here, just to make sure that Drew doesn't fall into any unfortunate circumstances. He is alone. It looks like Nuts has decided to occupy himself in the jungle to make up for the time he spent in lane. Just give solo EXP onto that Spectre. The TP in from that bottom lane. Scam is alone, but here comes the Pango KY. You have to try and go for the press attack. Should be okay unless Playhard decides to go hard again. Looks like he won't be able to, get fogged, but the chase is still on. Looks like they will finally give up on that chase.
Yeah, KY is being really aggressive though here. He's only level 4, but constantly playing behind the enemy tower.
Gone really deep though. Again, Pango setting up for Scam. They will get the Legion. Now they're actually trying to go for Hustle, but the creeps come in at just the right time. Gets blocked off and kills off a creep instead.
You have to start respecting the armor reduction coming out from a lucky shot.
Yeah, man, this minus armor is actually paying off really well. You were talking about it earlier, but you wouldn't think that it would be this good.
Exactly. And right now, Drew has already relocated to the jungle. He has the Necro Book for him to fetch farm, so giving Nuts most of the resources. You see how would Nuts turn this into snowballing advantage or whatsoever. I think they really want Hustler to have high levels compared to the Enchantress. Ember Spirit, look at how good the support duo from Neon is when it comes to controlling Power Rune. I think from both games, Alacrity hasn't getting any early Power Rune at all, and this is really hurting him because he heavily relies on this to make a move to the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a very strong support duo, right? It's not just your average support that if the core comes in front of him, that it's not so great, but you're dealing with the Pango, especially with Playhard. He's so aggressive, and I'm not quite sure how many levels he's gotten now, but he's
level
just been...
5.
It's level 5?
In 8 minutes, yeah, he's at the same level as Traps White.
They're going to go for KYXY2. He's all alone. There is Hustler, but does it really matter? Legion going down again. That's another kill for the Venge.
There's a very nice usage of the Moonlight. We actually don't see such an early usage of Moonlight at all, but he gives them a kill. Drew
still making the most of what he can.
Yeah, he really doesn't want to get into any fight right now. All he wants to do is to get his basic items up and then slowly farm his way towards the Radiant. So right now he really has to rely on his teammate to come up with all this tempo and stuff. He even got the Iron Talent to speed out his farm so he can finally farm some Ancients, which is really big for a carry.
Also picking up the Mango Tree onto Rappies, and considering that their lineup is actually quite mana dependent, those mangoes will come in handy for the team fights.
Yeah. Oh, immediately getting cut off by Alacrity.
And Alacrity kill him off though before the reinforcements come in. We do see Playhard coming in from the backside. There's Mirana, Scam, just almost clipping Alacrity. Unable to get the commitment, but where did Nuts die? Oh dear, they're still chasing Alacrity. He's going to be quite difficult to catch. This is an Ember. He's going to try and go onto the... He will be able to Remnant out.
Oh, that was a nice try. He was trying to hit Cypher with the Remnant and then get out with the second Remnant.
Where did Nuts die? Was he down bottom?
Oh, he died at the bounty run area to Pangolier. Pangolier got a very early level 6, so got him with the Rolling Thunder.
Must feel pretty bad as that Enchantress. Can't do anything against a Rolling Thunder.
And this is why I'm not very sure for the decision that giving Nuts most of the resources instead of Hustler. Because most of the time, we see Scarab being much more effective than the Enchantress during late game. KYXY is here to defend the tower. he has to be really careful with the Kero plus Magic Mixer combo.
Yeah, we've seen what happens with all the minus armor duels. They're anything to finish off. Oh, a great victory of Drew just to get that kill off onto the Mirana. Drew's still chasing, but they don't want to go under those towers. You get stunned under there. We've seen what happened. Heroes just melt when they get hit by the negative armor. It's still going to keep Drew here. But they maybe try and go for another play. Hustler nearby.
Probably gonna chill for a little bit. They don't have any ultimates up now. He has to be really careful. He doesn't have enough mana to run it out. Oh, he has the magic stick.
Hustle's there.
Nice dodge.
Jukes. Midnight Shadow. They're going to try and go into Hustler instead. They finish him off. They will kill him off. And it looks like for now, Hustler will stay alive. But will it be the same there for Rappy? He's alone. Looks like they managed to get a kill onto Hustler after all. They brought Schem in for that. Midnight Shadow paying off so much for Rappy. They couldn't get him to Arrow too late.
Alacrity is going to come back. You guys have to be really careful because that's random damage there.
Oh, the chains connects onto the creeps instead.
Alacrity is building into this super aggressive skill build as well, maxing Q and W. So all he wants to do is to keep fighting fights alongside Skyrim and the LC. Doesn't have anything to recover back to the jungle.
Oh, but now Alacrity being chased by two. He's got the Remnant over the tree line, so if he needs to retreat, he can. They don't have the best lockdown for an Ember Spirit as well. Slowly chipping him down, but he will get healed up by KYXY, slowing him down. They go in. They really want to dive under a tower for this though. Their burst, although they can kill heroes one by one, they can't really kill off multiple heroes. They're thinking about it. Play hard, he's got that rolling thunder ready, dropping very low. They're going to go for nuts instead, and looks like the Enchantress. They will finish him off with that rolling thunder. Tango rolling around, wants to get the angle onto Alacrity. The Duke's not quite enough. There's the swap out though. He will Remnant back onto that tower. Schem really looking for the kill. There's another Remnant available, but no mana. Oh, there we go. Look at the dual lock. Schem is down. But will it be at the cost of KYXY's life? It looks like it will. So they chase down Hustler. They have the chasing power. They've got 4 heroes looking for the Scarif Mage. Decrypt to slow him down. There we go, just absorbing that life force. That's a lot of Reality Rift down the drain just to protect that T1. Mind you, Drew was farming for the entirety of that fight, but to lose that many heroes, look at the net worth. It's slowly dipping in favor of Neon.
Yeah, I'm very worried about the Ember Spirit. He's committed fully to this fighting build, but then it seems like they haven't been able to take a good team fight so far, and his economic is really getting damaged a lot. Compare him to the Wench or to the Mirana, he's starting to fall off a lot, and he doesn't have a plan B as well. Honestly, he doesn't have any spell on the Flame Guard, so falling into the jungle is not a good choice for him. All they want to do is to really defend power over and over again. But they have to make sure that all these defenses are successful.
Yeah, it feels like very full protect one, especially for a team like Reality Rift, where they're so used to playing this the dual core lineup, right, with Alacrity and Drew. But it seems like it's all going to be on Drew again. Rolling Thunder. This is a small gap.
Cool.
Not quite able to get it. Oh, I can't get up on the hill, it seems. Might have to retreat for now.
Yeah, might be good for him actually. He's solo. So if he were to end up at the heel of R, he might be just dead.
Who knows what would have happened, really?
Yep. This is a lot of space for Drew. He's farming ridiculously fast with the Necrobook. 40 minutes of time. He has already, what, 800 gold from the relic?
Getting really close to that Radiance as well. The timing, is it looking around 18 minutes now?
Yeah, if he doesn't die, I think that should be his timing.
Yeah, 18 minutes on the Radiance. And that Radiance is going to hurt too, because if you look at the overall lineup for a Neon, we're all pretty squishy. Mirana, very squishy. You also got the Venge. Venge relies mostly on her armor to actually protect her from all this damage, but armor doesn't really protect you from a Radiance. But
yeah. But the good thing is they have a lot of sustain from the heals, from both Dazzle and the Pugna, so they should be okay. They have to somehow buy a pipe though, so it's either from the Pangolier or from the Pugna. Oh, I mean from the Dazzle, because Pugna is a 5, right? So yeah, can't really ask him to buy anything.
Yeah, Raffi's going for the mech, so it looks like Guardian Greaves is going to be the first thing on his list. So maybe the pipe being delayed, or maybe someone else could grab that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Grips is a must when you are playing against Silence, Skyrock, or the chain from the Ember Spirit.
Net worth though, it's all in Drew, it looks like. They've got a little bit between KYXY and Alacrity, but all of it is in Drew. Whereas if you look at Neon, it's almost evenly distributed, minus the Dazzle, but Dazzle not really the best farmer, unfortunately. Venge and Mirana, it's going to be their show here for Neon. And the main two heroes to carry it through, especially with all this pushing that's going on. It looks like they're slowing down. Are they possibly waiting for something? An item or... Oh, I didn't get it! Oh no! Playhard, he was there first as well.
Yeah. He apparently has the faster finger, but talking about the difference between R's other cores against Neon, I'm afraid this might remain for quite some time until they are ready to fight with the Radiance from Spectra.
Just swap. Oh, had the Revenant behind him. Initiation gonna be a small.
Our hero has constantly stayed together as a unit to protect this tier 1 tower. We have been seeing KYXY constantly shadowing Alacrity to make sure that he doesn't die. So Hustler and Nas are the ones that are getting all these resources, but can you turn these resources into something impactful though? Because you are sacrificing KYXY farm. KYXY is now becoming just a PPA bot.
Yep, they're looking to grab this Dazzle, Moonlight Shadow, any detection at all. Or are they just hoping to burn the Grave, the TP, no way to cancel. That's going to be the Dazzle going out for free. Moonlight Shadow did get used, so I suppose the only saving grace there for Reality Rift, no Moonlight ganks. Although there was a big item picked up on that Mirana, I believe it was the Deso.
Oh, even more armor reduction now, so...
Oh, Hustler, doing Hustler things, wants to get the Mirana.
Yeah, and so this is turning your resources into good use. You have the really early Atos, so you can now stay in just one lane. Anyone that comes to this bottom lane from Neon will just risk from being solo killed by Skyrock.
Gotta be so careful around that Skyrock. He's so cheeky, we've seen him a couple times. He does miss, but just the threat, forcing out a call from lane.
Yeah, or just forcing Neon to stay together. At least the Dazzle, you have to stay together with a horse.
Yeah. Well, the good news for Neon is that they are not so hard-pressed to stay in that bottom lane like last game, right? Last game they had to group up a little bit to take control back from their jungle, but they're a lot more free now. They've got heroes in all 3 lanes, they're efficiently farming, their net worth is looking good. They're not that far ahead, but it does look like they're poising themselves to go for either a push or is it Roche maybe that they're waiting for just to get their main items before trying to go for these really strong lane pushes?
Oh, they definitely want the rush for themselves, but the thing is, RR is still holding their mid tier 1 towers, so it's really limiting a lot of moves coming out from Neon. Neon is desperately looking for a chance to take down his bottom tower.
Oh, they've got the arrow! It's on! They can't get the finish! They get the duel instead! They're going to lose the Mirana! He's so low, looks like he will leap out, but the duel was not fully successful, but look at Alacrity hunting down that Mirana, and now the chase is on in the Radiant jungle. They're looking for Rafi, they will finish him off. It's going to be 4 for 1. Oh no, what a disaster for Neon, and the only survivor. Oh, they can't get out! He tries to TP the Searing Chains! It's not enough, Janual.
Such a beautiful defense coming from R. They were well prepared for that.
They...
What you say?
Do you feel that the gank itself, was that necessary? Did they really have to go for that?
Oh, that was really necessary. They have to somehow just find one chance and catch R off guard so that they can take down the tier 1 tower and move into Roshan, like you say.
So what ended up happening? Why weren't they not able to get that initiation?
Yeah, because R was well prepared for that. They completely read their movement as well. And it's just easy, right? When you're playing with this Spectre lineup, all you have to do is to hold your tower. And you know that if this Spectre eventually is going to hit a pretty good Radiance timing, and the first fight that you get the Radiance on is you really want to just group out and defend tower and bait your enemy in. And then Spectre can come in to clean up with this Radiance build up.
Is it Roshan time? Tower did go down, and we're looking at the positioning of that Mirana and the Pango. Yeah, everyone's in that Roche pit. They're doing it really quickly as well because of all that minus armor. Is Reality Rift catching on to this? The customers down bottom, they only had KYXY here, and Nux is nearby. There is Alacrity too, doing some damage. There's no way they can test this. No way. So
Yeah.
Go Patch picking up the Aegis there. Rolling Thunder.
I think they just have to let it go. They want to be really...
Oh, the swap! Look at KYXY! They will be able to burst him down. Nothing to defend him at all there. Nuts instantly going in for the heal. Alacrity just doing some damage from a distance, but they can't engage without KYXY. Oh, on the sidelines, they actually managed to get Hustler. Scam must have gotten a lucky arrow there. And now they're getting more. Nuts gets taken down as well. Oh, reality rift.
Happening. I mean, you have to be really patient with R because they have been held on for so long and they win a big team fight because of the Horn from Spectre. You really want to just keep playing around this Horn. Neon is going to be really aggressive when Horn is down, but you just have to accept the fact that you have nothing to do against them. You just have to let them go and then play with your windows, play with your timing. And R, apparently they are not being patient enough.
Yeah, Neon just going to be patient. They won't go high ground. There is a haunt available for Drew and everyone's back up on for Reality Rift, so they could be expecting a potential Spectre to come into these fights. And the Radiance burn, that's going to do a lot of damage. But he managed to get the ball off the grave. It's going to be onto Janual. Instead, the Legion going down first. There's the haunt. Drew comes in. Hustle looks like he'll go down to the Earth. Mirana, they've lost Scam. They've also lost Bedazzle and Pugna. Only two surviving on the side of Neon. The Spectre doing some hard, dirty work here. And Drew, all that farm is starting to pay off.
Yeah, and this is another time Horn paying dividend. You take a fight with Horn, immediately you win. So I think R, knowing this, they really have to be extra disciplined and patient. Just to wait for this 80 second more to their next Horn. Just chill for a little bit, push out the lanes as far as you can, and then regroup and do a smoke after the Horn is down again.
Daniel's got to be so careful. He was in that middle lane. He could have potentially gotten caught out there.
And also we have seen a lot of beautiful swap from Yokash as well to initiate, to swap back into the arrow or something. This is something beautiful that Neon can put out. You always have to be careful of the swap into arrow.
But all of a sudden, doesn't that put a giant target on Janual's head? Because we've seen KYXY, if he can get the duel onto the Venge, he will always duel the Venge. I think the only alternative is seeing if there's Scam, right? If you see Scam, you'll always want to duel that Mirana as well.
Yeah, that's why Dazzle has to be really careful and on point.
He's alone! Oh no, Hustler! He was too far away! And that's the Spectre!
This is how you want to utilize the swap from Venge, because you can never see that coming if you are in a smoke. The range is so good on the level 2 nether swap.
They will get a T1 in that top lane, but very costly to lose your Spectre.
Definitely, and they are going to lose their bottom tier 2 as well for R. Are they going to do a swap? They're trying to force Neon to come back. It will be a big win for them if they are able to force Neon to come back, but I don't think they want to.
Maybe Reality Rift will try and go for a trade.
Yeah, they want to. KOI taking a lot of damage here.
They're tower pushing. It's just not fast enough. They don't have any minus armor themselves. They're not really running any creeps as well. I don't believe Nuts has any creeps with them. And just one TP back, and it's enough to defend the tower. Whereas that bottom T2, it's down to Reality Rift.
R's been really shaky. Every time they win a team fight, they are not disciplined enough to hold the advantage for a little bit while. Ember Spirit is going to build into a BKB. I think it's very necessary here. Yep. He really wants to stay in the fight as long as possible so that he could give Spectre the opening, the disable that he wants to clean up. I
also think they saw Alacrity take that haste rune as well. Pugna was on the high ground spotting that out. So maybe they want to wait out until the haste rune gets used up on Alacrity. Just make sure there's no mistakes, especially around the Ember Spirit. Considering how little farm for an Ember you're looking at for Alacrity, seems to be making the most of his time.
Yeah, he does. The triple kill from last fight was really crucial for him. And now as long as he gets the BKB, he should be really comfortable, because all he wants to do is to open the map for the Spectre to come in, to focus more firepower for the opponent.
Phase 3 getting used here. Got a couple of heroes smoked up for Reality Rift, but are they in a position to go for a smoke? Probably just moving around. Yeah, Alacrity going back to farm up top, Drew going to be in that bottom lane. Yeah, taking things slowly, that's good. We stayed about this, 30 minutes is the timing for Neon to end this game. And they're already slowly approaching that timing. like Rappy going to be camping in that bottom lane as well. Maybe they want to try and position themselves for another kill on this Spectre. Nuts as well as KYXY, they're in the middle lane, so if anything happens now, they're not going to be around to help out the Spec. It looks like they're just going to TP Drew out. Not going to go too crazy. Hustler doing Hustler things. Oh, it's actually going to go for Flavor! Oh, the Grave and the Mech, it's enough, but the TPs and the question.
Good enough. He bought Alacrity so much time, but he's going to switch his mind. Going for Aghanims instead of BKB.
Skim's there, arrow! Going arrow, he's just going to leap forward. He will be able to protect the tower and maybe go for the deny as well. Prevent them from grabbing the tower. Alacrity though really messing around with that Mirana.
Alacrity is doing a good job here.
Alacrity really pressuring the Mirana, wants to push him out. Deny. Oh, he doesn't get the deny. Oh, poor Skim.
And then with another rotation as well to his top or bottom side, they got Hustler with two players, but this is all space for Spectre.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, Hustler's been creating a lot of space for the team, just constantly harassing in that bottom lane, and they need multiple heroes to kill off the Skywrath, because we saw what happened with Playhard. He tried to come in, but instead almost died himself.
And Hustler doesn't care at all. He's only sitting at 5.3k net worth. Even if he dies, he doesn't give too much gold away. So all they want to do is to buy time for Spec, and also Alacrity is slowly picking up his pace. Getting Aghanims is going to help him travel between one hero to another, giving the Spectre more vision and more disabled to play in the team fight, and also making himself more tanky as well.
Yep, we're reaching the 27-minute mark as well, so we're about to hit the 30-minute mark, and this was probably the time when Neon's going to be at their strongest, when they should be trying to finish the game, but looking at the status quo, it doesn't look like that's the case, because net worth barely have a lead on Neon so far with net worth. Towers, not looking so bad either. They haven't even breached high ground.
All they want to do is to wait for another good timing, maybe the Roshan or maybe the next bounty run fight. They need something to aim for right now, because they cannot just mindlessly go into taking fights, especially Horn is available right now. They need to try to catch R off guard at this timing.
Does have a tendency to spread out though, so there is the possibility that they do get a pick off. That much we know. Trying to scout out, and they did see KY. Ooh, back on smoke. So they want to maybe bait in Yopaj. Yopaj can swap. He's going to aggressively swap. They are going to go back at the guys that in the biz. KYXY going to pull it. Now it's a full retreat. They're turning around with the Pango. Playhard coming in with the disable, but doesn't really matter the fight. Full on fight under this tower. They're going to immediately lose nuts. Mirana wanting to finish off KYXY. He won't be able to get him. Drew all alone in the back line. Where's the defense? The Spectres all alone being chased by Playhard. Going to TP out in the tree line. Do they have vision? The arrow to cancel. They lost the Spectre as well. It's going to be 2 for 1. Reality Rift. They've lost their powerhouse in the Spectre. There is a buyback available, but they need to breach high ground now.
So much sustain and armor reduction from the side of Neon. I think Spectre was a little bit impatient. He fought in too early when Wench was still has a he had a freshly 10-second BKB, and all the kills are available on Neon's side as well.
He's trying to go in. He will Remnant out. Not doing too bad. Slowly chipping them down with the Maelstrom procs.
There's no pick up from Skim. It's so good carrying down the tower.
The tower does go down, and Daniel going to transfer his HP to Skem. So they maybe do a fake back here. We have seen them do this a couple times.
They are all pretty low though. I think they just want to try to capture as much bounty ruins as they can right now, and both outposts out in their favor as well. So gonna get a lot of gold and ESP from this engagement. Mirana with the BKB building into the Monkey King bar, and this is something Spectre has to be worried about. When Scam builds his Monkey King bar alongside with all this armor reduction, he's going to do crazy damage to the Spectre.
Yeah. Scam, he went for the full blast cannon Marana, and so far it seems that he's been doing great. And one of the reasons that he's able to do this is that you've got the Dazzle to protect you, you've got the Shallow Grave, you might potentially get jumped on, but then you've got Venge Swap, Shallow Grave, all this backup.
Even the Pugna heal as well.
Exactly. So it's really hard to take down that Marana. It's almost as if for Reality Rift, they have to either eliminate one of these defensive factors or just blow Scam up before a Grave can come out. Oh no! Oh, they found Nuts.
Look at how fast Scam just took down.
Yeah, they're looking for KYXY. You're going to change his thing. He doesn't know which one he wants to go for. The question marks are there. Arrow. Oh, he pushed him.
He's still hit.
Yep.
He's still hit.
The hitbox a bit too big. No buyback on Nuts, but they do have on KYXY. Haunt is up, so there is a chance for Reality Rift to retaliate.
Yeah, it feels like this is at least a range Rex for Neon. They have amazing power push with the full spike Pugna,
They're just going to take both
Scam.
bounces.
Yeah.
Yep,
UI doesn't want to buy back as well. 20 minutes on the respawn time. We really don't want to use that. And this just opens up the next Roshan for Neon. They're going to charge right into that.
It's already been scouted out as well, so they know about this.
R knows about this as well though. They have the Haunt.
That's probably why they wanted to say buyback and KYXY, but does it really matter when
They're not
it's
fast
happen?
enough for this.
Yeah, it's just too fast for the Roche to drop.
Under attack.
Drew back into the jungle. His next item looking to grab a Scardy, it looks like. So wanting to reduce the healing that's coming out from Neon. Truly understandable because there's just so much of it.
Yeah. Another thing we didn't mention is that whenever Neon is playing as a ball, and Spectre Desolate is just not going to get activated. So this really mitigate a lot of damage output from Spectre. All the damage output he can get is from his Radiant. But Neon has all this burst heal coming from Dazzle, Guardian Greaves, and also Pugna heal. It's just really not effective now, it seems.
So itemization for Drew, he goes for the Scardy, of course it's for the minus heal. It's also just for the stats so that he can survive longer in the fights, just keep burning everyone down and make it a bit easier for his team.
Yeah, survivability plus taking away the heal. But also this, he doesn't have any burst damage at all. All the damage he does is very slow. You have to stay in the fight to keep hitting, to stack up all the damage, but it seems like Neon are not letting him do that. Every time Spec jumps in, they focus him down with all the stuns, armor reduction. Even Venge is going for the Sakuras.
Hustler's so tempted. They had the ward in lane 2. Did they try and go? Oh, there's caution pings. Did they know about this? Playhard caution ping that bush just now. Hustler's still sticking around, so he definitely wants to try and snipe someone out in the bottom lane. Monkey King bar finally completed on the Marana as well, so Schem is now going to be hitting like a truck. But Scardy also completed onto Drew, so all of a sudden there's this extra survivability on the Spectre. Next team fight could be a game changer if Reality Rift can finally break through, but the Marana's still a big issue.
Yeah, I think the next team fight is the one team fight that both teams are going to want to win, because it really determines the next. And I think the next game fight is the determination of this game already.
Yeah, it seems like that's the case because Neon, they're building up for the tower push, right? They've got all these defensive items. They've got the pipe, the Greaves on the Dazzle. You've got the Vengeful Spirit there. Assault Cuirass just gets completed. It looks like this is the timing for them to try and end the game.
Yeah, they are at their absolute power spike right now. They have gotten all the items that they want, maybe just waiting for a Sakuras from your patch, and they are good to go.
Is it being delivered now?
Yeah, it is. Alright. So no reason for you to not walk up to the high ground now. All you want to do is Cypher, find yourself a comfortable position, and then just pull off your shallow grave, and spam as much spells as you can to stack up the armor reduction.
They're going to show off Scam. They're going to show everyone here. If you take a look at the top side of the map though, Drew and KYXY are up there. Looks like they're going to TP home. The defense has to happen because we've seen how quickly these towers melt to that Marana, that extra attack range, as well as Yopaj. These two just causing so much havoc to these towers. They're going to decide to go. Swap is there. They swap up to KYXY. They can pop the blade mail. Force stuff, it's not going to be enough. Buyback is there though, so they're still going to have the duel. That's the first one to go down. The Rax taking damage there from Yopaj. Reality Rift is struggling to get their foothold in this game. They need to penetrate this line of defense soon, otherwise they're just going to lose everything. Both Maxons down, they don't know how to go through this line of defense.
Yeah, there's no opening for Spectre to go in with the Horn.
This defensive positioning from Neon is so
beautiful.
good.
Yes.
Oh, they're going in again. This is a buyback from K9 XY. He goes down, that's a big deal, that's no duel. Oh no! Is this over? They've lost Alacrity as well. The Rolling Thunder, the stun, it's too much. Even the Spectre going to go down through, melting to this line of defense. Neon just rock solid in this team fight, and Alacrity, he fought back for this too. Likely going to be a dieback unless he has a remnant left. It's not going to be enough.
Crash.
Reality Rift going to end this series 1-1. Neon going to be happy with themselves. Redemption for the second game, securing themselves their first point in the league. GG.
What a beautiful strategy from Neon Esports. I think this is a very YOLO kind of baseball push, but they make it work. And
Are you gonna tell me where you went? All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. I'm just good at caring too much. I'm just good at caring too much. Is it too much to ask that you be all mine? I never was good at sharing. I'm just good at caring too much. I'm just good at caring too much. I'm just good at caring too much. Is it too much to ask that you be all mine? I never was good at sharing. I'm just good at caring too much.
Dire team back.
I think from off lane, you are definitely looking at Beastmaster. Candylune has played amazing Beastmaster game, and also we've seen a lot of Candylune Enigma before.
Yeah.
Enigma, KP plays a mean Enigma as well. He loves that hero, so I assume these two heroes are going to be heavily contested as well.
Yeah, you might also see, you know, the Phoenix or the Pangolier. These two heroes are kind of in TNC's book, right?
Yeah.
That TNC's playbook. This is what enabled them to take out ADROIT in that game 1 yesterday. But it is also pretty easy to pick it apart. You take away the Pangolier, suddenly Phoenix doesn't look too good for TNC.
Yeah. Also for new esports, Mosen playing a lot of Bane has a really high win rate with that hero as well. It's a little bit insane.
100% win rate.
Yeah.
4 games, 4 times Bane, he wins all of them.
The draft is finally ready, folks. Let's jump into the draft and see what's going to be played on the main stage today, as this is our online main stage.
Loss of respect for Mosen.
Yeah,
the second Bane.
Yep.
His Prophet also getting taken out. Pango also eliminated from the pool, so no Pango.
Interestingly, I think this is the first time we see a Nyx ban in this entire tournament. Are they going to set up for something like a Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Bat Rider even?
Oh, it could be a Bat Rider. It also opens up picks like Skyrap, Pagna. You know, Yamate loves the Skyrap mate. He has been picking Skyrap as well.
Yeah, it just opens up a lot of the INT hero in the pool.
There's actually the Tusk Yamate that we haven't, I don't believe we've seen yet in the tournament. We have also seen him play that in the qualifier leading up to the tournament. Played a really good Tusk in both of those qualifier games.
This could also open up a Storm as well. If they want a last pick, you know, or second last pick a Storm. Like you know, the second pick phase, excuse me, for new esports.
So this is guaranteeing either the Enigma or Beastmaster or Bat Rider are going to go through the first phase.
Yeah, I think if whoever has, you know, the first pick, he would definitely try to let the Enigma through. Bat Rider is going to be taken out. Now TNC Predator they have a choice to make, whether this Enigma, whether they want to risk the Enigma or the Beastmaster. But personally, I feel you might want to take out the Beastmaster because Enigma is slightly easier to deal with. Like, he takes slightly longer to come online.
Yeah, you have the potential Venge to counter it. You have Rubik in the pool as well. Wyvern, a lot of good stuff to just stop this Enigma Black Hole. So definitely Beastmaster looks like a scarier first pick here.
Yeah, and new esports have been whenever they get the chance, right? So you might want to just stop that from happening. You already took out the Bane, might as well took out the Beastmaster, but they decide to go for the DDZ Morph.
Interesting. Okay, so both heroes will be making it through. Beastmaster for new esports. Now we're not going to be seeing Enigma for new esports, but TNC, do they look to pick it up themselves?
They can go for the Enigma, but new esports have a way to stop the Black Hole with the Primordial. So it's a slight insurance for new esports, but
I think if you are picking Enigma here so early, you are also encouraging a Venge pick for new esports, and that's gonna synergize very well. Venge plus Beast, a lot of pushing, lots of stats as well.
They could pick the Venge themselves, or they could just start with a Phoenix opening again, like what they did previously.
Yes.
Or even a Winter Wyvern. This is a good chance.
Oh, this is very early TV.
Wow, that is so early as well. I think this is the first pick Terrorblade we've seen.
Ooh, that should send chills down my spine. They just instantly review their post one. It's like, there we go, we're playing TB. What are you gonna do?
Well, this must be such a big comfort pick for Gabby then, to want to pick up the TB so soon.
They probably want to set up a team comp that just plays around the TB. But because it's such an early pick, right? They have to have a contingency plan. I think new esports are now looking to deal with the TB, whereas TNC Predator are looking for that second win condition. It's probably going to be in RML.
I'm not sure if my data is correct, or if I remember correctly. TNC have a very high win rate with the Terrorblade.
Yeah, they have been playing this hero a lot, but way back then though. In the recent meta, we haven't seen too much. But then, this is definitely one of Gabby's favorite hero. He loved this farm-intensive style. And there we go with the Venge. So beautiful.
You got your defensive mechanism to protect the Terrorblade, and you have the Venge Aura.
Yeah, Venge Aura when you pop your Metamorphosis.
Yeah, and they say they could either open up with the Phoenix, or they could take the Venge away. And this is one of the openings that I think TNC are pretty comfortable with. I think the TB pick especially.
If you're new esports, would you need to ban out the Phoenix now? Or would you be fine with the Phoenix going through?
I think Phoenix looks pretty good. We have seen a lot of times Phoenix works really well around this 4 Protect 1 strategy. Because every time you want to go on the Terrorblade, I would just pop Supernova.
Yeah.
And you have to, and that shifts the power, the focus power from TB to the Supernova.
Yeah, you might have to consider the egg, the Phoenix ban, but if they don't ban the Phoenix, in like this scenario, they need someone to hit the egg if Phoenix ever gets picked up. The Ursa is banned now, so might be an indicator that the Phoenix might be a choice.
The Coddle is a pretty interesting choice too. Great counter pusher for when the pushers come. We know that with the Terrorblade, you will eventually have to deal with that pushing, but also the blinding light. How do you feel that this Coddle fits into the draft? What does new Esports really want to do with the Coddle? Are they maybe trying to buy time for a hard carry for Lance?
I think this is one of Mozo's favorite hero as well.
Yeah.
Whenever he doesn't get the Bane, he'll go for either Chen or the Kodo. And because Chen is already out of pool, so Kodo seems like a comfortable pick for him. And he synergizes pretty well with a lot of heroes as well. But the best one is definitely Amber Spirit. Unfortunately, it's not in the pool anymore.
Yeah, and even if you drop the Willow Wisp, right, with the Venge and Conjure Image, eventually Manta from the TB, they can actually just take out the Willow Wisp pretty easily before you get the extra flicker talent, not the extra hit required to take out the Willow Wisp. Yeah. But even then, it's not that hard for TNC Predator to deal with the ultimate, with the Disco Ball.
So now we're probably looking at a 4 protect one here for TNC. Got to get the farm on for the Terrorblade. So what kind of heroes are we looking at here for TNC to actually create some tempo and to draw attention away from that Terrorblade?
LC looks really good for them.
Rana?
Oh, this is it's like a full Venge lineup now.
Yeah.
Lots of this aura is going to be crazy.
They're just playing around each other. You have the Magic Mixer to set off for the stuns.
Even swap arrows, we've seen that as well.
From the last game.
Yeah.
We might actually see a mid Venge here from Amal.
Yeah, we might see mid Venge again.
Just super fast tempo.
Oh, DDZ Zeus.
We've seen this in the past, and the coordination that new Esports has when it comes to Zeus ganks is next level.
The thing is, Terrorblade hates Zeus.
Yeah.
You have no way to deal with.
Your images are just going to get destroyed immediately.
Once he gets the axe, right, he drops Nimbus, he thunderbolt, he destroys your images. You can't get close to him for Sunder. He can just cut you. And the global presence from Zeus is always great.
So you got Kunkka picked up here for TNC. Support Kunkka or core Kunkka?
Definitely
call Kunkka.
Yeah,
support Kunkka is just so weak.
They want to put this Kunkka against the Juice, so every time he gets level 6, this Juice is they're just immediately going on this Juice, and there's no save from new Esports.
Yeah, like level 6 spike Kunkka is just so good. I mean, the Zeus is good against, like Moonlight Shadow against TB, because TB has high armor, but he's weak against magic damage, right? But now you have a Kunkka. The Rum helps the entirety of TNC Predator, and at level 6 he just destroys the Zeus. You can't do anything against the Kunkka boat.
There's going to be a lot of vision for new Esports too. You've got the Zeus, you have the Hawk as well. It's going to be quite difficult to get these ganks off of new Esports. So what kind of tempo are we looking at? Do we need an aggressive Lance hero here to complement the Zeus, or do you think they'll go late as well? Getting Void Spirit.
Oh, interesting.
Is this possibly a support Zeus?
Yeah,
could be.
Zeus?
Could be a support Zeus. You just want to put the support Zeus in the same lane as the TB. So you can constantly push him out.
Zeus Beastmaster sounds pretty threatening.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of vision control as well. The Hawk is gonna give them so much vision, and then Juice with the lightning bolt is going to take down a lot of the ops from TNC's side.
Yeah, you just can't really gank, like just expect a TP gank. They take out your wards, they have visions behind your towers, and they basically just push the TB out of lane. It makes the TB's life really hard. So it could be a support Zeus.
They are going to reveal, New Esports is going to reveal their carry hero here. They need to find a solution to the TB though. So far, they have the Juice for it.
So what are good heroes that can combat a TB eventually?
I don't know if they want to go for Slug.
Yeah, I was thinking about Slug as well.
Right.
Great against TB generally, and Kunkka as well. They're banning out the
Troll.
Banning out the Team Resource, potentially looking at the Slug.
Yeah, Slug could be a pick. The Troll is understandable because that is one of Lance's heroes.
Spectre, global strat.
Just saying, Spectre, 0 win rate so far in the tournament.
Yeah. Yesterday was close.
I think Following a lot of new esports games in the past as well, though, Lance is very good at that Spectre. He knows when to insert himself in these fights.
This is a 50-50 though between TB and Spectre because they're both so strong.
10
They
seconds.
both kind of have the same
10
properties.
seconds
Is this a Necroforce game from KP against the Spec? We have seen this a lot.
Necrophos.
There we go, Necro. I was just about to bring that up as well. Necroforce is awesome, right? You just execute. You again another hero to create space for the TB. Like if this Spectre tries to jump the TB, regardless of how the state of the team fight or duo is, if this Necrophos is alive, the Spectre can never win.
So what lanes are we going to have to watch out for during the laning stage?
I think definitely the top lane Necroforce against the Spectre. You don't want to give too much advantage to this Necroforce.
All right. Thanks, guys. Going to pass it over to Lyrical and Winter. Gentlemen, take it away for game one. Oh no, sorry about that, Lyrical. It looks like we're just going to have a couple of minor audio issues there with those two, but we'll get back to them in just a moment. Hopefully we'll get it solved in a minute, but Lyrical and Winter will be taking over for this game, so don't you guys worry. The game will be going on in just a moment.
Just pretty excited. Like Lyrical is like,
He's so...
You should have seen him. He was so happy.
he was so happy by the game.
Look at his face.
Alright, so we're gonna try and pass off again to Lyrical and Winter. Gentlemen, hopefully your mics are working this time. I hope you're gonna have fun with this game. Good luck, folks. Have fun.
Prepare for battle.
Step lively now. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Lakad mo to! Lakad mo to! Normally.
30 seconds. 30 seconds to battle.
Step lively now. Step your admiral is on board. Admiral is on board.
The battle begins. The battle begins.
Step lively now. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Alright folks, we're in for game 1 TNC against New Esports while we figure out the slight technical issues. Apologize for that, but we're still gonna have a good Dota game. Minata will be casting this one at least for now.
Oh, DDZ on the classic mid White Spirit. This is something that we have been waiting for a long time. Amel versus DDZ.
Yeah.
Whew. two of the best mid in Southeast Asia going off each other. And top lane, we'll see teams on the Mirana. I think this has been one of the favorite hero for most of the Filipino teams right now.
Yeah, I think you did mention that at the beginning of broadcast that Mirana is back. Highly contested pick, at least in the Philippines. X picks that, T1 picks that a lot as well, and now TNC Predator also adding it into their repertoire. I believe Neon Esports also picked that. They scam post-1 Mirana. This is really going to be a support Zeus for New Esports. Probably the first we've seen in a long time. Yeah,
I know one guy that would be really happy to see Zeus post-war. Odomo, if you are listening to this, shout out to him. It's working right now. Yeah, it's happening.
His Luna post-war, Zeus post-war, just the usual stuff.
Yeah, and it seems like Gabby is taking a lot of harassment already. All Zeus wants to do is to wait for Lightning Bolt to come off cooldown and then zap, put it on the Terrabit.
Feels like they also have to be aware of this. I assume it's a 1-2-1 build from the bench and the Metamorphosis, right? Because they can just run in this Beastmaster and Zeus and kill them off.
Yeah, a lot of time we look at Venge, we say that this hero is not really the kind of lane securing partner that you are looking for, but he's the one that will enable you in the mid game, and most importantly, early game you can make use of Wave of Terror to stack a lot of camps for you. And look at TNC, they have great heroes to clear the camp. Kunkka, TB, those are great.
Yeah, and even Kunkka can use the Torrent to stack the camps if you kind of get the timing correct, right? The invulnerability. I think there's a period where Kunkka can stack like infinite camps as long as you torrent the jungle creeps at time.
57.8 seconds. No, actually it's somewhere around 58 seconds.
Somewhere around, yeah. Because you get that half a second of invulnerability.
Looks like it's been a pretty normal mid lane for both of these top tier mid laners. They're just going to trade farm with each other. All they want to do is to get to level 6 once again and then abuse the power rune to make rotations into the side lanes.
Early on, it's hard for Yamate to trade into March as well. So feels like I think the audio is fixed for Lyrical Winter, so we're going to pass it to the gentlemen. Please take it away for game 1.
For the Wild X build instead, because Terribly has high armor, so you can't harass him with the ball as much.
Yeah, I was wondering if we we're going to be seeing more of that stuff, but opting to go for no points in the axes. Instead, just maxing out those boards for early on. You know, I think that a lot of people, when they're looking at this game in particular, they'd be saying, all right, TNC, you know, super well known. This team obviously isn't at the same level as they were before, a little bit of struggle. But I think that a lot of people wouldn't really know, you know, new esports as much. But they're looking pretty freaking solid here. Obviously, this is a team that's, you know, a mismatch of a couple of older organizations, or other players, but they're sort of getting another resurgence here. It's kind of cool.
They're definitely all experienced players, for sure. Yeah. Mid lane, double damage. Nicely done. Gets a very, very big first kill here in the game to accelerate his own game. And it's gonna
he's gonna get a bottle refill?
Yeah, the support is gonna refill his bottle and he's gonna refill again with the bounty rune.
Wait, missed. They missed the bottle refill. I don't know how that happened.
He might have TP'd outside the fountain, the range. I'm not sure.
Wow.
Off the air of the will. Just a little hiccup. Catapult wave.
That happens, man. We'll see if they decide to pressure at all with the catapult wave.
How generally you move towards the mid lane with the first catapult wave, generally, because that's the lane where the heroes are the highest level, so it's easier to pressure. So during like 5 minutes to 6 minutes, you will see the supports are moving towards the mid lane to settle the catapult, or to prepare to defend your tower. If you can't push, you have to be there. You see what the Zeus is doing now. He's just getting ready in case the enemy support is coming to gank with the X-Mark arrow.
That does leave a little bit of an opening down here if they maybe want to try and do something onto the Beastmaster or what have you. But looks like he's just going to be able to pull the creep waves around a little bit with his boar. Up top, kind of going on to Tim slightly. There's like such little kill potential in these lanes though, unless it's like a terrible misplay.
Yep. The game is going to be about the Kunkka against the Void Spirit, who's going to be able to make that rotation. Yes, Void Spirit is going back to base now. He's going to be rotating. Yeah, he's going to go to the Beast. He's not level 6 yet, but they might have enough damage to get this kill.
Ooh, and the anticipation will build as we have a short little pause here. Trying to figure out the ins and outs of how to make this happen. So March is obviously the easier kill if you can get in range, but I don't know. We'll see how this works.
This is a very, very good move by DDZ because he's also giving experience to the support. Like knowing when to give your support's experience is like a thing that would change the flow of the game, especially for a support like Zeus.
Alright, assimilate now. On to Gabby, trying to bring him down. Double jump through, and he just pops. Armel makes the rotation for the turnaround, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They do have more, but not enough mana to cast it. So it looks like they're going to have to give up Candyloon's life, but that is well worth it.
Yeah, way worth it for the Dire team. The Void Spirit against the counter rotation has already begun, so I would say 1-0 to the Void Spirit, and the Zeus is very, very happy getting, I think he's already gotten so far 1 level out of this space that the Void Spirit has given him, and so we'll see where the Void Spirit heads to right now. He doesn't really need too much items this game to rotate. It's more about how can he play the game and give the supports the levels they need at the right time.
Right.
Same goes for the sorry.
And that's something that we haven't really seen that much of on the side of the Radiant. It's mainly been reactive plays. Yamate now all the way up to level 4. Can probably get to 6 if he wants to when he gets the tome eventually. And they still have this roar available. So because of that, Terrorblade has to head off to the jungle and Gabby just leaving the lane fully to their side. I will say that the net worth is still under the favor of TNC, and they're kind of winning on the CS battle across the lanes.
So he wants to jungle anyway. TB you found faster in the jungle, but the reason when the Void Spirit is able to be the one making the first rotation is because of the first bird, because he killed the Conquer earlier, remember? So he got the level advantage. That's why the Conquer has to be more on the defensive side, reacting towards the Void Spirit's movement previously. But right now, 8-minute runes, so Void Spirit has the upper hand once again with this haste, so he's a very, very big threat on the map right now with the haste rune and the TP. The Necro has to be very careful. I think this is a very, very big kill if they can get this kill. They have Haunt plus the haste on the Void Spirit.
That's a nice moment if they want to go for it. KP right now does have Fairy Fire stick charges as well.
Bot lane. They have a raw bot lane, so they probably want to go there.
Looks like it's a battle over to the side instead. Ozen's gonna get caught, and they just blow him up.
Candyloon's looking for the Mirana.
Haunt coming out afterwards, getting some vision there, but they aren't quite in range. And a leap away, Yamate finds them. The slowdown from the boar is there. Lance trying to get the kill. It's not enough.
That was a very, very clutch TP there. Very, very clutch. He realizes that the Beastmaster can't get in range because he doesn't have boots. So that was very good. So in the end, I think not the biggest loss for Dire team, even though they have to commit the Haunt, because the Spectre wants to be in this area regardless, because he doesn't want to be at top. He wants to come down and farm at the bottom area. And Beastmaster.
Like, look at the CS though at this point. You've got 2 heroes that are almost at 70 from TNC and KP that's at like 57. They are super duper farmed early on here. I mean, obviously it's only 1,000 gold lead, but I feel like they've gotten kind of everything that they want out of the early game, right?
I mean, this is the heroes. This is just the matchup playing itself, because the Radiant team is supposed to win the top lane with the Necro against the Spectre, and the mid lane is like a 50-50 lane, and TB is just getting too much out of the jungle, and you cannot really stop it because you're a Spectre. You're gonna be inherently slower than the TB.
Okay.
Mid lane, DDC trying to jump forward, but the outpost is going to be 1 apiece, it seems, and Bounty runs 2 apiece.
Well, they're definitely playing that fast way that you want to see from the side of TNC. But likewise, you know, you got Necrobook level 1 for Beastmaster. They take that bottom tier 1 tower and are sort of taking over the Radiant jungle as well. So just that natural split off of the map that we've been used to seeing over and over again.
But you see the map right now, they have 4 people here, 1 here. No one's using the bottom area. And whereas the Dire team is using more of the map right now.
And roar into mid. They find the kill immediately onto Tim's. Armel, these guys still got a DDZ DD here. That's 10 times fast. They're thinking about going.
Dire's happy with what's happening right now. The Spectre's farming. He's able to, you know, get as much as possible, and they're gonna move top with the Beast and Azure to reclaim this area. They're trying to kick the Radiant team out of the jungle here. But so far they still need to wait for level 6 on the Hotel. He still needs some time. Does he have the book? Who took the book? So I guess the Zeus took the book.
lost it. They find DDZ here. X, a lot of creeps in the way for the follow-up arrow. Assimilate afterwards. Good timing there. And then the jump away, magic missile gonna land. Stun is there. Arrow follow-up. He gets caught. And I think this might be enough. They got him caught for the kill.
Space, man. Space for my Spectre, he says. Because he was here, like they were running towards the Spectre. So ideally you want a support to tank that gang for him, but either way, as long as your Spectre doesn't die, it's not all bad news, you know. I mean, sure, the Void Spirit is still a very hefty death, you know, for their team.
It's true. But not the end of the world, as you're mentioning there. It's interesting because you also are going a straight Radiance for the Spectre here. He's kind of having some of that mana issues that you don't see as much when they go for the Necro Book, but
he has a Kotal on his team, so I guess this is fine. If you don't have a Kotal, I don't think you should this. Because the Kotal is just gonna follow you and be your slave, you know. Oh, okay, you need mana? Sure. Check out. Oh, you need mana? Sure. Why not? I have nothing else to do in this game apart from follow you and die for you, you know.
He's hanging out over here at this time. They got level 6 on Kotal, so maybe they want to try and find a counter kill to slow down TNC's movement. Because, like you were mentioning, this Terrorblade is getting in towards his items pretty quickly. Already has the Yasha coming out and Manta next on the line.
Necro has a hood, so he could be building into a pipe if he knows that the Radiance is coming, but Zaya is going to make an important smoke with the Hawk here. They see the Necro, and then get Necro.
Range is right there! They get the vision, hopefully out afterwards in the Haunt. He's not tanky enough, I don't think. KP still in it. Off that kill up, the other side, dropping down low. KP coming through at the end. They might be able to make it work. Tim's trying to run away. They're focusing down Armel. Nobody else is nearby right now. Armel is super tanky, but now Gabby's showing up. He's gonna blow up Mosin. He drops. Spectre also in trouble. Man's just gonna die. Big bad Gabby came in from the other side, and now Tim's is also chasing him down the other angle. They have an arrow back up in 3 seconds, but with that reflection out, Anyway is gonna go down. Arrow off the mark. DZ turned upon again. Right clicks out. He's gone. One more time again. No! Oh my god, the turnaround! DZ gets a triple kill. Oh my goodness. The freaking unbelievable Resident Pulse.
Yeah,
keeping him alive.
Blocks the right click, but at the end of the day, the Terrible is happy. He killed the Spectre. The Radiant carry killed the Dire carry. That's a very big blow for the Spectre, and the Spectre was saving, like you said, he was trying to get a Radiant, so he lost a lot more gold there.
It's true. That one sucks. It always feels so bad because you show up to the fight, you think with the Haunt you're going to be able to make something happen, and then it kind of falls apart. I've been in this space.
But I don't really blame him though, because the bench, he messed up the swap initially. I think he intended to swap the Necro, but he misclicked and he swapped somewhere else. And then the Spectres, oh, okay, they screwed up, you know, it's time for me to take advantage. And he came in with the Haunt.
Right, it's true. I know this pain of being at 2,000 gold for so long. Usually for me, it's like 7 minutes later than right now. But, you know, he's doing a better job.
Oh, he has a call. You have a call in game.
Ooh, good arrow. Pull back in there. The Reaper's sight, there wasn't a chance.
That was what we call a Facebook time in Southeast Asia, Dota. When someone gets Reapered in pubs, you just type Facebook time.
Like, that's great.
Do you have a saying in anime when someone gets Reapered?
Yeah, GG and mid. That's what you say. Oh, Roar off to the side, no boat, no rum, no nothing. Armel trying to live for the moment. The mana drain arrow off the other side, and now they might just lose Candy Loon as well. So they do manage to get away with Armel yet again. Man, these value hoods, they're too good.
Magic damage only Dire team. I'm wondering if because if the Spectre goes Radiance, right, it means there's not really much physical damage. Maybe the Desolator has to come out from the Void Spirit to try to deal with that lacking of physical damage department.
Yeah, it's a problem with their draft, and maybe you can just overwhelm them with magical damage since you've got the Chakra Magic. Like Chakra Magic with Void Spirit seems pretty good, or Zeus. But I don't know.
That's a rum. There might be double pipe. I don't know, man.
I'm with you. It doesn't look pretty. I completely concur with the physical damage there, but at least for now, just went for the Yule Scepter. Obviously, great against the Kunkka.
I mean, sure, they have some physical damage with the beasts and the necrobooks, but that's about it right now. Killing buildings could be an issue. But some may say, if you kill every enemy hero, it doesn't matter if your lineup doesn't kill buildings, you eventually kill the buildings. Smoke, so they are predicting that the enemy team is on the bottom side. Don't they see the Conquer at top? I guess they're trying to go for a pick-off with the Horn right now. They don't really want to fight head-on into the Radiant team because the Radiant team is much stronger.
Yamate is going to take out this outpost here, and I mean, you can see just where TNC are heading. They're sort of taking over this jungle again, and it's new esports that don't really have a great avenue to fight right now. Missing out on those big items. They're 6,000 gold behind, but then that's also with no relic yet done on Lance. So it's really like it's a 9 or 10k gold lead.
Yep, no interest for you, man. 3.6k in the bank.
Dire's top
Oh, would you like that if Dota gave you interest, like Underlords? What do you think?
I don't care. I'm a support player. You think I have money in the game?
You don't have any. Roller. Oh, they blow up in time. And he didn't get his hood or anything off. Just full combo. And Tim's now trying to run away as well. He does have the leap charges afterwards. Really cool mech effects. Oh, that was sick looking. I haven't got my battle pass that high.
I think the bench was a little bit too far away. If he wanted to clear that wave in front of the tier 2, he needed the bench to be near. I think he could have done it if the bench was there. Because they're just trying to maximize like the efficiency. They're trying to play the map like this, They cut the wave, they hold the high ground here, and they just force Dire into a very limited space of farming, I think he was doing the right thing, just the bench wasn't ready.
He zigged when he should have zagged. Yeah, the bench should have been over there for helping out.
He is the designated slave as well this game for the Radiant team. Just like the Kotal. And DD, thank you, Roshan. This is my Roshan.
Oh god, it's so hard to deal with this. Do they have any idea? There's a hawk coming over, so they're gonna realize it, but Roche is falling rather rapidly. I don't think they can get here in time.
They have no con. Even if they go, I don't think they can do much. I just abusing the fact that he almost... Okay, never mind.
Got time to run away, DDZ.
I thought he was gonna try.
Still could go for an arrow, but no, not gonna do it. He's gonna cut the wave, it looks like.
I mean, there's not really any rush for them to push with this meta. It's ending, they have Aegis, they can just keep farming, keep fighting. But they really, it seems like they really want to get as much as they can out of the map before this Radiance hits on the Spectre.
Dire's top
Definitely. And unfortunately, that's going to be in just a couple of seconds here.
That's changed though, because they are going to have a pipe on the Necro. TB is going to be TB basically heavy now. I mean, it's just a support, right?
No, it's really not great. It doesn't feel like.
Just to stand beside the Necro. Pipe me, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, even like the mech on Tim's, it's like they have so much sustain.
It's precisely what you need, Like before the game started, I'm mentioning the Radiant draft is all about surviving the burst. Get the mech, get the pipe, get AODs if you need to. If they drop their raw on you and you don't die, you win the fight.
Well, we did see that little bit of a step too far forward by the Necro, or if you wanted to call it earlier, the Venge not being there in time to be able to swap him out. So that's something you watch for. March, he does just get blown up.
Where's my pipe? Where's my mech?
Hello? Thunder keeping him alive. Willow Wiz down onto all of them. The Haunt out to get the arrow afterwards. Man, he's going to be there. Not quite enough damage. Gabby is getting brought down super low. They need the Sunder to get off in time, but it gives him almost no HP at all. The chase down comment, Lance chasing. Can they get the finish? They will lose Armel.
Under the Venge illusion? What is
I think he must have. That's the only other thing I can think of, and they burn the Aegis. So they'll be able to find this follow-up kill now onto the Terrorblade, and just like that, well, swap away as the BKB comes out.
There's no meta.
I don't know. This is just walk-away time, I think. They can just back out and go again in a sec.
They're trying to be too aggressive on the low ground to high ground, and they didn't have, like I said, they didn't have meta. And the BKB arrived on the, like, it was late, it was still in the career when they were taking the fight.
Oh, I want to dance to that music. That was beautiful. Yeah, I'm with you though.
Oh, no. Hang on.
No problem. Oh my goodness. So that's one of those moments where, you know, you get the everything timing out perfectly for new esports. Spectre gets the Radiance done right then as you're going in for, like, you know, a perfect blow up. Again, DDZ being that guy that just spots a moment of weakness, and March got exploded. And then, of course, the as you pointed out, Winter, the miss Sunder there onto the, I mean, was that what it was?
I think he just sundered the illusion. I'm not sure if he intended to do it. Maybe he just didn't want to. He was trying to buy time so he doesn't waste his Aegis, but just wasn't able to save his first life. But right now, they really need this pipe on the Necro to get done. You know, it's very, very important so that the supports. It's not even for himself. You know, it's just so that the supports don't die.
Yeah, they need it. I do kind of worry, though, if you get to this point where you've invested into all these early game items as TNC, do you start to have a fall off if this game goes later? Like, are you concerned at all about that for them?
No. You have TB, man.
Okay.
You have terror play. It strikes terror, even in the late game. Well, especially in the late game.
Yeah, he is spooky. You talked about the lack of tower pushing damage from new esports, and that's not a problem for TNC for sure. They take the other tier 2 tower down bottom and the smoke up as I'm lagging out.
That's the beauty of drafting in Terror. He ticks a lot of boxes for you in a draft. Tower damage, tick. Win condition, tick. Roshan, tick. Everything, tick. Except for the lane.
Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower.
I just got DC'd from the server. Is everybody else still in the game?
I am still in the game, waiting for you. Moonlight Shadow. Radiant is smoked up, looking for a fight. They have BKB and Metamorphosis done. They're gonna try to take Helm's Deep away from Dire team. This is the last pocket they can farm here.
Take Helm's Deep?
Yeah, this is Helm's Deep for Dire. This pocket here. They want to farm here because it's the ancients.
Yeah. Under attack.
Your last outpost.
Well, how they're running up the high ground, trying to take it away from them, but they already blow up 2. The TNC losing a couple and now in more trouble to get the bullet off, but BKB already there. It's the Sunder afterwards, trying to back away. Armel's still in trouble, but the Beastmaster is going to go down. DDC gets the silence onto several. The Blinding Light pushback, trying to kill off Armel. They will be able to get away there for the moment. And the Reaper's sight is going to land onto Lanto, and the cleanup coming from TV, but the jump in and the mass magical damage blows up the Terrorblade. KP, left all alone at the end, is going to go down. So 3 for 4 in the end. And New again able to make the team fight win happen.
Maybe they were taking, the weird thing is they took this high ground here, but they didn't really deward. They didn't place sentries and deward this area, you know. They had sentries on the bench, I think. To remove all this vision, because if you're playing the high ground, you're taking the Helm's Deep away from the other team. You have to make sure they don't have vision, because they had vision. The Mirana got jumped. The bench wasn't ready to swap, and then he died while trying to save the Mirana. And the fight was so difficult from then on, because your 2 supports are dead, you know, right off the bat.
Another disconnect, having a couple of issues here, it looks like.
I blame you, because you reconnected.
Is that how it works? Is that how this stuff happens every time now? Interesting.
Every time someone gets kicked out, another guy reconnects, another guy gets kicked out. So
did they make it so? Did they make it so we can play these games? By the way, I want to play. Oh, there's Mirana. I found her. She's in the upper left. Oh, another pause. Have you given up on playing the games? Do you ever like playing those games, Winter?
I don't even want to play Dota.
That's the perfect time to not play Dota then, right? To play the games during the pause.
I just watched the Dota. The server has been quite laggy, so I'm not playing these few days. I don't know if you have server issues in North America, but in C there are a lot of random server issues.
The issues that I have are more with the people that I play with than the server itself. I'm gonna be honest.
Let's not go there. It's okay. Everyone understands your plight. The plight of the North American support player.
It's the plight of playing with KBBQ Dota. I've been playing a lot of games with Jack recently. As much as I love that man, oh my god.
Right, so the Voice Spirit has gone into all-in magic damage. Spectre, Radiance. They basically are all magic damage. So their lineup right now, what they want to do is draw out all these BKBs. Once the BKB goes to 5 seconds, you take a fight, you try to bait him to use his BKB, and then you become the boss after when he has no BKB.
I mean, I like the sound of it, but you also have, like you're talking about, at least one pipe, a second one maybe coming out, then just gain a Glimmer Cape next. Like, they're itemizing to deal with it even after the BKB, so.
You think the Venge will get items this game?
Do they have a Philosopher's Stone anywhere?
He actually got one. Oh my god, perfect. Okay, he's getting a Glimmer. I take my word back.
So nice. Oh, this is March, though. He's queuing up a gem. Gem and Wardens.
Yeah, the Hawk, they know that the vision is a problem. The Hawk is always scouting them, or wards. See, they're taking this area here. Look at what they're doing, but they don't have a sentry or observer on any. They don't have any high ground vision to hold an outpost, so it's quite dangerous.
They actually also are even keeping this Hellbear on the Venge, so they even get that extra little bit. Like right now, Necro has 60% magic resist.
Oh, smoke. Oh, this could be a good smoke here. They saw the Conker clearing the top wave, and now Radiant is scrambling and running away. They are on a dire ward here. Or
right at the start, jumping on the march, trying to blow him up. Will it whisk afterwards? Can they kill off all these heroes in time? They get one. Can they find more? Gabby's just running away. They're giving up on this fight for the moment. But Lance, isolated away to the other side. Tim Sid getting with the clumsy net for the moment. And now with the X, the pullback in, Lance is in some trouble. The rest of the team trying to show up to help him out, but Lance is dead or to die. They just let him die and went after the Necro.
They were busy killing the Necro. I guess there was some miscommunication probably. Like he thought his team was like going in, but he didn't realize they were too busy killing the Necro. He's very, very tanky. He's going for A on this.
Dual Scepter to interrupt that X pullback.
Hello?
It's close.
Perfect timing.
I mean, I think that, so it looked like Lance was just aiming all in on Tim's and he didn't quite get the kill.
Yeah, you see like both teams what they're trying to do. The Radiant team is trying to kill the Dire supports right away. The Dire team is trying to kill the Radiant supports right away. The fight started out with the Venge. I think he was the one who got rawed because the Beastmaster understands that if you don't get the raw on the Venge, you're not going to kill any other hero because of the swap.
Right. Yeah, it's true. And that's something that, like, you know, you don't love having to throw a roar onto the Venge, but, you know, there's not really any other option for him at this point. The plus side is, I mean, I guess hypothetically with this Aghanims on Void Spirit, DDZ could be like the first one to go in and silence him. I don't know.
I guess you can roll someone and make the communication. Hey, you need to silence the bench for me, or they drop the will always like behind somewhere, so the bench can't really come in to get the swap off.
Right.
Theoretically, it is possible.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Not easy in the least bit. The Hawk goes down, but they saw this, so they know that Roche is going down, and they're hypothetically going to be in position in time.
Go Horn for 30 seconds.
DDZ does have an Invis Rune. It looks like they're going to scare him off for the moment, but I mean, they're getting a little bit low. This is scary. The Divide Pings are coming out. Arrow. Not gonna land yet. Throwing in the blinding light. Looking to the jump in. They see Vision of him. They see DDZ. He's got to run. He gets stunned. Ready to start clumsy that down. He will Scepter lift up for one moment. Both down. And he gets the silence on it. Over the torrent. Climbs out afterwards. He's not fine. Oh, and they don't have the outpost. They need to get the outpost. He's gonna TP in now, but it's gonna take a while. The slow, steady burn down of Roche.
now.
They gotta be real careful about this. Arrow hits onto the Necro Bow. Chase it, roar immediately right onto that Airblade. Oh, and once again it's a kill, and now the chase for more. Trying to get the finish onto Roshan. Armel just focusing on taking that one down, but it's not going down quickly enough. And Lance is gonna show up. The rest of them are gonna be here. Armel looking for the finish. They manage to snatch away that Aegis. Reaper Sight onto the Beastmaster. Doesn't get the kill. Oh my god, at the last second, that Glimmer Cape. Saving a life.
Beastmaster says no. I can go Facebook later after the game, not now. Doesn't die to that Reaper. That's a big initiation there. I think TNC was a little bit too careless. They didn't have they didn't kill the Hawk. The Hawk here gave the perfect region for Beastmaster to get the raw. And once again, because the bench was like in trouble, I think he died first, so he couldn't. Once again, he couldn't save the TB. So you see, the deciding factors in the fights are always if the supports die on either side, then the fight will be difficult for that side. So the supports are playing a very, very crucial role in deciding who wins the team fights.
Totally, yeah, and they're also sort of this weird duality of like, I don't know, it just feels like if the Terrorblade is dead, you have to get out of that fight like almost instantly. But then there's no way out.
It's the winning condition. If the bench is dead, he's in an island, on an island. But looking at the draft as well, because the Void Spirit has much more mobility, right? Because we're talking about getting to the back line and killing the supports. The Radiant team doesn't really have a Blink Dagger here, you know, so nobody can really go behind and get the Cotter first, for example, or even kill the Zeus. Because I think the Cotter and Zeus are doing so much in the team fight with their spells, and they are lacking that one guy to run to the back line and get the supports, whereas the Dire team has this Void Spirit which has been doing a really good job in the fights, you know, either silencing the bench or just like straight up killing the Mirana or the Necro first. But he's been doing so much in the fights.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, we see this draft that looked so good from TNC in like the mid-game scenario, which I think we're still somewhat into a certain extent, where like you set up on an objective, take it and say, come deal with me. And now New Esports kind of have those tools to actually deal with them. And the game plan, it doesn't really feel like it's changing that much for TNC, where it's still just try and set up, take an objective, and that lets New Esports be there to like counter them and to find those targets. I don't know how you really start the fight at this point if you're TNC, besides like an X combo, but like, who are you acting?
You X-mark the bench and he swaps someone and you X and you pull the bench back.
I see. All right, that makes sense.
You like that idea?
It's a big brain. Interesting.
Like Harriet, like a lineup they have that doesn't really have, because they have an offlane Necroforce, right? He doesn't provide you with initiation, and Kanka doesn't really want to jump in first usually. I mean, you can frontline and tank, but you can't really initiate that well. Because X-Mark doesn't initiate as well as like say the Void Spirit jump in and you know you just eels and you later random someone. And here we go, Dire smoked up, they're going on behind.
The TNC, they're also smart.
The vision is going to be very, very crucial here. And Spectre is showing himself bottom. Yes, Aegis is not afraid. Oh, they're going to be under ward if the smoke expires. Oh no, smoke still has half duration right now. They're placing an observer here. They need a sentry as well. Nice scan. Diane knows they're going to hold this high ground. They have to hold the high ground here.
There's a haste rune down.
Nobody wants to take the haste rune.
And DDC is going to... the silence on all of them. The chase forward. Piranha blown up right in front. Tim's able to get away from the moment. The chase continuing to come. They blow up March. Dead yet again. That blow for nowhere left to go. But they do manage to not kill off the Beastmaster still. He's still able to walk away from them. Already both supports dead. Gabby trying to stay on a target here. But Lance, he might actually be the one that goes down if he's not careful. Chase is there. The right clicks are there. He is going to eventually drop. Coming back again in a moment. Now Gabby, no more BKB available. Does have Manta as well as Sunder. Can he fight absolutely everybody? Manta, Sunders, pops it off, swap back to the side. Magic Pistol, March Kid back again. The right clicks are there and they get him in vision. Right away for the kill. Tim's able to get him. Gabby, turned around upon by DDC, is going to drop. So they will be able to eventually win this fight as they take down all of them. New Esports chasing down Tim's for one final kill here. They got axes on him afterwards. It was 2 buybacks, but it was not enough.
This is what you are saying about the Radiant team. They have all their eggs in this Terrorblade basket, right? So once he dies, there's no other source for damage coming out from the other heroes, not much. Maybe some from the Kanka. And where you look at the Dire team, yeah, sure, my Spectre died. Haha, I have a Zeus doing damage. I have a Beastmaster doing some damage, and the Void Spirit is actually doing a lot of damage in the fight with the Axe plus the Desolator. So they have multiple sources of heroes doing the damage.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I think that they're starting to get some of that physical damage also. Orb of Destruction on the Spectre. I was wondering if they were going to give it to the Void Spirit, but he's opting to just keep a hold of that Enchanted Quiver instead.
This is better than the Quiver.
It's pretty cool. They find this Necro, it's going to force him to do a whole heck of a lot to try and deal with this.
I mean, you feel so sad as a Necro Lyrical when you have to buy Aeon this. It's
depressing.
And you have to be careful with the Aeon this, because if you want to use your Reaper and your Aeon this procs, your Reaper doesn't do damage. So you have to be careful with that.
I gotta say, this new esports team, they're looking really good, and if you consider like their placement so far in the standings in this group stage, they took a 2-0 win over T1, and then they went 1-1 against ADROIT. And ADROIT to me is also looked like one of the best teams in Southeast Asia. Jumping again from DDC, fine in March. He is going to pop, absolutely murder.
I mean, they're all veteran players. It's just that because they can't play tournaments because of being banned, doesn't mean. I feel like people just forgot about them. They're not a weak team. They just can't play tournaments. They're very experienced players.
Shadows.
And TNC is on the other hand not in very good shape for some time already. Nice dust. Oh, was it the Spectre that had the dust? Buy dust if you're a carry, please. Thank you. Buy your own freaking dust.
The guy, they're doing it too. They will eventually blow him up as they take down the Necrophos. Unreal.
And you keep all these, moves, and you save it in your PC, and when some carry argues with you, buy dance, buy detection, and you send them this link, buy your own detection.
Absolutely. Well, 11,000 gold lead right now as Tim's. Oh, he got a little bit greedy here. Is he going to be punished? No, he's still got Guardian Greaves. They will back out afterwards. And it's feeling like they're just sort of rounding the corner here, ready to push in for the high ground in just a moment if they want to. There's not a whole lot that TNC can do to stop this.
Oh, they have to wait for the Necro to be alive. 10 seconds. He's gonna lose his tower.
Lance is really not tripping.
Terrorblade has 6k gold.
Pop out, jump in, silence on all of them. March dead yet again. Just when you thought that he was going to be able to live, he does not. And they take the full set of racks before Necro comes back alive. Man, this feels real rough for TNC. They are struggling.
Okay, the Terrorblade has to just spend all his money, finish an item, and they have to smoke and go. They can't let the game bleed out like this. Take the high ground, defend an area, hold a position, or wait, rush and fight there. They have to take a stand somewhere. The rush is gonna spawn soon. If the game keeps going on like this, someone dies every time. Before anything happens, they're just gonna lose the game.
I mean, and that's sort of, I mean, it feels like they all need Aeon discs or something, right?
Oh, they just need to play together, take a high ground, have sentries in the area. They haven't been like playing very well as a team together. I feel like 50-50, half the time they're doing some correct things, but they're not fully doing everything correctly. That's why their moves are not working. I think they're doing the right moves, but certain mistakes, small mistakes are making the right moves go badly.
Yeah. Another Moonlight Shadow here.
Did he finish his goal? He has... Oh, so he's gonna have a what, Abysso? Okay, Abysso.
For Terrorblade, yeah.
Okay,
and just queuing up Rapier right afterwards.
There's no point for him to have buyback, because if he dies and he has to buyback, they can't win the game anyway.
That's true. He's one of the worst buyback heroes. They have a DD now on DDZ, and he's ready to go in for another jump. Yamate, Tim's is there. They hit on to the Hawk. And who are they going to find? Gabby showing up for a moment. But be careful. Roar right at the start. No bench nearby at all, and he gets demolished. No buyback. 80 seconds on the sidelines, and I don't think they're leaving the base. If I'm going to be real about it, this is looking real rough. Holy Toledo. DDZ jumps in, gets the silence onto March, finds him yet again. Yules lift up in the air, getting him afterwards with the arrow, but he's still living. Is it going to be enough? No, they managed to kill him off in time. Tim's jumps away, gets pulled back in, and it just looks like New are going to back out as they don't want to overextend. Get punished by a Point Spirit dead for 150 seconds. Now, that buyback earlier really hurts. But I don't know if it's going to matter that much. KD and as proccing as Lance gets the jump away. And and it looks like they are going to stick around in spite of not having a Void Spirit. Bold. Pull back in onto the Beastmaster. Scotty going to be delivered out of Lance in just a moment here as he pistols and starts to destroy Tim's, gets the bash afterwards. Candy Loon still living. KP is going to drop. They will kill off that Beastmaster, but again, it's just a signal of how ineffectual all of this movement is from TNC. They just can't do anything.
I mean, they have all their eggs on the Terrorblade basket, you know, so once he dies, if they can't keep him alive, there's not much the other heroes can do, you know, they don't really do too much damage. If you look at the Conquer's itemization, he doesn't really even do much damage. He has Hex and Heaven's Harvest. It's all about like keeping the Terrorblade alive and helping the Terrorblade in the team fights to kill heroes.
That is a problem when you just get him blown up right at the start of the fight. It sort of speaks back again to that thing you were talking about of just having TNC play together. And it feels like they've just been knocked back on their feet and are really struggling to regain their footing. Void Spirit's still dead for a while.
That was a true Facebook time, right? 150 seconds.
Yeah.
Reaper's life plus what dieback, right? He bought back in the previous fight.
Yeah. 16,000 bold lead here. At 40 minutes in, we're getting the next tier of items. Magic Lamp, I think I saw picked up. I think that was for Dire, though, that have it right now, if I'm not mistaken.
For the Coulter? Who has it?
It's just in their inventory right now. They actually have a Leveler, Timeless Relic, and Magic Lamp that all are not being used. Like, no, I need my shovel.
People problems, you know, you have too much to choose from. Yeah, everyone's so rich. Oh, he actually has a shovel still?
Yeah.
I'm sure he could find something in his, you know, accessory drawer. Something that can suit him.
Well,
high ground. Who has the high ground gate?
March. Say it ain't so, March. The poor old March. He didn't stand a chance. They get the big jump in again. Forcing out the BKB from Armel. They have the boat out afterwards. Gabby run into it's going to be the ghost ship fleet, but can they back out of there in time? Looks like they're going to lose the toggle. Gabby Yule Scepter lift up afterwards. Arrow flying through, but not hitting onto anybody. Gabby gets the silence yet again. Doesn't have any way to get off the Sunder. But they're keeping their distance, and the chase down. Gabby just wants somebody to Sunder, but nobody was there. They had the Lincoln Sphere cast on him by DDZ to make sure that the Spectre did not get sundered. Tim's looking very low. Will be able to get the jump out afterwards. But on the other side of the fight, they have the Yule Scepter lift up and the eventual death of KP. And as one by one, all of TNC fall, you gotta ask yourself, what is left in the tank? Nothing. GG call. Will Esports take it?
Very good game by them. And I think especially how they like itemize with all this magic damage and they understood how they should try to draw out the BKBs and especially how they initiate the fights. You know, every time the bench was stuck.
Jet planes in the night sky with you. Getting high in the sunrise with you. Getting through all the bad times with you. I wasn't missing a thing, no I do. And I wish that I could build a time machine. Cause time moves on, and now you're gone. Oh, if only I could build a time machine, I'd come and get you. I can't forget you. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you all the time. I wish that, I wish that, I wish that you were mine. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you all the time. I wish that, I wish that, I wish that you were mine. What the hell am I doing this for? Lying here on my bedroom floor, finding peace in the memories of you. I wasn't missing a thing, no I do. And I wish that I could build a time machine. Cause time moves on, and now you're gone. Oh, if only I could build a time machine, I'd come and get you. I can't forget you. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you all the time. I wish that, I wish that, I wish that you were mine. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you all the time. I wish that, I wish that, I wish that you were mine.
Dire team ban.
TNC
Dire
Predators
team
turn
ban.
to ban. TNC Predators turn to ban.
Dire team ban.
Be definitely thrilled to see New Esports 2-0ing TNC.
Yeah, I'm sticking with 1-1. You know, like my opinion definitely did change a bit. You know, looking at game one's performance, but at the end of the day, it's always good to be proven wrong once in a while, especially with given New Esports this identity of being the underdog, probably the most looked down team coming into the big boy league, and they're doing it so far.
Yep. All right, folks, heroes. I think we had a bit of a discussion about this before going into the break. Were there any heroes that are definitely going to be eliminated? The draft is ready, so we're going to jump into that right now. How many respect bans are there going to be?
Oh, what went through?
Lot.
Yeah, they took out the Beastmaster, which I think is probably the bigger issue, right? The vision control from New Esports. We've seen how good they are when you give them information, and even if you look at the replays, the VODs from previous matches that they played, the way they play around vision, excluding the Hawk, just with like observers and sentries, is just picture perfect. And I think taking out the Beastmaster does unlock a bit more room for TNC Predator to play with.
Yeah, and I think generally if you have good vision after you win your laning phase, it just makes everything much easier. You want to snowball, you have great vision to do that. You're always in check with where your opponent is, and once again, Corder will be the pick off for Mozen.
Yeah, Mozen always seems to get priority here for his picks. It's either that Vayne or the Coddle. So do you think maybe Mozen could be a pretty big factor to some of the drafting here, because his impact so far with his Vayne and his Coddle, they're so crucial.
I think the biggest impact, not only in game but also in the draft, is that you are always just picking your own hero, which is a post 5. That doesn't really give a lot of information to your enemy as well. So you're just going to wait for enemy to show their heroes and then pick your cores to respond to that.
Yeah,
we got the IO.
We got the IO.
The TNC special.
Yeah, the only team that still plays the IO.
Pulling out the big guns, huh?
I mean, you gotta win this game. You don't want to give like a 0-2 away to Esports, but...
Ooh, that's an early Ursa for New Esports.
Ursa does eat through IO. Like, there's nothing you can do, right? He gets the Abyssal or the Basher. The moment he gets on top of IO, IO is pretty much dead.
So what are we looking at as a partner for this IO for TNC? What are their typical IO partners so far?
The Gyro.
The Gyro.
Or the Tiny as well.
Yeah, even because Tiny Core isn't as popular, right? Maybe the Troll Warlord. You might want to consider that, because he does do well into the Ursa.
I think you still want to generally get a hero that is good against the Ursa.
TB, I guess.
And then you just have this IO as a bonus to enable him.
Yeah.
But normally, if you want to play IO strat, you are aiming to go fast, right?
Yeah. Probably looking at the Void, because the Void Spirit is still available. Maybe Armia wants to pick it up for himself. New Esports, they go for the Venom ban.
Yeah, Venom ban to protect the Ursa. And KP plays a lot of Rhino as well.
Yeah.
However, talking about picks, right, I think one point that we didn't mention is KP's hero. Most of the time when we see KP's on his hero, like the Brewmaster, the Centaur, we see at TNC as general, they are playing really aggressive. But when he's playing heroes on Necroforce, like these heroes doesn't really make plays. Yeah. You need to rely on your teammates to do that. Yeah,
Necroforce is not aggressive, right? He's just an Omen with a sight walking around, trying to tank out. He's just not fast.
I don't think he needs to be in the game. He needs to go back to retirement, doesn't he? He's a bit old.
He came out of retirement, like he's half dead, you know, like.
He's half dead. Oh, Necrophos. So good.
I don't think we'll see Necrophos this game. It's not good against Ursa. He just enrages you. You can't kill him.
So what kind of KP heroes are we maybe expecting that can at least contest the Ursa?
I think first of all, you are looking at a hero that doesn't care about Ursa on lane.
Yeah.
And second of all, something that can cut creeps. So you want to get away from the Ursa, you're doing the lane aim, so you want to cut creeps, something like a BB comes to mind, but probably bad here.
Yeah, kind of
something
bad.
Like
maybe you want a Brewmaster.
Yeah, Brewmaster sounds good also, you can always Cyclone him with the Wind Panda.
Yeah, there we go, the Void Spirit, they might pick it up.
Yeah.
You got to take that away from DDZ after that performance last game.
His role here is just to get Axe and then go to the back line for Kodo.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing as what DDZ did in the last game.
Right, so minus the Brewmaster, Necro, Legion, Nature's Prophet, Enigma, and Tidehunter have currently been KP's
Enigma still in the pool.
Enigma is still in, but
can they run Enigma here?
They can, but then you are relying a lot on this Void Spirit.
Yeah, you need more information to pick the Enigma as well. Yeah. I think LC looks like LC Centaur looks like pretty solid pick here,
for
like a blind pick.
Oh yeah, I think if you want to blind pick, then yes. But obviously, LC, if you are in lane with Ursa, you generally just want to avoid the Ursa.
You just want to cut creeps.
You just want to cut the creeps. And he's not your dual target, right? If you jump the back line, you are playing alongside this Void Spirit to get to like the Kodo or whichever the post-4 that comes out from Esports, you know, in the later stages of the draft. But you just can't deal with the Ursa head on. That's pretty much the rule of thumb of most matchups. Even Centaur will have problem dealing with Ursa.
Yeah. So next hero likely going to be Yamate's hero. Any heroes here that would pair quite well with the Coddle?
Shaker,
Shaker?
Yeah, you definitely want to stun here.
Yeah, there you go.
For TNC, they are looking at a BKB carry now, because you're dealing with the Willow Whips, you're dealing with the Echo Slam. You need some kind of BKB carry that can also do good against the Ursa.
I don't know if you want to go Viewer for this one. Oh yeah, Gyro. I mean, yeah, the Willow Whips to deal with. Gyrocopter just makes it easier with a Sight Gunner.
Right, so Gyro so far for TNC, and then we're going to be looking at KP's hero last. Unless, what if KP plays the Void Spirit?
I don't think we have seen a lot Void Spirit on KP.
I don't think you want to run the Void Spirit tree unless if you want to, maybe a Kunkka tree would be slightly better.
Kunkka 3.
Yeah, but Kunkka tree against the Ursa is also
it's really bad. Like you need someone to set things up right. You have someone to dive the back line, you have someone to dish out the damage. Now you need someone to set things up.
Yeah, I think they need something like enabler to enable the Gyro as well. Like, you remember back in Alliance was really strong with Fada and 3-3.
Oh, yeah.
And then they always just pick Nico Baby's Gyro and then pair him with LC, Abaddon, Omni Knight. This kind of enabler hero that just press W, press buff on the Gyro Booker. I think this might be something good again for TNC to consider for.
Interesting. Phoenix.
This is the Phoenix core.
Esports.
Wait, no, this could be a Shaker core as well.
True.
This could be a Shaker core.
I don't think we've seen Yamate play on the Phoenix before.
I mean, there's a lot of heroes we haven't seen Yamate on.
Yeah.
He has just freshly switched to the post-4, so a lot of hidden information.
Well, looking at information, I did look up Candy Loon. He has played offlane Phoenix,
yeah,
so it's not unheard of.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair to New Esports, right? They've been picking the same few picks every now and then because you just can't ban everything, and they somehow make those picks work. Probably the one that we saw before this Phoenix pick was post-4 Zeus. So This could be a core shaker, this could be a core phoenix, but I personally would prefer a core phoenix a bit more than a core shaker.
So how does the phoenix sort of, okay, DZ Shadow Fiend, how does the phoenix change the flow of the game here for new esports? Is this just supposed to be their team fight? Because looking at TNC, they don't really have the best ways of dealing with the supernova egg.
Yeah, so far
just
you
the
only,
gyro.
yeah, just the gyro, but don't forget about you have to deal with the below whips as well, so you have to choose BKB, hit the egg, or hit the below whips.
And to make things worse, you have the shaker, and then before BKB, you have to do the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, you go in for the egg, and then it just pushes you away. Like, what can you do?
Seems like it's very ult-centric so far for new esports, right? These team fights are going to rely quite a bit on their cooldowns, whereas for TNC don't really look that ult-centric. I think they could definitely fight more frequently than
Santo looks so good here for TNC.
It's the kind of, like yesterday's, point where if you have, like, I think Fog mentioned it, right? You have low cooldown, just keep running, capitalize on that. I think TNC Predator, if the Brewmaster was left out, they probably would have picked the Brewmaster. So good against the Shaker, good against the Ursa as well, but Brewmaster ban now, they probably have to play this Void Tree now.
Yep, so Armel going to be taking over the Lina, yeah?
Yeah, highly likely.
We've seen this before, Lina against the SF.
How are the lanes in general?
Is Lina
favorite, definitely.
But what worries me is the same issue as the last time we see it, the mid to late game. Yes. How are you going to transition as a Lina?
Yep. All right, guys, predictions finally after seeing the draft. Is it still going to be the same, 1-1?
I'll stick to it. I'll stick to my prediction.
I'll stick to it too.
Yeah.
You're going to stick to it too, so no one going to try and go for the 2-0 leap?
I just don't want to change my mind, right? If I get proven wrong, I'll be happy. I'll be happy regardless.
Exactly. Just stay with my words.
I just want some good Dota.
All right, I know you guys are excited, and I know who else is excited. The casters are excited. I'm going to throw it over to Lyrical and Winter. Gentlemen, take it away for Game 2.
Oh, thank you so much, Danny. And yes, we do indeed have a wonderful game. And I know for a fact that Winter has not muted his microphone yet again. This man is actually on the ball. How you doing? You see anything fun coming out with these drafts here?
Lina Shadow Fiend, classic. That's fun.
It's a cool one. I was wondering what they were going to do with the matchup, right? Because you saw this Void Spirit. They picked the Shadow Fiend into it. It's like, do you want to run Void Spirit mid against Shadow Fiend? You might just get triple raised and look like a clown in front of a couple thousand people. That's no fun. So they decided to give Armel a little bit of a better game. Do you like it? Do you like that choice? As we head on in, and we're going to take a look at some videos before we hear from you. Perfect. We were waiting on bated breath, but now we can hear the word. Do you like, you were pointing out the Lina before. Do you think that it was the right move sending KP to the offlane with the Void Spirit, I guess?
I think it's a nice idea that he is going to be able to enable the Tusk, because when you draft the Tusk, you kind of want the mid lane to allow you to have a matchup that allows you to gank, someone that has stuns and damage. And Lina against Shadow Fiend is like a very volatile matchup. So with the Tusk rotating around, it creates a lot of pressure on the Shadow Fiend. So I kind of like the idea of that. And the Lina also allows them to have a setup later for the relocate, because you're going to buy use more or less. So I think all in all, it's a very good pick to round up that draft.
And you can see already early picking up here the boots for Tim's. He wants to get the runaround a lot. And with the IO early on, I wonder if he just sticks around here through the first initial rune control attempt, or if he actually decides to stick around the tri-lane for a bit. Have you been seeing all that many more tri-lanes in either your pubs or in the pro matches you've been watching?
I think tri-lane is always useful, especially in this meta where laning is so important, right? If you say you are the team having the weaker side lanes, you kind of want to have a tri-lane to secure at least one side of your lane instead of losing both. And the Phoenix is forced to use to skill dive. That's pretty bad for his laning phase, but he doesn't want to give away first blood there, and Shaker's going to fissure once or at least twice, I think, to allow him to get to level 2 and probably rotate around. He has to mirror the movements, the Shaker, because the Tusk is going to look to gank the Shadow Fiend maybe when he gets level 2, then the Shaker has to be there.
This reminds me of the thing that it reminds me of so often was when It was the old Liquid that would run like a GH Slardar or something. You just run around and pick up the bounty runes at the 2-minute marks. Back when that was a thing. And it's like sort of mirroring those rotations of the 2 position 4 players. We'll see if that's what ends up happening here or not. As already KP just trying to keep himself away from lanes. It's not going to be an easy lane for the Void Spirit, that's for sure.
Can he make it to pull the creeps? Tangle? Nice. Just in time, and he blocks that. He doesn't need to block like him. But this is very, very important. He has to do this so he forces the Ursa to at least last hit on a tower and secures his own level 2 and denying hopefully 1 wave here if he can. And the Kotter has to stop him from doing that.
Mozen instead is a little bit wary.
I think he was trying to pull and the Void Spirit was doing the right thing, just making sure that he can't get the pull off. And the other medium cam was also blocked, so they can't even use that to get the equilibrium back.
That top lane looking pretty good so far for TNC, which would have been a potentially scary one. Mid lane, you can see already, volatile matchup, but looking not too scary, at least through these early goings, as Lena's actually going to be able to pull that creep aggro back over to away from her tower, so things should be okay here.
Yeah. And the task is he's getting the pull on a second wave as well. He was trying to get the range creep denied by just holding the creep. I'm not sure if he saw it, but he wasn't able to get the pull wave, but now he still gets the deny on the range creep. That's pretty huge. And he's level 2. This is what he wants before he decides to roam. And Lina is level 3 right now, so there's definitely kill potential if he wants to roam it.
Down bottom, I haven't taken a whole lot of talking about lane at least, but the Candy Loon Phoenix, you know, it's been a while since we've seen core Phoenix. What is it that sort of you think is making them want to pick this hero in this game? Is the missile's going to go out, but quick dive away is going to keep them from going down?
I mean, I don't really like the pick as much, but I think the reason here is because they saw the IO Gyro, right? So they wanted to have a range hero on the offlane, and they also wanted to have a hero that has a huge team fight. And they have the Kotter ball to protect the egg. Because when you're playing against real kit, you generally want to have a very good lineup that can team fight well, so that you don't get pressure on the map too much. You want to group up. You don't want to speed up against the IO Gyro.
Yeah, it's when things really start to fall apart, is when the split up happens later on. Still haven't seen any rotations around to try and find kills. Tim's is thinking about making his rotation.
He's coming mid. Yeah, he's coming mid right now. Lina's level 4, so he has a stun. But I think they saw him. There's a ward, so they know the task is nearby. So the Shadow Fiend is playing very, very cautiously.
He's got some raindrops, a stick, and also a ward coming on over. Now they managed to find the stun. Good shards, but not quite good enough. Is he able to back out of there? And it's just gonna have to retreat and head all the way home, actually. Wow, that hurts. That's terrible for DDZ.
It kind of feels like it's worse than dying, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe not because it's first blood, but otherwise, then if it's not first blood, I think it's probably better to die, but because it's first blood, I think it's okay. It's a 4-minute rune. If Dina gets the refill, this is going to be really bad. Earthshaker is praying that the rune is bot. Nope.
Even if it's bot, Tim's is here too, so... DD. Oh my god. Oh, he's got to get there. Yamate, I mean, he has to give up his life for this one if he does, but DDZ comes over and is able to deny it. Okay, that was nicely played. DDZ walk away afterwards.
That was very, very important that they don't allow the Lina to get a bottle refill.
Big stuff. And DDZ now level 4 to the level 5 of Armel, getting higher and higher damage, but he's still able to sort of live in this lane and obviously can retreat back to the jungle afterwards. No kills as of yet in this game number 2.
Yeah, you see this task is just like camping. I mean, this is the idea of this last pick Lina against the Shadow Fiend. This pick allows them to do this, and right now they have 3 wards on the bottom area. So they're gonna take the bounty rune. They have pretty good information about the bounty rune at bot. Lina is gonna take the top rune to refill his bot.
Up top, KP. Gets the assimilate down to the low ground. Mozen isn't gonna be able to run down. It's first blood instead on the other side where the Earthshaker ended up going down. Arch picking him off.
Oh, Kotter's gonna steal the bounty rune. This is huge. Oh, he even kills the bounty rune because he knows the Lina is gonna come get the bounty rune. So either way, look at how much effort they're doing, you know, to make sure that this Lina is not gonna get the bottle refill, because it plays a huge role in deciding the outcome of this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, it makes the tremendous difference, and anything that they can do right now to help make DDZ's game a little bit better is really important. He has retreated back to the jungle, though, as you were talking about, and now up on last hits, still a little bit below on net worth, but not the end of the day. And Coddle's there to refill his mana.
Wards would be nice. He's gonna need some vision on this whereabouts of this Tusk. He has been camping mid lane for what, the last 3 minutes? Good out.
Yeah.
Now look at the wards that he's been placing. It's all just to scout where the Shadowfiend is jungling. They really want to ruin his day. Finally, Lina gets some bottle refill. Yeah, I mean, true, after that game.
No free game for DDZ. We're not going to give it to you. Oh, he missed there on the sentry ward. Mosin, only level 2. Poor guy gets the blinding light pushback, but they will be able to find that follow-up kill. Yamate showing up. They're bringing numbers here. Armel has to be careful. The chase is coming. The secondary raise, and they destroy Armel. Talk about a comeback.
Well, the Shadowfiend didn't get the kill, but that still forced a lot of rotation from Dire. I feel like it's not like a move that didn't come with cost. It's still a heavy cost, rotating so many heroes there.
Up top, they also got the kill on the KP with Lance just running down. Yeah, again, things looking pretty okay here for new Esports, and this is a lineup again that can play so fast. Get an Aegis early on for Lance. Obviously, Shadowfiend has a bunch of different potential builds he could go for, whether he wants to go for one of those like mechanism into like early presence or effects building talent, maybe even. I don't know, there's a lot of options.
I feel you should go the damage right click build because he's the tower damage, because Ursa is not gonna do tower damage. Even if you go better for it, you're gonna like farm and scale. I feel like this.
Speaking of Ursa, look at this top side. They've got the fissure there to block him off, chase it forward, assimilate. All right, they're not gonna be able to find that kill.
A nice value point there, having the level 1 disarmament, allowing him to survive there. Yeah, but this game, it feels like, I think the Shadowfiend, I would favor the Shadowfiend going for more like a right click kill things. But Yu's build is still nice this game, so he can snipe heroes off. Us? Hello, Shadow. How are you?
They get him. Easy as pie. And the turnaround will come in as they bring in.
Anything happens, 4 people meet again.
Andy Loon trying to slow down this pressure, seeing if he can find a kill here onto Tim's. Dodging, does have some more right-click damage. One of them coming through, but the heal is there from March. It's not enough to kill off Tim's, and instead it's Andy Loon that's going to go down. And now they might find Mosin as well. 1 by 1, save your buddy syndrome. It's never been so painful. A double for Armel.
Yeah, just utilizing this Tusk plus Lina. It's all their last pick is about, right? Like making the game feel like this during the first 10 minutes. This Tusk and Lina is just putting too much pressure on the enemy team. And I feel like this Phoenix has to try to just get his levels, I think that he's committing a lot to just help this Shadowfiend. And it's resulting in his level being very low right now. He's not even level 6 yet. Soon.
It feels like at the last game, everybody's just like, we're just going to focus on Shadowfiend. That's all the new Esports is doing, trying to make his game better. And that's all TNC are doing, is trying to screw with him.
I mean, this is a problem when you draft Shadowfiend and you don't have the overall last pick. Because like you said, right, because they saw this Void Spirit, they think that, oh, it's probably a Void Spirit, maybe we can draft Shadowfiend to win a lane. But unfortunately, they swapped the lanes and they have a Lina, so this Tusk and Lina is wrecking havoc. But as long as the Shadowfiend can survive this stage, he's going for use, so he's going for the magic route. If he can survive this stage, and he can recover quickly in the jungle, then he'll still be fine in this game. Lina is the glass cannon, right? Like you can kill her easily in the fights.
And you mentioned that you felt like there were still problems with this draft, even if the Ursa's ended up going Battle Fairy, which it does look like he's queuing up right now, which it feels like is becoming more and more of the common build.
Yeah, so it's just set up. It's not just OP, to be honest.
Careful, so many heroes. Requiem comes out, there's going to be the kill on March right at the start. New game, but same story as March dies. And they will be able to find the turnaround kill there onto Lance. KP blows up afterwards Mosin. So they end up coming out on the better side of it, TNC. As Yamate just going to run for the hills, try and pick up a bounty rune for his trouble. Thought about going for a courier snipe there, but it's an no-bill. So he will die eventually here as Gabby running him down.
Well,
Ijuki.
it takes so much time.
Space created.
And he gets the rooms for his team's trouble. So all in all, I think it was a good trade for the Shaker. And right now, Catapult Wave. So let's see if they can get any towers here. This rune on Shadowfin.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Gabby, barely able to get out of there. No, he dies. Can't even kills him. They didn't keep him alive.
Just enough damage from the Icarus dive plus the Spirit there and the Supernova damage. Just at the tail end. I think it was probably the Supernova damage at the tail end that actually finished the kill.
Yeah. That's insane. So they just get the triple kill, and even March with the IO there wasn't able to keep him survivable enough.
So the egg is down. So let's see what Raiden can get going right now. They have to try to look for a fight or defend the towers at least. There's no egg.
Mosin is going to die to the Tusk, and now Lance left completely alone. Only option is to try and enrage and make a little bit more space there, but it won't end up happening.
Oh,
yeah. After a good early start, he's hurting.
That was a very, very ambitious push at the bottom lane because they didn't have egg, right? I don't think they have any right to touch the tower there because there's no egg. And right now, Raiden still wants to get, after defending that tower, they still want to claim the mid tier 1.
Still less than 1,000 gold lead separating these two teams in spite of the 10-4 kill score. You can see that new Esports are doing a little bit better job of just getting something out of the rest of the map while the fights are happening, and they're losing them.
Right now, they have to figure out how to get this counter to level 6. I think that's the #1 priority right now. He needs to get his levels.
Oh my god, he's so broke.
Yeah, he was just running around chakra, stack chakra. Look at the Shadowfin's network. That's all from all the stacks that the Cotter has been making. And the chakra, of course.
Yeah.
He's top net worth, you know, after that early game.
Dual Scepter done. And try and set up for kills potentially, or even just, you know, a quick double raise. Gabby, gonna be able to find him. Does look like they're just sort of flirting with each other on this side of the map. Everybody else sort of staying and keeping their distance away.
Dire's happy farming, Radiant is also happy farming. But I feel like I'm more comfortable if I'm Dire right now, because I feel like late game I have a pretty good setup of team fight heroes, the Cotter and the Phoenix, Shaker and Shadowfin. And Ursa better for his skills, you know. He scales. He's the early game hero that scales. What more can you ask?
God, I hate Ursa.
Why?
Such an annoying hero. Because I never play it, and he's broken as hell.
I want him to be on my team. Only.
Good. Candyloon jumps away, but they get the Shadow Fiend on the other side. Sunray trying to keep him alive. He is going to drop. Way to stop that one.
So the Dire's doing the correct things right now, just trying to salvage whatever they can. And this Cotter level 6 is very, very important. Without that, they are not going to be able to hold their towers. Because he's the only one that can protect the egg, you know, the ball.
Well, and I like this build that Armel's going to, just going straight into the 4-staff Dragonlance to try and, you know, get that extra vision to be able, or extra attack range rather, to kill the egg.
Yeah, 8 killer plus you can get out of the feature, which will be useful.
Very cool build. Its outposts are going to be taken. Not close to that 20-minute mark yet, but still just wanting to maintain vision and control over particular areas. And right now, Esports kind of sort of confined to this side of the map, so they will eventually move out over to the other angle.
The IO has a mech, by the way.
Uh-oh.
He has a mech?
That's crazy. What? What the heck? That's pretty cool. Oh, Yamate, he's building towards that Blink Dagger. And will be off the map again for a little while as
the gang squad with the relocate, they are scary, man.
They didn't even need it.
So what, 4 ball heroes? Thank you very much.
TNC, when they turn it on and they start looking like the team of all, it feels like that type of game where last game they kind of just got punched in the mouth a little bit, and now they're responding really well. This is the type of TNC I'm used to seeing.
The Koto's level 6 now. I think they are strong. Even though they couldn't get the bounty runes, but I think Dire is gonna be able to win the team fights if they pick a fight in the right spot here. The Shadow Fiend is gonna complete his dagger. This is the time where they should move. Smoke the Shadow Fiend with the Koto ball and the Shaker. Take a fight somewhere. If they win a fight, maybe they can go rush with the Ursa. Maybe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Is under attack.
Bottom tower, they should go. Does he have his dagger? Oh no, not yet.
It's just a little ways away.
Yeah, but they should still fight because the Koto plus the Shaker team fight is very, very potent right now at this stage of the game. And the egg, not forgetting the egg.
Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower.
You combo all that together, and they will just completely explode up TNC, which is, I think, why you're seeing TNC kind of play a little bit more spread out. Relocate is possible down here bottom.
They want to bait a fight, bait the spell so that the Iron Gyro can farm the whole map. You know? Ideally, you sacrifice your supports and you force out a bunch of like big spells, and your Gyro can farm the whole map.
Plan. See if they can do it. Drop down some sentries, get the D wards going, but you can see that afterwards, it's the rest of New Esports that are sort of splitting up, and they're not going to give them a free pass of it at least.
To come here is Radiant to catch them. Okay, they're smoked. They should go to either this area, like all this area. Finally, kill him. Do they have an Observer ward? Yes, the Thanos has one. It'd be great if they can place a deep ward.
Lance dodging, getting out of there just at the last second as he finishes the Battle Fury. Oh, so close to death.
He knows he should be moving here. He knows he's not safe. Very good game sense.
Look at the rest of Dire now. They're making this smoke move themselves.
Yep, they have a ward on the Koto, so if they can get a high ground vision somewhere and fight with the ball, I think the Phoenix just needs to be brave and dive in, drop to the egg in the middle, and if they hit the egg, just drop the ball.
They don't know. They got some great vision here. Onside New Esports, they find KP, chasing him forward, looking for it. Can they get him? The taunt's already there. He's getting Walrus Punch, but not quite enough. Off to the side, they get the Will-O-Wisp down as well. Gonna blow up two right at the start of this one. Now, can they find any more? Yamate, no fissure, but Gabby, it just has a death wish. What are you doing? What are you doing, mister? That's not the place to go. And now the Yule catching onto the Lina Armel is also gonna die. That's not it.
5-1, 3-1.
Oh no, and March is gonna come back and die again afterwards. Oh, it's tragic. As New Esports are gonna win this fight 5-0. Ooh.
I think why would he want to fight them? He like turned back after the White Spirit died. There was like a 3-lead fight and he wanted to fight. That was very strange.
I'm wondering if it was like a pathing issue or I don't know what the hell happened.
Might actually be, because it doesn't make sense. Why would he want to turn and fight there?
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. But whatever the case was, it did not go the way they wanted. And now you have an Aegis on the Ursa. He's got his Battle Fury done. They are in a great spot.
I mean, it would have been okay if they just retreated and just waited for the other two heroes to respawn, because they actually just used the ball at that point. They didn't even use the egg yet. The egg was like at the tail end and the gyro turned around.
Right.
But you see the power, right? The egg plus the ball. Like, even without the egg, just the ball alone is enough to secure the fights.
Yeah, and that is this. I mean, the thing that's kind of crazy about it though is that's still sort of sensibly before the timing of, you know, having the Blink Dagger on Shaker, which is now done, or having the Spirit Vessel on Phoenix, which just was finished. Like, they're not going to have that second tier of items, which I don't know what you do if you're TNC at this point. Sure, you got a mech on IO, but
push. They can't fight head-on anymore. Like for the next, I would say, at least 5 minutes. They are not going to be able to fight. They need to wait for Gyro to finish. Or 2 items at least. BKB plus a damage item.
Radiant's bottom attack is under attack.
Looks like he's thinking about going satanic or something, but yeah, they're gonna lose that bottom tier 1 tower. I guess the other part again is like having this IO recall ability or relocate ability to maybe try and find like a gank, but New Esports have been playing around it really well.
Or at least farm creep waves, you know. If you can't fight with the Drill, okay, just use it to farm waves, or you farm a dangerous area as the Gyro, and you just tell the IO to suicide for you.
I like that plan.
It's the worst case scenario, you know. If you can't fight with it, you just farm with it.
Can't fight it, just farm it. It's a campaign slogan. I like that. That's a good one.
Radiant's middle
Amazing.
tower. Radiant's middle tower.
All right, Tim's throws out the shards, trying to pull creep wave back over this direction, so you don't get an absolutely free tower, but in the end, it is going to be an absolutely free tower nonetheless. Oh, all right, that didn't hit him.
My bad, I jinxed it.
For it, a chance, a possibility, but the relocate out immediately afterwards. That was about as bad of initiation as you're going to see, but, you know, it happens to the best of us. Meanwhile, the turnaround coming. TNC looking to fight back. They've got the Earthshaker. Yamate in some trouble, but Lance shows back up. Did he get the lowest punch off? Assimilate off to the side, but Kinky is dead. Meanwhile, the snowball onto Lance, trying to take him down, but he got the enrage off. Can they find any more? They're looking for him. DDZ, he's got his Blink Dagger in 9. Yule Scepter is up as well. Then the stun right is lifted up. The chase is coming. Yamate doesn't have anything else left than to take the chase down Gabby, but that's another one fight from New Esports.
Oh, that was a peculiar engagement. Initiation by the Shaker, but it worked out. They got the kill, got 3 kills. They didn't get the gyro. That was what they were hoping for, but still, they got 3 kills out of that, and now even more farm on their heroes. Also, it's gonna finish the tier 1 at top. Just everything going well for the other team. They're gonna get another set of items now. BKB and Shadow, Assault Basher, Abyssal.
Oh my god, he's gonna be so freaking scary. Yeah, this is a spooky one. That Imp Claw too is just terrifying. I don't know. 4,000 gold lead, and TNC, there's these couple of moments where things look good, and then it's like, you know, immediately afterwards, it kind of falls apart. I don't know. I'm not sure what they need.
They need, I think, Rapier Gyro this game. They're gonna
okay. Next item, yeah? You down?
Maybe not next item, but you know, somewhere down the road, somewhere.
I mean, I'm always down for Rapier Gyro. It's one of fun. It's like, you know, Mask of Death Rapier with an Aghanims, and you're good to go.
I mean, Gyro and Dota is always about the Rapier. It never changes. At some point, you're gonna feel, oh no, I need this damage to win the game.
Radiant are scanning.
Wait and see what they do decide to go for eventually. But BKB is now done for Shadow Fiend. And yeah, they don't really have that much damage.
Their drop is similar to the last game, right? All the eggs is in kind of like the Gyro's basket. Because Lina doesn't really do much right-click damage, you know. Like early game, mid game, yeah, sure, she does the nuke damage. But late game, yeah, basically, because she went for this kind of item, so late game is basically the Gyro all in.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because like the Hurricane Pike would kind of make me think like, okay, you're gonna maybe go like a right-click build, but didn't take damage talent cast range. I wonder if she goes the Fiery Stack for Soul thing, maybe? I don't know.
But this build probably the spell, and probably. I don't know. But I feel like she needs to, you know, help out with some damage. Like right-click damage, but not without a BKB. She needs a BKB first.
Maybe they both need rapiers.
Both? Okay.
I want to see it. That'd be cool.
Lina with rapier is like a kid holding a gun, you know. You're gonna lose it anytime.
Well, let's see. We do have
so easily as Lina. She's like a terrible rapier carrier.
We have BKB done on Gyrocopter. KP, first one to get jumped on. They missed the raise. Get the second one though. Yule Scepter afterwards is looking okay right here. For TNC, they're all grouped together though. Gotta be careful. KB out now. She's Nemos, and Yamate has an angle if he wants to go for the Blink Echo. That's a little bit too scary. And with the chase down coming, Lance doesn't have anywhere else left to go. He's going to turn now onto the Gyrocopter, but getting super low and just gets Laguna to death. They will lose the Void Spirit to the Supernova. And afterwards, it looks like Candyloon's going to be able to make his escape. But another big win there. Oh, he got the TP out. They can't get it.
He didn't get his BKB off, right? That's why he did. I think they were counting on the Shadow Fiends running in and pop his BKB and get like a use at least on someone. But he got jumped first. That's why he couldn't do it. He got caught by the Remnant. I think the Aether Remnant.
And TNC are in position to already sort of be pressuring them. I mean, are they going in? They're crazy. They'll find Moses. I mean, he's just dead. as they do have the ice shards catching him. Chase down's there, and they will lose their coddle.
Wow, they just wanted to get over here to get the bounty runes. Not even they're taking everything away from Daya right now, just because of that one mistake. I think the fight was okay though. They were in a good place to fight, just that the Shadow Fiend couldn't get his BKB off. The fight would have been like different fight if he got BKB used to initiate.
Well, that's kind of what you need when you're going to make a comeback. A little bit of misplays coming from the enemy team, and then doing everything that you can to play perfectly from there. Gabby now, 2,600 gold in the bank, on top of the BKB.
Yeah, and Amir almost has his BKB too. This is gonna be a strong timing that TNC is gonna hit soon once they have this BKB. Void Spirit is building algorithms. That's pretty useful against the Cotter, the Phoenix, the Shaker. Those heroes are not gonna get BKB in the near future. Maybe later, but not now.
Earthshaker's going Shadow Blade, which is pretty neat.
He needs to hunt the IO Gyro, because right now the Radiant team feels like they're gonna split the map a lot with this relocate, so the Shaker is gonna fulfill the role of the hunter, you know, he's gonna look for them.
Dire's middle tower
Kind of feels like they need Lance to be on top of them too, though, for that fight to go well. Because like just the Earthshaker himself isn't going to be enough to kill.
Yeah, definitely a +1. Either the Shadow Fiend or the Ursa has to be there.
Yeah. Okay, everybody all grouped together on the side of new Esports, thinking about a smoke. They are going to go for it now as they will run up high ground into no vision. Always a little bit scary. Or they're just going Roche? Okay.
Roche? Wow. Straight up Roche? I think Radiant knows, right? Are they pinging? They have a scan? Well, they have a scan. They already have a scan.
I mean, they're not using it. They're not there. It's just dead. They're just gonna get it.
The pulp swing on the high ground. They were expecting a smoke.
Under attack.
Never expect just running into Roche.
Yeah, because they had a ward here, so they didn't see anyone going in the Roche, right? So sometimes the information plays with you, you know. You think no one's there, but they smoke.
Big play. And now Aegis Cheese, is that also held by the Ursa? Oh, down bottom.
Farming with it. Yep, when you can't fight with it, you farm with it. One wave of creep.
He is going for Satanic BK or Satanic Rapier afterwards.
Yeah,
that's pretty nifty.
Can't blame him. They have damage issues right now. A lot of damage issues. So they're gonna smoke towards the bottom area. What do they see? They see the... Oh, they see... I think they saw the Seraphine pop BKB in the lane. He was farming creeps and he misclicked the BKB. Then they immediately smoke the...
BKB for DDZ, and now he shows up top. They're going to smoke up this high ground. They don't have good vision here for TNC, but...
Do they have a ward on the trust? No. Yeah, they don't have any ward, you know. They're like multiple times this game and the last game, you know, they are smoking without having very good vision. Or having wards in the support so they can place it during the sweep.
Right.
Dire are scanning.
They spot this ward up on the high ground, though, by virtue of that sentry over there.
Alright, they have to wait for the Gyro to get his Rapier Satanic. I think fighting outside the map now is so dangerous.
I love that line. That's like what I hear in, you know, my games. It's like, I just need 10,000 gold. Just wait a second.
I mean, you're a Gyro, you're a Medusa, you're a Gyro. That's what you need.
It's true. It just sounds funny. They have really good vision here. Around this
outpost, rune. They're just holding the high ground. Nobody wants to go around the low ground, you know. Both sides are trying to secure a high ground advantage to fight.
Right.
Aegis on Ursa, he's gonna run up the high ground, I think.
They have Cheese still on the other side. Man, taking the outpost and realize, ooh, that's shards. Although he still had the first shock, so it would have been fine.
Not a wise idea to run up the high ground, even though you have Aegis here.
Be running down the low ground, trying to catch him over here instead. Lance, gotta be careful. Going right in the start is gonna get lifted up afterwards during the duration of his enrage. Taunted, trying to run away, blocked off there by the fissure. He's gonna have to jump up to the high ground. So you gotta wait.
I mean, they only tried to fight there because they did not have it. Otherwise, I don't think they would have tried to fight. They just need to wait, be patient, you know? Wait for that 10,000 gold on your gyro. Satanic rapier.
He's almost there. He's got Satanic now, at least, so.
Halfway there.
Only 5,000 gold. Dude, they keep relocating for farm.
You say it's like 500 gold, you know? But.
I mean, like you were talking about, though, I mean, the scary thing is that Lance is still so ridiculously farmed because of this Battle Fury build, too, right? So he's right up there with the gyro in a lot of ways, and I don't know, I'm still concerned.
There's no way the old Ursa would have kept up with IO gyro.
No.
The first, the change to the first build, the Upshock, you know, having that 250 units, that changed the hero so much.
You know, the thing that I've been like waiting for that hasn't come out is Nullifier on Ursa. You know, with like people building force staffs to counter melee heroes, it feels like it's such a good pickup. I don't know why people aren't doing it.
He doesn't need it anymore because he can run you down with a shot.
I guess, but like so many times I feel like in the late game, an Ursa gets, you know, like they jump on somebody and then they get force staffed away.
I mean,
now that
the nerf, right? Because the range, if you use it on your teammate, the range is shorter. That's why it's like it's very hard to. I mean, all these like nerfs to the Glimmer range, force staff range is very annoying, you know, for supports finding solutions against all these like Ursa, Weaver, Spectre. So right now it feels like your best answer is probably, you know, Ghost Scepter. But then you're right, like if they see the Ghost Scepter, if the Ursa sees the Ghost Scepter, he's gonna want to get the Nullifier.
Catch the one. Red Wind coming out, gonna land. The fear is there, striking it into the heart of KP, and he will get the Aether Remnant away.
He had stick. He could have played for sure. Yeah, just couldn't get it out.
A lot of buttons. It's a lot of buttons.
Oh, they're trying really hard. Relocate the farm.
Is that again? Round 2? That's a big wave. Ooh, that's worth it. Every day of the week. I just want to see March accidentally leave him here one of these times, you know?
Should he leave him here now? I think he should, right? Because he sees the enemy team in the mid lane.
Jumping right at the start, they blow up the Coddle. Lance now also going to be fully controlled, dropping down solo, he dead! Dead for 74 seconds! And just like that, TNC are going to run forward, looking for more. They get the Yule Scepter lift up on Candy, where he doesn't have an extra time away. That is 3 dead.
I didn't expect them to be able to fight there without the Void Spirit, but this ward here gave them everything they need, because they had an entire information about the whereabouts of all the enemy heroes, so they were able to initiate and kill the Ursa. He wasn't able to get his cheese, his BKB or enrage, nothing. He just got stunned, died.
Now, I mean, he doesn't have buyback for the next little bit here. TNC are definitely going to try and take advantage of this moment. Nobody's home, they're going high ground.
Fine, I guess. Phoenix can buy back first if he needs to. They have blinding light on the console.
They're going to buy back on the Phoenix. It's moving in, the Echo Slam with the BKB reaction from Gabby. What a man! As the mighty Omata here off to the side as well, he's going to drop. Gets bashed up by the range bash from Gabby. And just like that, they lose him again. Now the lift up on the Phoenix. This is a buyback from him. Phoenix is going to go down, getting rage back in again. That egg is not living, my man. They're going to lose racks. They might lose more.
They just destroy?
I feel like they can. I don't know.
Okay, never mind. They're going for the safe route.
TNC just sniffing a moment of weakness and running down the mid lane. And new Esports don't know what hit him.
No, they thought they had enough damage with the combo to kill the gyro, but they just couldn't burst him in time. I think maybe they had to commit with the Phoenix as well, you know, when the Shaker jumped in with the angle. The Phoenix had to just go in and cast the egg, you know, regardless.
I mean, Gabby did get his BKB off with the Echo, but I don't know, it's just...
Yeah, that's why he needed to follow. He needed to go with the egg right away. You know, when the shaker decided to go, it's all or nothing. You know, if they're making this kind of play, because like you said, the Ursa had no buyback, so they had to try something with the other 4 heroes. And Radiant, they clearly were not anticipating that. They were not ready for it. They got jumped and somehow didn't die, so they popped their BKBs and the fight was over.
Dude, how quickly things turn around in Dota. It just all happens in a second. You got Abyssal Blade Gyrocopter.
People always say Dota is a game of seconds. Anything can change in one moment in this game. That's why you have to always be very, very aware of what's happening. Smoke up.
Lance, are you aware of what's happening, my man? Jumps forward, also Lena, the heal is there. Marvel tries to walk away, gets the BKB off in his limit. Meanwhile, the Hex comes out. Gabby got his BKB off again. And is going to be able to play intercept as they keep Lance kept up in the, well, Yule Scepter, now the runaway. Mosin's just dying here. The Fissure block-off comes out in time. And that's going to reset this fight, and I think set up for a full reset. We have the Gecko. We got the Gecko. Eyes on him, looking for him. No! But the turnaround comes in, the range back again. Onto the Shadow Beast, onto back in Yamate. That Echo Slam didn't nothing at all. Like a little whip. Oh no, excuse me, it's not going to be enough to cover him. They're going to lose everybody. As they turn this back around, Lance on a whole nother level. They blow up the IO, they blow up the Gyro. We're back on the seesaw of Dota. And Lance went through this one though. Round 2, yet again, Laguna Blade, it's not enough. Meanwhile, the chase forward, looking for Candyland, seeing if they can kill him off afterwards. 3 are left alive. This absolute mayhem.
Yeah.
Cindy, bottom jungle.
Alina with the Fury slow stack talent is allowing him to do a lot of damage in the fights despite not having any damage items. But
they're falling for tier 4 towers. They're going to try and end it.
It's slow. They don't have buybacks to anyone, right? Just the counter. It was initially a very good blinding light there. The counter, he broke the tether from the IO when he reloaded.
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
No action, no answer, no nothing. Earthshaker is going to throw out a fissure there onto KP. Yule Scepter lift up. They're going to hope to slow this one down, but eyes on the prize. Armel's over to the side here. And nobody else is home to stop this. GG's home. Unreal showing, as we had a fabulous series here today, folks. TNC versus New Esports. You love to see it.
That was a very, very good game. Like both teams that were playing, they made mistakes here and there, but both teams that were playing overall at still a very high level.
Can't get you out of my mind. It's like I feel it for the first time. Been thinking about you all night. I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? You're what I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? For the wrong guys, they keep telling me it's alright. How could I be so blind? I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? You're what I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? Take you there. Can I take you there? Can I take you there?
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no wonder right to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the
evolutionary process going on, but mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
if they do decide to pick that, then it'll end up being Polar Sense. Sort of depends on what they want to prioritize though. If anything, wouldn't it just make sense to go for the Grimstroke? They've had so much success with the Grimstroke thus far.
Yeah, and it lines up very well with most of the heroes that are strong recently.
Yeah, they also play the Pango, so we might see the Pango being picked up by T1.
True.
Also one of the few teams that plays the Winter Wyvern.
And Witch Doctor. Ooh. Interesting. So a change of pace for T1. They're not going for their usual draft of heroes. They're deciding to deviate away and pick a Witch Doctor. Why would you want to pick up a Witch Doctor if you're T1? What does that hero provide? I
think it's another hero that's perfect in front of Protect 1, right?
Yeah, just
you exile in laning stage, Maledict plus the paralyzing cast, a lot of healing of potential. Oh, ADROIT is going quick this game.
Oh man.
Banished Beast.
Yeah.
Auras. Lots of auras.
And that's the problem. That's something that Witch Doctor is horrible against. He cannot play fast. Witch Doctor kind of needs time, right? You are strong in lane. The Voodoo Restoration will help your laner, but if the opponent keeps playing fast, Witch Doctor cannot catch up at all.
There has been some talk where level 2 Maledict is really strong when it comes to ganking. Maybe T1, can they maybe try and play fast themselves if they can get those quick levels on the Witch Doctor, just work with the Maledict?
You can kind of get heroes like Void Spirit to Void Spirit, Tuska. These heroes can enable the Witch Doctor a bit more, and Witch Doctor will feel more comfortable, right? Because you have damage to supplement that Maledict tick.
Yeah, that's true. They are definitely looking for a partner with the Witch Doctor. Something comes to mind is the Juggernaut, but it used to be so old school though. Oh, Grimstroke, so
okay.
Double cast. Teamfight is also strong on T1 side.
Yeah, really good at wave clearing as well. You have ways to stop the board. You just throw your cast, it gets stunned for a long time.
It's just that there's no initiation from both of your supports, and there's no burst damage as well. Tons of sustain and team fight, but at one point you are going to need a blink initiation from one of your cores, so you definitely want to pick some of them up.
Yeah, maybe it looks like it's going to be a 4F job again. We've seen a couple of their games and 4F has been their primary sources of initiation. It hasn't really been Jokum. Jokum's been more of a backline position for rather than an initiator. So 4F heroes that are going to synergize with these two. What are we looking at here?
Sand King.
Just bring in the Sand King again.
Sand King is one of the double burrow strike is always going to be good, but obviously then you are talking of a high level of execution, right? But other than Sand King, the Pangolier also comes to mind. One of 4F pick, one of 4F's hero.
Oh, nice Luna ban. I was going to say, talk about this. You definitely don't want to give Luna away to ADROIT.
I think for ADROIT right now, you probably not the Kunkka ban.
Kunkka ban.
I wasn't thinking of the Kunkka.
Yeah.
I was thinking of maybe
they're looking for something like an Underlord for the deep push.
Yeah.
That's why they ban the Kunkka out.
I mean, T1 can kind of go for the Underlord just to slow things down.
We have seen 4F play the Underlord win their super comeback game.
Double Divine Rapier.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
Just waiting for the next ADROIT hero. Is this going to be a Boomy hero next? What's left in the pool for Boomy?
Tiny is still in the pool,
still there.
and it looks good against two squishy supports.
I don't know. I mean, they can go for the Rubik, but they don't play too much of Rubik.
Yeah, even the Tusk is really good here.
Yeah, Tusk is
against the Witch Doctor in cancelling his ultimate.
I guess for this, yeah, either the Tusk or the Tusk or Tiny.
Feels like whatever melee support with aggressiveness can just really pair with the ADROIT lineup.
Pango.
Okay, they steal the Pango.
So Pango for Boombacks.
Pango into Grimstroke though.
Yeah, this is definitely a Boomy Pango.
It may. Do you think they might be drafting into the Grimstroke? Maybe they say we want you to actually control Boomy.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's like if you draft a Pango, you are consciously drafting, consciously telling yourself that there's this soul bind to control you when you go for a Rolling Thunder, right? So they must have a plan to play around this Pango, because you don't just draft a hero that has already counter present in the enemy draft.
Or maybe we are thinking of going for a core Pango, like putting him at the mid, so you don't really rely on the Rolling Thunder too much. And there's a Sand King pick that we have been talking about. Really good synergy. Besides the Soul Bind, you also can pair with the Inkswell a lot.
Yeah.
And we saw how good 4F played on the Sand King in his previous match as well. Very, very solid as that offlaner. Constant initiation, guarantees us items. And surprisingly good at counter pushing lanes because of the sandstorm.
Now Pugna looks good for T1.
Pugna?
5 seconds.
Pugna.
20 seconds remaining.
What was the hero again? Pugna is okay. Lestrak is also not too bad, but you have to kind of last pick these two heroes if you're thinking about it.
Radiant
Now it's more towards
Radiant
responding to what ADROIT is picking for this one. Yep.
Ooh, why would you pick the Oracle here? So this is core Pango.
This is a core Venge.
Core Venge?
Yeah, looks like a core bench and
Might be a support Pango, right?
So what are you looking to pair up with the Oracle?
There's still a throw. There's still throw in.
there's still TB,
throw.
even the Husker, if you're going to talk about synergizing with the Oracle.
Natsumi's signature Morphling is also still available.
There's still Morphling. This could still be like a support Venge, and support Oracle, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, you don't really want to pair. You don't really want to have a 4 Venge because this hero you just cannot scale. You don't want to put in a 4
support Pango.
But so I can see why they want to pick up the Oracle though. Like T1 is just emphasizing on this initiation from Sanking and then instantly bursting someone down. So having Oracle with the False Promise can turn fights around, especially you are pairing yourself with a Venge. So you want to, so right now they are just looking for a hero that can really make use of the False Promise.
Sounds like a good Void game
for
T1.
Anyhow, you want something that can cut through the backline.
Yeah.
Void Spirit is still in the pool. We've seen how effective Void Spirit can to deal with the backlines, especially like backline supports like the Oracle and Venge.
Team back.
Oh, there you go.
Void Spirit. Alright, so we've got In Your Dreams hero next. Now we're looking for Miracle for T1. Would illusion-based heroes be good here for T1? The wave clear for ADROIT, it's
not
right.
great. Yeah. It's only the Pangolier.
Yeah, the PL is actually really good for T1 if they want the PL.
Yeah, Venge and Oracle both hate the PL. They have nothing to clear the illusions.
Yeah, even the Pango hates the PL. The Beastmaster Pango, you have no way to do the PL.
You can only ban out one illusion base hero.
There's only one, right? Yeah. Like if you ban PL, then T1 has a high chance of picking the Naga, which also does the same problem, and it's even worse. You have the Song of the Siren. Like if your Oracle False Promises someone,
the Song of the Siren just to wait out the duration.
Yeah, she just starts singing.
I think T1 here they can either ban out the throw and get the PL, or just don't care about the PL and go for throw. So it's snatched away from ADROIT because ADROIT is definitely eyeing on the throw as well.
Yep, they banned the Alchemist. They can still go for the throw.
Throw PL here.
Throw PL is either or.
They could surprise us and we see something completely different. You want Visage?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
If they're looking for something crazy.
Yeah, Visage, then they have to play it really fast, right? Either that or they can go back to TB.
Well, I think last time they tried to play fast with the Miracle on the Visage, they were completely fine with the late game.
That was because they had the Slug, right?
PA.
Another hero that plays fast. The backline hero just hates PA.
Poor Oracle. I'm seeing this Oracle just gonna die in a 1 or 2 hit.
Yeah, this poor Oracle.
There's so much disable coming out from T1. The 4 heroes, all of them have a stun.
There are a lot of options, right? The PL, the PA, or even the Ricky would have been decent for T1.
So this PA, is this going to be a problem for ADROIT during the laning stage? Because PA, normal circumstances, she's generally weak to magic damage, but for ADROIT, their magic damage...
Only from the Purifying Flames.
Yeah, only the Purifying Flames. And you kind of need to have like level 2, level 3 Purifying Flames to actually have it start being effective. This Grimstroke PA lane, if they get a good start, then this PA will go out of control. Because you can just, you can always ink swirl the PA and she just blink strikes. It's an easy stun.
And we have seen a lot of time PA does really good against the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Because
of the passive, and you have high armor, high regen as well. I think he's gonna have a pretty good lane. If he's gonna pair, he can either pair with the Grimstroke or the Witch Doctor, but most of the time I think he wants to go with the Witch Doctor, so the Grimstroke is with the Sanking.
Yeah, and because like no matter how you pair this, it's going to be effective.
Yeah.
Like this Witch Doctor, if you go for like a Sage Mask at level 1, and you go build into a Ring of Basilisk, level 1 of Voodoo Restoration is going to keep the PA alive in the lane.
And the Boros are just completely useless for herself.
Spectre?
Yeah, probably one of their better choices.
They want to go late game.
Do you feel like Spectre would outplay a PL? What's the difference between these two carries? Like, what's the Spectre supposed to bring here?
I think Spectre gives them a little bit of late game. because they have to find ways to break through this PA lineup, and there isn't any good choices left to play fast as well. So Spectre, I'm gonna go with T1 to be honest.
Yeah, I think T1 has this. Like we've seen it play really slow games, but this is a really fast draft, and feels like it's more of a T1 game.
All right, thanks guys. We're just about to start the game, but unfortunately we're gonna have to say goodbye. You guys in the meantime are gonna say hello to our casters. OD, Pixel and Fogged, take it away for game 1.
Thank you, Dan Lee. Yes, T1 versus ADROIT. Fogs, we've got the lineups here. What kind of hero picks are you preferring? You know, do you like what T1's rolling with, or do you like sort of ADROIT's 4 Protect 1 with a big old Spectre to finish the draft?
It's a Beastmaster mid.
Something a little different. I mean, it's a strong laner, right? What are the reasons why we don't see Beastmaster put in the mid lane? Because it can do very well in 1v1 situations, right?
Yeah, I mean, usually you don't want to put him in a lane where he's gonna do poorly versus, let's say, like, you know, you're the Queen of Pains, these type of heroes that just lane down. And usually he does enough in the off lane. He's able to pressure. I don't mind seeing it in the mid. I'm actually pretty happy there.
Well, let's get ourselves into the actions, gentlemen. It's game 1 of T1 versus ADROIT.
Prepare for battle.
Let's have a look as we get ourselves into this one. Now, one of the questions that I'm wondering straight away is, are ADROIT going to get a couple of Necro books? Because that's been the go-to specs, but he's got it queued up. So obviously nothing queued up yet on the Beast other than the Helm. But if you're a Beastmaster, you're going to want a Necro book every single game, right? Surely.
Yeah, probably almost every single game. It could be, you know, there's some situations where you just want to be the main aura guy, right? Like he might just go for the Dominator into Glads or something like that, or maybe he goes for some type of initiation tool, but it's definitely a possibility. I don't like seeing too many books, especially like you're playing versus Witch Doctor. Cask is already incredibly good versus them, so yeah. I think too many might be overkill. So matchup. Yeah. I mean, matchup of the Beastmaster versus Void Spirit should be fun. I feel like, you know, I'll go to some like Han stuff, because this is actually where Beastmaster was played mid every single time, and he was very similar to as he is. He just had like it was pretty much exactly the same, but he has his E ability. Instead of Inner Beast, he had like a charge where he would hit them, but he just had this godly animation, and that was really the big thing that was the point of it. So it's the same thing. He has high damage, fantastic for all that. The only thing he lacks is lane push. But he gets that later on, and he'll have Inner Beast that'll push the lane naturally itself, but he won't be able to clear the wave and go for a rune or something like that as easy. But he still should have an excellent matchup there.
Yeah, we'll see how well he is able to do against In Your Dream. Obviously, In Your Dream as the Void Spirit, it's going to be a little easier for him to move around the map, get involved on the side lanes. And looking at some of those side lanes, do you see an incredibly strong lineup on one of these dual lanes that we've got going on the side, and we're going to have a great time on the first few minutes?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Witch Doctor in lane. I think this hero is just always super dominant whatever lane he's in. With PA, you have a lot of kill threat too, especially versus heroes that's weak like Pango. I do think that ADROIT probably wants to start pulling bottom as soon as possible with Boomy. They don't have the strongest lane. Bach is going to be okay, but, you know, they can get chased pretty far forward, so would like to see him pull. Top lane, they do have a good aggressive lane with the Sanking Grimstrokes, but they're playing versus an Oracle, so it kind of counteracts it entirely.
Ninja Booby already off to a nice little start up there, being able to snipe for Ev's courier coming into the lane.
Yeah, that Dispel is always super good versus Grimstroke, as we've seen. Sure, you pop the Ink Swell, it causes it to go off, depending on how long it was casted initially, but you can do very well in your favor.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they do sort of spread the aura buying on ADROIT's lineup. Because you'd imagine as well, bot, but he's sort of between Mac and bot. They're going to be buying the items that are going to buff up the Spectre right in the team fight. You know, both of them are going to be looking to just trying to empower their carry in the mid game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Boomy's just got the straight Javelin queued up, so I mean, we haven't seen that in quite a while. Bottom, there's the aggression we're talking about.
Trying to go here with the Maledicts, and that's going to be a fair bit of damage on the bot. Yeah, I should allow him to pop. He's trying to run. He's got no stick charges left, just the one. That one saved him as the pop comes in from Yokam's Maledict. Oh, that's a double win there for T1 on that bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised that ADROIT is not pulling the wave. I think this is a big mistake here by Boomy. In this matchup, it's too hard, especially when that lane positioning, you're going to get dove really far forward. I mean, it's PA, number one. That's the biggest thing. You're always going to get chased further and further depending on the lane positioning. So you have to change that lane positioning with those lane pulls from the Pango in order to just have yourself in a safe position to farm. But they'll equalize it now and it'll pull back, but they do give up a kill.
In the top lane, Brev is going to go with the bonus track onto Natsumi. Good nuke as well with the Stroke of Fate. Continue to trade Natsumi in terms of regen. It's down to his final tango. Ninjabuga still has a couple of rounds in the lane to help him out. Build-wise, Rev, he's going to be queuing up the urn for the team. Make sure that he's the one moving around, building up those charges and using it to play aggressive. The mid lane matchups continue to be very even. 19 for 1, FD 18 for 4 between In Your Dream and Mac. Nobody falling behind too far in that sense. So far, first few minutes of lane's pretty close. Just that one kill down on the bottom lane that's given a little bit of a boost to the XP of Miracle and Yokam. But other than that, everyone's farming fine. Nobody's getting bullied too hard.
Yeah. They can't pressure the PA though is the biggest thing. So Miracle's gonna free farm down here. Spectre is gonna get good farm, but I wouldn't say in the same mentality because I feel like they can pressure a bit more with Peloton and Tora as in in the other side, Bach and Boomy just can't pressure this PA.
No, for sure. It's going to get to the point where Ninjabuga's got to stay very, very close back to few levels. They'll be able to start diving. Oh, he's going to get caught out by Boomy. The proc comes in for the lucky shot. He's slowed down and swiped out by Boomy's Pango.
He played on.
Kills found by Boomy.
He wanted to go check for the rune, but Boomy actually chased him. I like that move by Boomy a lot. But the Witch Doctor should have probably stopped. That's one of those choices. It's like, if I'm trading hits on the side of the lane, it's nowhere near as good when I'm playing versus Pango. You want to be playing in the lane as a Witch Doctor versus these two. So, good move by Boomy, securing the room for Mac and denying it from In Your Dream.
Good, yeah, he would have loved to grab that as well as he has got the empty bottle. And with no one dying on his side lanes, there's no one to TP out to mid to give him the free refill. So, if anything, there'll be a little bit of a plus for T1 if someone does end up going down the side lanes. Mid lane. Just clearing out the creeps with the Dissimulate. See Mac getting closer to the 6. I mean, it's going to be sort of whoever gets the 6 first here could try and outplay one another, especially if rotations come in. But as for now, no real movements other than to secure that rune spot. Nobody looking towards helping one another in the mid get those an early kill on the enemy.
I feel like In Your Dream just trying to like farm the boars, with the skill build, the 0-3-2 build. So he's gonna kill them, he's gonna get the 6 early on. Maybe he can get a rotation and they can go to set up for a kill. The actual step. He's gonna try himself here.
Bottom lane. Again, Yokam, he's been found outside of the lane by Boomy. Boomy and Bok just able to kill him every time he comes away. Mid lane, the ball goes down. Mac does live.
8 HP.
He blew pretty much everything to try and do that. It's still gonna work. Mac's gonna have to walk back to base.
Yeah, and I like the skill build. You know, the 0 points in the Aether Remnant. It's literally just to kill the boars.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Nice, actually.
I think we never see this skill build at all on a mid Void Spirit. At least in sort of all the Void Spirits I've ever seen. This is something very specific to the situation.
Exactly. I like that he's adapted. I love when I see players do that. He's like, I'm in a situation where this is just way too good to clear, and that's why he is ahead in the experience. And
bottom lane. Again, they're able to just run down this off-lane Ben's bot, getting taken out underneath the tower by Miracle and Yokam. Full-on aggression from the PA here in the safe lane. Pulling Bok out once more. Again, Boomy continuing to cause the nuisance for the mid lane as he comes in, takes away that room once more. And there's no free refill for In Your Dream. It's helping to slow down In Your Dream's game just that little bit. Making sure that Max still has the chance to have the impact. Yeah, in terms of the auras, I mean, you were right. You know, Mac after the helm, he's just going to be the one building up the pipe for the squad.
Ooh, I like that actually quite a bit versus tanking. So it's going to be super nice and versus Void Spirit. It's a good pickup. It's just about, they're running that 4 protect 1 like you were mentioning. So it's really just make sure Spectre reigns supreme.
And I imagine for Bok, we'll probably see some sort of what like Vlad's Medallion Solar Crest sort of build on the offlane bench.
Well, I would think so, yeah.
Hold on, the Horn's going to come out. They're going to try and turn this one around. The Cask and the Maledict down to Bok. Another bounce for the Cask, and Bok is down. They'll turn over towards Boomy, see if they can chase this, but he's going to go straight for the TP out. They don't have the damage. It's a long one. Up to him as yeah, you're right. He's not getting out. In your dream, that extra bit of burst. And yeah, he went for the long TP, trying to stay out on the map. It cost him his life. Mac steps forward, trying to use the Roar here to take out In Your Dream. They do still have Bok's illusion moving across. Nearly finishes off Yokam, but with the respawn event coming in, the illusion comes to an end. In Your Dream only just able to jump away as he did try and play aggressive to take down some of Mac's army. But they live, and that is a Roar used. Wasn't able to set up for a kill, so a long 70-second timer still to go, where this Beastmaster mid is not really going to have much impact.
Still going to farm super fast though with this always. That's the beauty about Beastmasters. You don't have to have any downtime because you're always like full HP, ready to go with mana 2 to farm with your boards. And now Spectre already has the book finished up, so Natsumi's off to an excellent start too. He's a little bit behind the PA, but he's going to have that farm tool that's going to let him jump up a bit forward here. Oh, and he gets a shovel too.
In the river, In Your Dream, and Polison again finding Mac. Try and come up towards this top spot around the rune spawn. Between the two of them, they can easily catch him out. See if they can get this as he's trying to juke through the trees, but with Miracle around, the two cores have no trouble taking out Oracle. 6 for free now, T1. Miracle getting involved in a lot of action. 2-0-3 on this position 1 PA already at just 8 minutes in. Now able to play on the top half of the map in this pretty safe position, especially when he's backed up by the rest of his team. They know that Natsumi is going to be sticking to the jungle with the Necro book, so this top lane is entirely Miracles to play in.
Yep. And this is all, you know, the proceeds of what happens bottom. You're playing versus Venge Pango. I did want them to pull as that Pango a bit more. I don't think they actually ended up pulling at all. And yeah, Witch Doctor just very good at laning, especially with an aggressive hero that can benefit from Maledict like PA.
Bottom lane. They've got the detection. They're looking for Forever. Roar's going to come out. There is a TP coming in for the Witch Doctor. Forest pretty tanky. He's still able to get the Forest Strike out. The Cask is there for Yokam. Blind time for the Dream coming. They're diving here over past the tower. Mac's going to lose his life for it. Miracle's got his control onto Ninja Boogie as they'll be able to punish ADROIT at half for this dive. ADROIT do manage to bring down 2, but they'll lose all 3 heroes for it.
They dove pretty hard for the Sand King there. Stacked their stuns as well. He was able to buy a little bit of time, but still just a very over-aggressive dive. Yeah, they really wanted to get that Sand King, but you know, if they can wait till he steps out a little bit more, that's the best case for them because they push towers so naturally. That type of dive play without ults is pretty crazy. Boomy, he now has Rolling Thunder available, but they didn't have Haunt or him at the bottom lane. If they have Boomy down there in level 6, that's go time, because that Pango ult is pretty much everything in those type of spots.
Yeah, for sure. Then you can dive, clear out the trees, and you almost certainly come out on top of that sort of fight. That time around, T1 just well prepared to get in with the TPs. Miracle, T1 to have solid farm and solid involvement. 2-0-5. The Rolling Thunder off in time. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anyone else over here though to try and kill off either Yokam or Forev. So they'll be fine to head up and still secure this 10-minute bounty room, which Mac didn't quite actually make his way over to pick up.
Look, ADROIT can just chill for a bit. They have their roar available. They're going to have their hood coming up pretty soon on Mac, but tower pushing for them is not a problem. It'll come naturally with their lineup, so I don't think they should rush the issue too much. If they can see a favorable matchup, or if they can see a favorable position for them to actually just take a fight, then they can naturally go for tower. It's better than just going for a dive play under it versus a tanking in particular. Because 4F has built tanky, as we saw in that last one where they tried to kill him.
Yeah, those little lines like the brace, just making all the difference. Causing it to take that much longer to actually kill him. In Your Dream, looking for that Yule's top lane. Again, this area has sort of been left by a drop. So I say that they are still going to come up. I mean, this tower is going to go down. Maybe they can get some kills onto the supports here. They'll open up onto Yokam. Polison's going to go out, actually using the Roar as well to get the kill on the Witch Dogs. I don't know if that was necessary. I mean, he had the trap from the Troll Summoner. I guess didn't want a cast to come out and start messing around with the boars. But that's Roar down for the support kill.
Yeah, I really thought I feel like he should have saved that one. We'll see in the next like 60 seconds or so if they do end up needing that one, because it does feel like they would have had to go quite easily without. a soul bind from Polosin very aggressively onto
it just throws it out.
What the?
I mean, it's,
no one else is even close.
I mean, it scares them off. I guess it's like, you're not going to push today. And then he's like, okay, we're not. Bye.
I mean, I'm sure like ADROIT said, okay, well, sure. That's not the best place for us to push anyway. We don't have Pango.
I mean, he's stop the push. Stop the push. How's the Pango doing? Where's that javelin? Oh, okay, he switched it.
He switched it up. Yeah. His team yelled at him. They're like, that's not your role anymore. Sorry, man. Pangos don't build javelin anymore.
I was going to say, we're seeing what even off-lane Pangos now. They don't even get the javelin. Or at least very rare. They do sometimes, but...
It's very rare, yeah. Oh, Ninja Boogie. He's charging in. He's trying to get some dewarding action. Look at this.
Hey, some speed deward in here from Ninja Boogie. And hey, take the outpost back as well.
That was very aggressive. I mean, he knows the map then, so that's pretty cool. He knows exactly where everybody's... I mean, they showed in your dream top, but yeah, I mean, good awareness by Ninja Boogie there.
That was Natsumi's farm looking still just behind Miracles. Well. It's not bad, but I mean, we've seen Miracle just do it so many times. If he gets the Battle Fury at a good time, even with his Necro book, I think this Specs is going to struggle heavily to keep up with Miracle's farm.
He is buffed up though. He has the Beastmaster Dimension behind him, so it's always going to be a little bit of a stronger Spectre. For him, can't set up to defend it. Boomy's actually in.
Misses the swashbuckle. He's dead. Oh no, Boomy. A whiff spell cost him his life.
Very aggressive as well with the way he jumped in with his swashbuckle.
I mean, we saw the other day, Boomy, he really is, he's a volatile man, right? We saw his game when he was on Tusk, it was pretty bad. And then his game where he was on Mirana, and he looked like he was sort of the next Yapsel. So, you know,
carried the whole game by himself on that Mirana.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I don't know what to expect. It's a great play to watch. Comes up to Bolt. Bolt's going to be out on two of them. Boomy rolling into the rolling thunder. He's going to be able to trap Boltson in by the river. Raw onto forever. ADROIT, they'll take the three of them.
Beautiful.
And this is, you know, as you say, sort of what's expected when you see ADROIT fight as five. Like, they are going to have this incredible power right now that T1 just aren't ready to deal with. And off the back of that fight, they're going to head into Roche. They're going to look to take this down with the auras, the passives, the wave of terror and everything. This Roche is going to be theirs. I don't see any sort of way of T1 getting over here in time. It's been scanned out by T1, but Roshan's just falling so fast here in just 14 minutes that ADROIT are going to claim this very easily. And that extra bit of gold pushing them very close towards Mac having a full pipe complete. I mean, ADROIT, their lineup and the timings they're working to with the items, it's going to mean that in a minute's time, they can pretty much take all these tier 1s and tier 2s. T1 are going to struggle to defend and push back. It's a Miracle, he needs more time. He's going for the Battle Fury, of course. He's nearly got it. But just with that alone, ADROIT aren't going to really care in the fights, in the 5v5.
Yeah, and it's not like we have 4F who's gone for a Blink Dagger where we can set up to defend for those towers. He's gone for this Vessel build. So the initiation for them to fight around is nowhere near as strong as if it would have been if he did rush that Blink. And now, yeah, Pipe is done, so he kind of counteracts that tanking if he does even get get that Blink Dagger in a moment. And they have a Blink on Boomy. This is huge right now for ADROIT. I feel like they can just catapult forward and take over the majority of this mid game.
Yeah, completed Vlads. It's on the way to bot.
Yep.
And yeah, the complete pipe. At this point in the game, head to head, their lineup it should roll over T1 in any sort of team fight.
Absolutely. And I mean, they're going to find Jokam walking in.
Raw the Witch Doctor, why not? Mac does it. Hey, it pays off. He's playing fast. He'll take kills. They're presented.
I mean, look at 4F, too. He's got no TP. He's isolated.
They've got the sentry down. Well, they're going to be able to find him by the looks of it. Aurora struck deeper into the trees, but they saw the way it went. The trees are cleared out by the axes. He's staying outside of the range of the sentry, and they don't have further detection. So he's actually going to be able to keep himself alive, hiding in the corner. He won't go down here, but of course he won't be able to defend the tower either, as ADROIT will take another tier 1.
In the supports, no detection. Come on, Boomy and Ninja Boogie. Only one sentry versus combat.
Cost him the kill, mid lane. Miracle's able to dive in. Finds himself Boomy underneath the tower to back up from the Grim, enough to get back. Also be able to finish off this tier 1. So as time goes by, Miracle, his farm continuing to stay in that pole position at the top. Battle Fury done. and already 800 gold into his next time. We'll see where he goes with it. Of course, if Deso, or if he feels the necessity to get that BKB ASAP, if he feels the fights are going to be forced on him.
He's off to a good pace. I'm just pretty worried because of how farmed Natsumi is. This relic is going to be picked up, and I look at the two supports on T1.
Yeah.
He pops ult with Radiance, they're dead. These are two of the squishiest, most useless supports playing versus Spectre when you get haunted on with at this type of pace. They will just be eradicated, and then Forev, he hasn't gone for the Blink Dagger, so he'll be fortunate. They doesn't have to worry about that Radiance, but all of this is going to be really problematic for their lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's so far, I think ADROIT's draft and approach it really fits the meta, right? They've sort of just hit the nail on the head here. It is this, hey, we can have the Beastmaster and the Spectre, get the Spectre to get the Necro Book. Beastmaster just builds the pipe, and you have this just combination of heroes and items that it's just not easy to deal with. This that T1 is having to deal with right now is what people are just losing to over and over again in this current patch because it's so strong.
Yeah. So many auras, and then the Radiance is going to be super annoying. I mean, even for PA, this Radiance is going to be really frustrating to play against, and it's going to be out at such a quick timing for Natsumi. This next taunt, this next play that we do see ADROIT do with this Aegis push, they might be. I mean, I think they go take this tier 1 and you take a fight on the tier 2. Or if it's trying to set up, but they've got a Hawk already prepared for him.
Well, they know that he's hanging around here.
No Radiance yet.
Terra's out. Boomy straight in with the Blink Dust. There's a Burrow Strike out the side from Forev. TPs are coming in from T1. We'll try and slow this down a little bit, Boomy. Kind of trapped here, but he's got the Swashbuckle back up. We'll be able to jump across. Just keeping the pressure on whilst Natsumi gets all the space. At Radiance Recipe, just about 600 gold off.
Okay, where are they removing? I thought maybe they claim the high ground here. Maybe they're trying to stall it as long as possible for that Radiance. Like, they want to fight. Okay, they are going to the high ground. This is nice.
They're going to try and get a jump. There's the swap back straight away into the Raw. They're caught out in your dream. Chain stunned in position. No play for him to be made. As Collison caught as well by Boomy's Rolling Thunder. 2 kills.
They're trapped here.
Look at him. Where do they go? They can't run anywhere. Forev, he'll get a Burrow Strike out, but there's 5 heroes beaten down onto him. Forev's gone. Yokam's out of there. I mean, they don't even need to care for him. They are searching a little bit, but they don't need to waste time chasing that Witch Doctor. They can just get this push on, take another tier 1, and ADROIT, they just continue to do exactly what's required. Natsumi even able to pick up a tower tonight to take away some potential gold from T1, and that is it. That is the Radiance done and on its way out to this Spectre. 20 minutes on top of the Necro Book, and with a lineup that's playing incredibly fast. And now you're getting these big items coming out. It's not going to be easy for T1 to deal with it.
No, definitely not. So many different ways to mess with that. Yeah, Dream jumps forward, he's looking for Mac.
First, and that pipe, pretty tanky. He'll continue to run. Miracle jumps and kills off the army. Soulbind onto Mac, but Mac's able to keep his distance for the rest of his team. Miracle is going to look to commit. Jump forward with the Rolling Thunder. Bolt with the swap out to keep Mac safe. Boomy getting a good angle here, and Blinks out as well. They can't stop him from getting out with the Blink. As Boomy's away, T1 just unable to jump and kill off this Beastmaster. Mac's just too tanky.
And they can't dive forward too far either because there's double save. There's a bench swap plus the Oracle promise, and now Roar is available again. They might look to turn in your dream. He jumps forward.
Spectre here, pull in onto Bob. Maybe Terra's out, the axe the Roar. They're going to look to try and maybe fight it back onto this one. As they have the brutal onto Miracle, jump forward for Boomy. Into the side they go. The cask out as well as Jetboard. That's been false punished, but he's taking a hell of a lot of damage here. Boomy finishes off the Witch Doctor. Yokam goes down, but Miracle, he's dying, he's falling low. The army of Necrobrooks Outwalls are chasing him, but he will manage to live. It's 2 dead on ADROIT. Swashbuckle across from Boomy. The sentry's down. They've got the vision on Forev. The dagger as well, keeping lock on him as he's dusted. One more Swashbuckle from Boomy finishes off the job. As this time ADROIT, a few casualties, but still coming out on top of these fights.
Looked scary for a moment there too, right? They threw everything onto Mac, but that false promise ate an incredible. I believe he had a salve too running on himself because he healed for a crazy amount and an urn. But yeah, they had to commit so much for there. I thought Natsumi was in some trouble as well, but he was able to shift to the side. Another successful fight for ADROIT. Miracle is getting pretty large though.
Is under attack.
Yeah, that's true. He's the Tesso done on the Battle Fury. And
but
whoever he does jump on, he has a good solid job of taking them out with the crits with this Deso fin complete.
Cool to see what Bot's building. I believe he's probably going to go for a Silver Edge, actually. He's got the Shadow Blade. And Silver Edge versus PA is always going to be pretty damn nice if he is able to go for that one, too. So they're going to have a lot of different ways to deal with it if it's just Miracle. And right now in the game, it really is majority of that onto Miracle only for T1. As In Your Dream, though, jumps forward.
Look at the pullback with the round on onto Ninja Boogie. The combo not necessarily working out as planned there. Goes with the Yules onto Ninja Boogie, meaning that the Ink Swell itself didn't actually connect. Right, they're back on T1's half of the map, ready to push onto these tier 2s. Boomy's bringing in the bottom lane. And Droid there heading down, ready to try and catch Forever if he hangs around a little too long. Shadow Blade complete for Bot. So he'll have a much easier time saving him, positioning himself. There he catches him.
Bot, there they have it.
I mean, it is. He's not going to do it yet. Just goes for the magic missile. TPs are coming in. In Your Dream jumps across. Bot will be saved just in time by the pulse. Buffalo's got one. They turn over towards Collison. They're going to be able to take a second here as well with the swap back. Collison taken out by Mac. Double kill for the Beastmaster. In Your Dream dodging the swashbuckle. Billy will fall, but In Your Dream's going to pay the price for this one. Natsumi and Mac are upon him. Triple kill for the Beastmaster. Miracle's got to run. With his whole team dead, there's no fight for him to take here. As ADROIT, again, they're just winning every single trade, 4 for 2. They can push onto the tier 1. Natsumi building up towards that Manta, and with these towers falling, he's going to get that at an excellent time on top of this Necro Radiance.
He is incredibly strong, and you can see how hard they want to just persist to take those fights, especially when they have Haunt. They were like, whatever, who cares if like Pango dies, who cares if we commit too far forward, we have Haunt, and we know that Natsumi's going to clean up incredibly well. 3-0-10 for him, almost level 20. Fights are continuing to go incredibly well for them, and like I was mentioning, they have the tools to be able to deal with this PA. If it's just a PA who's super farmed at the top there, they have a Roar, BKB piercing disable, they have a lot of different save and ways to play around him, and also they're building that Silver Edge like we said on bench. So T1, they need a little bit more going for themselves. They're going to need some more from In Your Dream to carry this one, and maybe Pelosin, right, because he's got an Axe, so maybe that Axe on a Spectre, we've seen what it can do.
Okay.
So we'll see. Right now, a bit tough for T1 though in these next few moments, but that Spectre Haunt, I mean that Spectre Illusion is also going to cause havoc onto, and particularly Oracle probably in the fights.
And obviously, if he's able to do it with the Soul Bind, there's some pretty nice bonuses to get too. I mean, well, you get the Venge or the Beastmaster thrown in on that. Miracle's going to love it. Extra attack speed, extra damage, whichever it be. So yeah, if he's able to get a two-man Dark Portrait on, as you say, Spectre plus Beastmaster or Venge, suddenly the power that ADROIT has had this whole 24 minutes is going to work to the favor of T1. They've got to be careful at Policy getting that spell off.
Yeah, I wonder why they have Natsumi still just with an Ocean Heart instead of giving him like the Ring of Aquila. Beastmaster's actually had it this whole time instead of Spectre. A little weird, but some small little... I was just taking a look at that neutral item nitpicking.
That's true. I mean, even someone take the Imp Claw. Yeah, that's got to speed up.
Yeah, right. A little weird.
Plus 24 damage. They've caught him. He's trying to escape here. They're moving back as a unit. But ADROIT, they're going to chase them down, T1. In they go with the Rolling Thunder, crashing in onto Yokam Forever. Even though he gets a 5-man there, Boomy getting a perfect line across the entire team. T1 Miracle. What's the BKB? He's looking to turn. Committing on the Spectre. The big X-Swell done. Heading up to all of them. They're killed off the Spectre. Miracle. He's doing it here. Double kill for the PA. Over towards the Venge. They found 3. Boomy will TP out and make it away in time. But 4 dead on ADROIT. And Miracle is able to do it. He gets in. The damage far too much for ADROIT to deal with. They're hitting these combos. The Ink Swirl just smashing all of them and buying time for Miracle to go to work. And Roshan's up. They'll head over the pit and they'll be able to take this whilst ADROIT's dead.
Yeah, wow. ADROIT trying to chase forward with the Haunt. They have to get initiation that is something that isn't the Haunt first, right? They have to get a Venge swap, or they have to get a better stun. Perfect disengagement by T1. So they just back up, make ADROIT overcommit under the tower there, and then, like you said, that was just such a perfect jump by Miracle there with the Ink Swell on him. He catches everybody with a 3.5 or 4 second stun, so he can just beat on them during that battle period. Picture perfect for them.
Where you sort of see the fights like that, and that really is where you just look at Grimstroke as a hero and be like, damn, 3.7 seconds stun. And as you saw, as you say, you know, these sort of heroes with these link capabilities, they're going to find the opportunities for that stun to go off, and and hit them hard, especially when it is a lineup that's built around this sort of run at them as a unit. You know, ADROIT are always going to be fighting relatively grouped up.
Yeah, 3-man Inkswell, I believe 4F if he had a Blink Dagger. He still hasn't gone for it this game. He could have followed up with another 3-man stun afterwards. He actually just F-beat and walk up and didn't really commit a whole lot into the fight, but yeah, that Inkswell is definitely something that they have to pay attention for. Miracle.
Yeah, that's the BKB. He's getting changed on though. He should have the chance to pop it in, he will. There it comes, straight away. They're jumping over the back lines of the Oracle. He's hiding out the side, Ninja Boogie with the Ghost Hit, buys enough time to keep himself alive. Miracle turns over towards Mac. Beastmaster down. Revving up the epicenter, but there's no one caught within the range of it. They don't need to damage the SJ though to Miracle. He's just able to clean up a second himself. Take down Ninja Boogie. Ninja Boogie's going to buy back. Jump down to the low ground as Miracle kills off Fog. Down Sumi, Spoomy. They want to try and deal with this PA. Can they finish him off? They're chasing him as Miracle trying to get back towards the base. Turn with the Yules, as In Your Dream's able to hold back Boomy. Another swashbuckle, another Miracle. He's getting low. Miracle's going to try and turn. Does manage to land big crit, but it's not enough to kill him now. With the age is gone. Boomy, whoa, bit of a poke. Tries to hit him with the swashbuckle as he respawns, but does go a little too early. Still, they're able to blink out. The Miracle is still the big issue. They cannot kill this PA 8-0-11. Miracle's game continuing to be perfect. And he's really doing it right now. He is carrying that in the true sense of it this game. 28 minutes in, the net worth difference now even. The Miracle just 18k net worth. In the river, they find another. Godlike on the PA now, Miracle, as he cleans up Boomy once again.
In Your Dream and Miracle are playing really well as like this unit together. I see In Your Dream, he's letting Miracle focus fire one side of the fight, and In Your Dream is doing a perfect job. And I'm going to credit the item build as well. It's always really good to have this when you're playing versus something like double save or heroes that just get punished a lot by that silence. He's just jumping to the back lines and just keeping Ninja Boogie silenced throughout the entirety of the fight. I think he was silenced literally for like 6 or 7 seconds while he was trying to get heals off. So beautiful plays by the two of them there, controlling that back line. And yeah, Miracle, he's close to that Satan, and they're having trouble killing him.
Oh, and they've just found an orb of destruction from there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's GG.
Joe comes like, here you go, man. I'm going to hand this one to you in a second when you get up on the hill. He's pinging it. He's like, jump up to this creep here, and I'll hand it to you. Here you go.
There we go. Oh, my goodness. And look at the level as well, dude. He's like 23.
Just, yeah. Oh.
I think this PA surely wins it now. They haven't been able to kill him yet.
It's 14 minus armor. Inspector's not. I mean, Inspector's got 17, but putting in 0, this is going to be big problems. They have to get the roar on him. Mac has to only roar PA.
They got to kill him.
They have to focus pretty much everything on him. They don't have their Silver Edge available either yet, but they have to pretty much commit everything onto him. And In Your Dream is really causing the ruckus, man. He's just literally jumping right on top of them, getting like 3-man silences over and over. See how these fights. Who gets the initiation? Will Mac get the roar on the PA?
They've got to find PA before PA finds the ball. Miracle charging in. Pog with the Shadow Blade. He's giving them the info. They know where it is. He's going to pop the horn. Soulbind down. Responds to Miracle turns with the help of 4 if they get the kill. Just 4, but already being held back on the bench. Soulbind finally comes to an end. A few minutes to stun to Miracle. Miracle able to jump over to the side. Roar out. Miracle still full HP though. They've got to run. They've got to get away from this PA. Miracle's just going to clean them up all again. Dagger out onto Mac. They didn't find the target. They did not find the PA at the start of it all. A buyback's come out from box, but there's nothing he can do to save Natsumi. They just cannot fight right now. That lead that ADROIT had is falling off. You can feel the momentum that they were going for with this lineup, with the Spectre packed up by the mid Beastmaster and the off-lane bench, but it's starting to fall apart heavily. The Spectre, a hero that can, you know, absolutely be considered very strong in the late game. It's just not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with a PA that's already 5k ahead of them.
And Fox as well will get taken out. And yeah, I mean, this is also the big power of an item like BKB on a like, you know, when you're playing a 4 protect 1. Spectre doesn't build this BKB.
Oh, he wants to fight, or at least try and pull the creep wave away. After trying to chase, but all right, he's out, and T1 are going to be able to keep the creep wave in good shape to push on more.
So this BKB for Miracle really allows him to just stick on the Spectre pretty much the entirety of the fight. He doesn't have to worry about dispersion or any of that. He's got good auras as well that he benefits from. And they also did a fantastic job. I'm going to credit Korev here. He got the Spirit Vessel on the Spectre after the 12th comment. So no healing really was received after that. The jump forward, Boomy will go down.
Yeah, this is the point where Dyer's probably just picking on the PA, maybe blaming one another, being like, dude, why has this guy got so many ivers? It's 13-0-12. Mid-racks are gone. 10k lead for T1.
Dyer's middle barracks is falling.
It's just very hard to sort of see a world where T1 just don't wrap this game up pretty shortly with Miracle as far ahead as he is.
Triple dagger. Pushing them back, finishing up the racks. They've got the revenge up. No Pango for 40 though. Dagger on 3.
Just taking it. Oh, they could get the swap into the roar. Miracle the BKB off, but he's going to go down. They get the kill. That's exactly what they needed. Can they get more out of this? They're chasing. The Dream is out with an astral step, straight up with the TP from the high ground. He'll make it away. But they did the impossible. They kill Miracle. The rags are gone. Obviously, the damage has been done by T1. They do it. They do manage to kill that PA. And he is dead without buyback. They push pretty fast here. ADROIT could do some serious damage if they realize that PA is totally out of the game for 70 seconds.
Spectre also pretty much has heart finished as well, which is a pretty big item too for himself with like soak. Quite a lot of that damage. Let's see what they can make happen in 60 seconds. This is pretty big.
60 seconds is a long time. I mean, they've got fortification, right? Yeah, they do have a fort to slow them down.
Go pick a fight. Like right now,
they gotta run.
You might know that he doesn't have buyback. If you can actually just force that situation, if you get a good jump, they have swap again. They don't have roar for 20, but they can still go for plays like that where they get the quick disable after the swap.
Right down the mid, as they should be.
I believe that's tier 2 at the least. He's not Bastion that I can expect there, so he wants to be able to stand toe-to-toe, I guess, with the TA a little bit better.
Keep going, 25 seconds. I guess maybe not. They want to play it safe. A little bit of a window there. I mean, hey, if Miracle dies again without buyback, that tier 3 and that Rex, that's going down. So Miracle's got to be a little careful. I mean, he should... You know, he's only 900 away from having the money for his buyback, so when he's back up, should be able to safely farm that. But I wouldn't be surprised if his team's telling him, look, dude, keep your buyback gold. We need you to have that buyback. At level 25, he's just dead for too long if he goes down.
Yeah, and now that they've made him bleed them once, they know what what strategy it is to do every time to try to grab him. Just swap him out of position completely. It's now level 18 as well for that max range swap into Aurora. They can do it. They can just blow him up every time if they can get that chain stun. And they can haunt also to identify too, so Natsumi, maybe he goes up in front. Does he have buyback available on the Spectre? He does have it, so he could actually just haunt in and jump to let them see everybody. Can they get the jump? It's gonna be boss.
In your dream, the link is swapping back into the world. BKB's popped the commit on for voice 3. He's gone. Now they've got everyone switched onto a horse. Come out. Booming pops the roll. Miracle not used the BKB yet. Now he's won the BKB, but he's already rather low. He's got to look for the life steal. Jumps over towards the charge. He's back up to full HP. Full edge. Coming in with a 3-man bar strike. Tries to look out again onto Miracle. Miracle over towards Mac. Mac is dead, but Natsumi and Booming they're kind of cleaning up it. He's now alone. He's the only one left alive. Can he deal with the 3 of them? He jumps over towards Ninja Boogie. Ninja Boogie's got the Ghost Scepter. ADROIT, they want to still poke around with his PA. They don't want to let him go. They know that he's got nothing else there. That's the fight with his dagger though. He has managed to trip down Boomy. Over towards Ninja Boogie. Whoa, he's still doing it alone. He doesn't need no team Miracle. As he does manage to live there. No trouble to turn and throw out the crits.
That was nicely done by Miracle there at the end. Just even the slight little blur usage. He could have actually had some trouble there because they can play really well around the lucky shot plus disarm from that Oracle. He did a good job of kiting them to make sure that they couldn't actually get everything onto him there. He commits his full gold now for the Abyssal.
He does.
Typical Miracle status, right?
Yeah, we've seen him do it a few times. I mean, he's a confident man. And you know, most of the time it pays off. You see that KDA 16-1 and 13. But if they do kill him here, it is going to hurt.
You might want to ping, like, right? If they just saw him for a second there, they just see an Abyssal Blade, they might actually be able to identify that he doesn't have buyback. Now is when you don't go for the Void Spirit in the next fight. Just commit fully onto the onto that PA with everything. Get that swap roar on him.
And, you know, Natsumi, he just picked up his own Abyssal as well. So you have that solid lockdown to really get on top of who you want to.
Also, no buyback on him now, though. So he does have the dispersion talent as well and everything, too, in combination now as well in these next fights. So it could actually make a difference. This is going to be close for these next fights. It's all depending on that initiation. If they can just instantly pop Miracle.
Yeah.
Hawk scouting out the area. They do see Witch Doctor and Void Spirit. They're going to smoke. They might be able to look for something here. Roach is up.
Miracle.
Oh, they see him.
He's still under the blur.
They see him. Oh, Faith the Remnant. Maybe it's his.
He's going to throw the dagger. Miracle's going to jump in. He wants to go for the kills. He's straight away in off the front. The force point comes down. Now Jimmy looks for the Witch Doctor first. He wants to go for the easy kill. Does manage to find the kill for this. Miracle cleaning up. He's found the kill on the Beastmaster. No buyback available on that. Box is dead as well. They've got to get on top of him. Forever goes over with the Burrow Trade, but he'll fall to dispersion. Natsumi being focused. That comes out from Forever. Miracle. The crits are there. Onto Natsumi. Joke for the strike. Natsumi trying to run. The disarm comes to an end as Miracle will jump forward the miss. Natsumi, can he live? He cannot. The Remnant jumps him back. As this should be a good opening for the T1 to give a solid blow down the mid if they do want to. Up top, Ninja Boogie also finished off by Polison and Forev. But that would have been the fight for Joy, but they just could not do it. They could not kill Miracle. He stays alive. Down the mid, he's ready to go. There's still a tier 2 to be taken down bottom if they want to play safe for the Megas. Roshan's up, so they'll play it even more safer and just go for that. Go for the easy objectives. Make sure that Miracle's game continues to be very clean.
Straight chaos inside that fight though, but so beneficial for T1 bottom. Boomy getting chased out a little bit here. Might be able to live, but so the way that they did that fight, this was actually pretty sick. I noticed in the middle of it, Miracle jumps up onto the high ground, right? Beastmaster's mid animation for the roar. He gets stunned up, then he's about to roar again, and I saw the In Your Dream throws the Lincolns onto that PA. So Beastmaster cancels his roar again, isn't able to actually get it off, and then they follow up and just kill him. So they actually protected Miracle very well inside that team fight, just so that he can jump forward that aggressively. Very nice team play coming from them. And it was chaos. Even though Boomy gets like a fantastic Pango ult inside that area with a PA, with a Battle Fury just cleaving inside that little cluster of a spot, just perfect for T1 the way they engaged that one.
Dire's bottom tower.
We'll have Natsumi back up for the base defense.
Dire's bottom
coming up now in 10 seconds. T1 ready to go for it though. Aegis, Refresher Shard, and Miracle. Cheese, Forever. He's got 2 of them. He's got the 2 of them ready to pop.
They've got a cooldown though.
They do, yeah. Not on the best, but I don't think there's a way to split them, is there?
No way to split them. Use Refresher Shard to double cheese. But anyway,
he has got buyback, you know, use it immediately, Boomy. Starting to control the backlines. Miracle jumps over towards the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster in trouble, Matt. He doesn't get the chance to get the roar off again. He's getting bashed up by PA. Miracle jumps over for more. They have lost the Witch Doctor, but still, getting 4 kills. Swap over onto In Your Dream. Miracle cleaving through them all on towards Natsumi. Natsumi saved by the false promise, but another Norris goes for Forever. Catches the 2 of them. Triple kill. The Ultra. He's looking for it. He's only got to take Natsumi down to do it. As Miracle kill find it. Rampage for the PA. Miracle 23, 1 and 15 this game. GG well played, his quarter. Oh, what a fabulous game for the PA. Another game where you know, they sort of stand on Miracle's shoulders and make sure that his game goes well. They had excellent heroes to ensure that the fights would go so gloriously for him.
guess you're back. Are you gonna tell me where you went? All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. There will always be a place for you by my side, day or night. You know that it's killing me. Why do you always leave? It's not right. We don't fight, but I know what you've been through. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one.
I'm just good at caring too much. I'm just good at caring too much. Is it too much to ask that you be all mine? I never was good at sharing. I'm just good at caring too much. too much.